Disfrutar el juego.
This is our game, so let's go.
Hola a todos, soy Milovan de FG. Estoy muy contento de estar en esta etapa de la liga. Hemos trabajado mucho con mi equipo y lo logramos. Mi equipo favorito es el mío. He visto todo lo que hemos trabajado desde cerca y la verdad estoy muy orgulloso de ellos. Me encuentro muy feliz que nos encontraremos con DX en esta fase de liga. Ahora les voy a escribir una carta. Estimada DX, el año pasado en la final del PMGC lo hicieron muy bien. Incluso tu escuadrón nos aniquiló en un punto. Pero cuando lleguemos a esta etapa de la final de PMGC, de PUBG Mobile 2022, será nuestra revancha. Prepárate, porque vamos por ti.
Là FG, chúng tôi là bất khả chiến bại. Các bạn không thể hạ gục chúng tôi bằng cách nói như thế này được. Các bạn hãy cầu nguyện và tin rằng chúng tôi không làm các bạn thất vọng thêm một lần nữa. Các bạn cẩn thận hãy về nhà sớm thôi. Em cảm thấy rất hồi hộp và vui khi lần đầu được tham gia một giải đấu lớn như thế này. Tuyển thủ em mong chờ được gặp trong các trận đấu tới là TONIK, vì cậu ta bắn rất hay, xử lý cá nhân rất tốt. Em mong là sẽ được gặp cậu ấy trong các trận đấu sắp tới. Chào GD, rất vui khi được gặp GD. Chúng tôi sẽ cố gắng hết sức và giành được chức vô địch. GD thân mến, chúng tôi là loại các bạn ở PMGC 2021 Invit năm ngoái và đã giành được chức vô địch Đông Nam Á mùa thu năm nay. Chưa kể chúng tôi đã xếp trước các bạn trong một giải mùa hè C. Chúng tôi đi trước các bạn cả năm và sẽ không có gì ngạc nhiên khi chúng tôi sẽ đưa các bạn về nhà trong giải vô địch toàn cầu PUBG Mobile năm nay.
Aduh, Vicoy. Kalian ini tidak berpikir jernih kali ini. Kalian selalu menganggap remeh kami. Kalian nggak pernah dengar kita comeback kah? Nanti kalian akan lihat kita comeback nanti. Kalian tunggu sajalah. PMGC 2022 akan diadain di Indonesia. Kami sebagai tim dari tuan rumah juga nggak akan ngecewain loh. Jadi buat teman-teman yang ada di Indonesia, tetap support kami, tetap dukung kami. Semoga kami bisa membahagiakan Indonesia.
PUBG Mobile ก็เป็นเกมที่สามารถเล่นได้ทั้งวันแล้วก็
Battle Royale тоглоом. Тэгээд PUBG багаараа тоглоно, толгоогоороо тоглоно, аюуханаараа тоглодог тоглоомда.
PUBG Mobile bir savaş oyunu ve taktiklerin de öne çıktığı bir oyun. Genellikle kendiniz değil, yani pozisyonları da değerlendirmeniz lazım. Sadece kendinizi düşünmeyin, etrafınızı zamanlamanın çok önemli olduğu bir oyun. Takım oyunu bir de.
Haritadaki çeşitli kaynakları toplayıp sürekli daralan alanla birlikte rakiplerle savaşmalısınız ve hayatta kalan olmalısınız.
PUBG Mobile adalah game yang banyak sekali kejutan dan suspensnya tersendiri. Apa yang nggak mungkin bisa dimungkinkan di game tersebut.
PUBG Mobile Esports adalah tempat pertarungan antara pro player dan untuk mencabar diri sendiri demi pasukan dan negara.
กีฬาเป็นมืออาชีพครับโดยที่มีแบบมีวินัยในการซ้อมมีวินัยในการแข่งขันแล้วเนี่ยครับแล้วก็จะมีผู้เล่นโปรเพลเยอร์ของแต่ละทีมมาร่วมแข่งขันในรายการของทัวร์นาเมนต์นั้นๆโดยที่แบบเป็นมืออาชีพแล้วก็มีในการจัดเวทีมีเสียงเชียร์จากคนดูเข้ามาร่วมให้กำลังเชียร์เราในการแข่งขัน
buat pembuktian buat gua kalau misalkan gua bisa ngegapai impian gua.
Киберспорт PUBG Mobile позволяет мне соревноваться и знакомиться с удивительными людьми со всего мира.
Se não fosse por causa do competitivo, eu ainda não estaria aqui. E é o que me motiva. Eu gosto muito da competitividade e isso me ajuda muito todos os dias a continuar nessa competição.
PUBG Mobile Sport ก็น่าจะเป็นที่ที่เราสามารถโชว์สกิลโชว์ความสามารถแล้วก็ทำให้ผู้คนรู้จักในตัวเรามากขึ้นครับผม
PUBG Mobile Esports hayallerine kavuşma yeri.
Dan salah satunya juga kita menjadi the best of the best player di dunia.
Энд ороод өөрсдийгөө баталж харуулахын тулд шин тэмцээн зохиодог юм байна.
Welcome to the 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. This year, we'll witness the world's best teams fight for their share of the $4 million prize pool across the PMGC League and final stages. The league stage will be held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, with an all-new format consisting of 3 parts: groups, survival, and last chance. The group stage will kick off on November 10th all the way to the 27th, and we'll split our 48 teams into 3 groups. The top 3 from each group will advance directly to the finals, and the bottom 5 will be eliminated. The survival stage will take place from November 30th to December 2nd. The remaining teams from the group stage will battle to stay out of the bottom 8 spots to advance to the last chance, held on December 3rd and 4th, where the remaining 16 survivors will compete for the last 4 spots in the finals. The PMGC Grand Finals will be held from January 6th to 8th in Jakarta, Indonesia, where the 13 league finalists will compete with 3 special invite teams for the 2022 PMGC Championship Trophy and be crowned as the best PUBG Mobile team in the world.
the final day for Group Yellow in the 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League stage. And with me, I have a team that's currently battling for their lives. I have GLD with me and none other than Akashi. How are you doing today?
I'm good.
Oh, he's feeling great today, and that's actually a really good sign. So, you're currently in 11th spot. Can you share with us what your game plan is for today?
Le plan aujourd'hui, c'est de remonter. On sait qu'on est à 39 points de la 3e place et je sais qu'on peut le faire et le plan ce sera de se qualifier en grande finale.
Our plan today is to climb back up. We know we're almost 40 points behind the 3rd place, but our plan is to make it all the way.
All the way to top 3. Wow, that is confidence in a big bottle. So, what is going to be the biggest obstacle in your plan?
Je pense que ça va être nous. Il ne faut pas qu'on fasse d'erreurs et on va essayer de tout donner pour remonter.
I think the main obstacle is ourselves. We really have to avoid making any mistakes. We'll do everything we can to climb.
That is actually really exciting to hear. Now, I'm really looking forward to a great game for you guys, but how confident are you that you guys will be making it out of groups?
On est assez confiant, on sait qu'on peut le faire. Il faut juste qu'on fasse aucune erreur et ça va le faire.
We are really, really confident. As we said earlier, we just need to avoid making mistakes and we're going to get there.
Okay, let's have a scale. Between 1 to 10, 10 being most confident. Which one?
9.
A 9. What's missing? What's the one here?
I think I told you is mistakes.
Okay, so he's just worried about the mistakes. So my final question for you, what words of assurance you guys have for your fans over at home?
Merci du soutien, je vous aime.
Thanks for your support. We love you guys.
He didn't even have to show that to us. I saw the heart. I immediately knew. So I hope all the fans at home for GLD will continue to support them as we go to our first map of the day. Let's see who goes home in the top 3 and who will be stopping their journey today.
What is up, everybody? How are y'all feeling today? Welcome to the final day of Group Yellow for the PUBG Mobile Global Championships. I'm your host, Hot Jukes, and I am here with two of the best in the business, the 7WG and Glitter Explosion. How hyped are y'all for today?
Insanely hyped. We're going to finally find out which 3 teams are going to be going to the grand finals from Group Yellow, and also which teams are going to be going to survival stage, Glitter, and sadly some teams are going to have to go home after this.
And we have had such a close back and forth for the last 3 days with this competition that today is going to be guaranteed pure insanity. I am so excited, Jukes, to get into everything.
Ooh, same here. We have so much to talk about, so let's not waste any time. Guys, hop in the game real quick, get your PMGC token, and vote for who do you think is going to win this. This is the last day here for Group Yellow. Don't waste a second more, so hopefully you can get some of those sweet in-game rewards. Also got a big shout out to our sponsor, Sony, with their Xperia 1.4 and Xperia Stream. They were created in collaboration with professional esports players. You guys can play PUBG Mobile in 90 Hz with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. Also got to give a big shout out to our hotel partner here for the PUBG Mobile Global Championships, Pullman Kuala Lumpur Bangsar. Our world is your playground. And last but not least, our platinum sponsor, Prime Gaming. You guys got to go check out Prime Gaming today. They have some sweet benefits. Not to mention, you guys can get some nice in-game items for PUBG Mobile. Go check out Prime Gaming today. And while you're in there, hopefully we can see you driving that sweet Maserati. That's right, the collaboration is now on with Maserati. You have until the 31st of December, end of the year, and it's gone. So hopefully you can pull that, and if you do, send me a clip. Send me a clip on Twitter. And when you do that, follow us as well. You know what I'm saying? Hit that follow button, all the official PUBG Mobile Esports channels, and make sure you use that hashtag PMGC 2022-7.
We've been checking those. There has been some healthy discussions, especially yesterday, about how some of the teams were able to perform, and I'm pretty sure we're going to be hearing a lot today, too, about certain teams that have to perform.
I'll tell you what, let's take a look at all the teams that are playing in here today. So, just to let you know, everybody watching, 3 of these teams are going to be going to the finals. Automatic golden ticket. The rest of the teams probably aren't. Okay? I'm telling you guys right now. You do not want to be in the survival stage. No, 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 no. Against all the other groups, all the other teams, it is too risky. Only 4 teams from the survival stage are going, and there are some monsters in the survival stage. So none of these teams want to be there. You want to be in the top 3 as we take a look at the best players in this group, Glitter.
Listen, speaking of the top 3, okay, right now we're looking at our top 4 damage dealers. We've got 4 different teams being represented here. And what I think is really cool about this is that we have 2 of those teams currently in our top 3 who will be 4 Angry Men and Geek Fam. And then we have 2 of the teams outside and just barely outside of the top 3 with FaZe and IHC. Strong performances, tons of damage coming out of those players, Seven, and that's going to be a huge factor today.
It is, because now we're going to be looking at the stolen elims, and this is crazy, by the way, for Rejects to actually have 19 stolen eliminations. That's about 38% of their total eliminations. So you're telling me that every single time they get at least 3 elims, one of those is going to be stolen. And then we have Geek Fan. We know how aggressive they can be. I actually expected their number to be a lot higher. Same with 4 Angry Men. And then last but not least, we have FaZe Clan. This is a team that's actually trying to push for that 3rd place. I'm pretty sure today they're going to be looking to possibly, and I know it's very unlikely, but try to double that 14 stolen elims, because that every point, Glitter, is going to matter today. We have seen it come down to just 1 point. Sometimes we've seen it come down to a tiebreaker. These teams need to make sure that if they do knock somebody, they eliminate them.
Yeah, and that's going to apply to 2 different bubbles today, if you will, right? We're obviously going to be keeping our eyes firstly on the top 3 right now. That's Geek Fam, 4 Angry Men, and Reject, if you guys weren't here for that, because we want to see who gets the golden ticket that Jukes was talking about. There are teams hot on their heels. I mean, IHC right behind them, FaZe right behind them, and the entire middle pack is separated by so few points that any chicken dinner that goes into the column for any of those teams will completely shake up our standings. And then there's a second bubble, which is who will at least just barely make it through to the survival stage. We're looking at that 4 through 11, and right outside of that is more teams that have had insanely strong performances, and one good Xavier game can knock your Game Lords out. It's so close today, Seven. I don't know how it's going to play out.
Yeah, and some teams are going to be coming in with at least a little bit of cushion, and I'm actually going to be talking about Geek Fam. They played so well yesterday, and they took major advantage of 4 Angry Men not having one of the best performances, that they were able to create at least a bit of a cushion one, which ended up showing you that overall. That's why I'm thinking 4 Angry Men are going to have to come out super strong. We're going to have to see that day 2 that we saw out of them, which was super impressive. And if anything leads to anything, I mean, we saw last week what kind of performance one team was able to do, and we've been talking about it. Well, let's show it to you here. You can see there, Geek Fam first place, 205 points. 4 Angry Men there in second place with 179. And what's crazier here is from 3rd place all the way down, you can't really see it right now, but all the way down to 9th place, Glitter, they're only separated by 24 points, and any team can definitely get that amount of points in just one game. It just comes down who's going to cancel each other out.
Easily. And you can also see the play styles reflected in their points. Some people have higher placement points, others have higher elims, and we keep talking about that aggression. Geek Fam has been crushing it with that aggression. I want to see them continue that because you know that 4 Angry Men is going to be trying to at least beat the points that Geek Fam have to give themselves a little bit of cushion because they're not that far above Reject, and Reject needs to protect themselves from everyone below them. But you were talking about how close it is all the way down to 9th, and then when we look at 11th through 12th, DXavier is only 4 points behind Gamelord to try and make their way back into that safety area to make it through to the survival stage. So, I mean, and to be fair, I can't even really count out Genesis Dogma GIDS because they closed out the day yesterday with a chicken dinner to even get themselves into 13th place. If they get another chicken dinner, they're now right on par with DXavier. So it's just pure insanity. And we have a little bit of a points breakdown here for some of our squads, and this is a lot of those teams that are in the middle of the pack. You've got BESIKTAS up there, you've got FaZe, we've got IHC and GK. Now, one of the biggest things that I see when I look at this 7 is everybody minus GK is insanely volatile in their consistency. Tons of up and down. And today, that's going to be the scariest part, okay? GK kept themselves super consistent yesterday. They actually had a pretty strong performance. They didn't fall outside of the top 10 placement-wise all day, and that consistency can just be enough to keep themselves where they want to be, where if any of those other teams don't perform, they instantly fall out of the running.
Definitely can. And what was crazy too, you could see some of the teams, whenever some of the other teams would spike up, the other ones were spike down, taking advantage of that. And then we were talking about it, Gamelords and DXavier. I mean, we saw DXavier being able to put up a great performance. And what's crazy here is that all the stats are pretty much identical, and this is through 3 days so far. What's crazier though, if we go back to yesterday, Gamelord was actually able to outpoint DXavier by a lot of points, by 18 points, which that can be a lot coming into the last day. But you mentioned it too, they have to watch out for those teams that are towards the bottom. I mean, Genesis Dogma GIDS, you said it perfectly. They finished off the win, and they finished off the not just like a regular win with 4 eliminations. They were able to get 11 eliminations, and that is massive because they put themselves in a place where they can maybe now strike for that 11th place. And now they have to, the other teams have to worry about Furious Gaming, Team FALCONS, and the last place Team NSR, because they can also try to place that spoiler role, Hot Jukes. I mean, we see that over and over again. We see those hot drops. Any teams need to watch out for those 3 teams at the bottom because it's about to get spicy, and I'm pretty sure it's going to get spicier right off the bat.
Oh, they're going to be a huge problem because let's be real, they don't have a chance in hell pretty much of making it anywhere at this point. So they could do whatever they want today. They can have fun. They can say, hey, let's just hot drop that squad that, you know, shot our boxes, 3 weeks ago. Or maybe, we were having lunch and this guy looked at me the wrong way. So let's go and hot drop him and try to take him out early and punish him. I mean, literally, everybody right now in that lobby while they're in Malaysia are looking at those squads and saying, hey, guys, how are y'all doing? Start telling them all their problems, anything they could do to get them on their side today, 7.
Yeah.
What would you do?
I don't think it'll be that deep that they looked at them the wrong way on lunch, but I think it might come down to them seeing a team, especially the teams at the bottom. They got nothing to lose. They might see a team right away, and they might just try to send it. I mean, we saw yesterday Furious Gaming going after 4 Angry Men. They were able to win that fight. Now, Furious Gaming, knowing that, they might want to take that fight again. And then we saw some crazy plane pass yesterday as well that were forcing teams to land in weird locations. I'm thinking about Gamelord with Geek Fam, when Geek Fam and they are actually pretty much eliminating 2 players. That can be massive for a team that's currently fighting to stay there within those top 11 places. Now, talking about the teams to watch, I'm going to be looking at TEM Entertainment. They had a great performance yesterday. They're currently in 9th place, and I feel like this could be a team that could possibly make that push for the 3rd place. DXavier, I'm hoping that they are able to outperform Gamelord, because if not, Gamelord is going to be able to just keep that point gap. And NSR, I mean, I said it earlier, Glitter, they're just going to be trying to do something for their highlights.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, I'm keeping my eyes on Reject's 3rd place right now. They're right on the cusp of that safety zone, and too many teams are close behind them, possibly be able to catch up. FaZe closed out the day well, but they were one of those teams on the points breakdown that were super volatile with their inconsistency. So that's something that could come back to bite them in the end. I want to see how they manage that. And like you said, DXavier, right on the outside of that survival stage bubble. I want to see them push their way back in because they've done so well.
Let's see it, guys. It's about that time. Match number 1 is ready to go. Get hyped, get excited. Let's take it on over our casters to start the day. Zute and Esproxy. You guys heard it on the desk. There's so many different teams to watch out for. So much riding on the line. This is the last week, the last day of these group stages, and we will figure out who's making it to the survival stage, who's going to punch their ticket straight to the finals, and it all comes down to the next 6 matches, X-Proxy.
Ooh, if we were talking about those stages, we were talking about the pressure that is cooking on the last day. Well, here we are. 6 opportunities, 6 maps to now suddenly fill and close that gap that you have between either yourselves in the top 3 placements or yourselves and that survival stage. And like the desk mentioned, you don't. Trust me, you do not want to go to that survival stage. It is going to be even tougher than what we have seen in the last couple of days. So why do that to yourself? Get yourself into the top 3.
Yeah, pitch. The survival stage is... Not only is the survival stage, like the teams in the survival stage are scary, but it's to go from the survival stage back into the finals. It's like the top 4 out of all of the teams getting thrown into the survival stage. Like it's gonna be tough. I mean, every step of the way is tough. Like just all year long. For the teams to get here in the first place, they needed to place like top 2, top 3 from their respective tournaments as well. Like this is just a long grind, all culminating down to this very day. We'll see what happens. First game, Erangel, we are in it, and it is a nice plane path at the very least for most of these teams. No more of that like very southern east to west or west to east where the entire northern section of the map is pretty much blocked off. 4AM here is going to decide to land on military base even with this one. I was thinking 4AM could like land west of Yasnaya, grab some cars and drive over to George Pole, which is where they loot outside of military base, because I feel like they've been struggling, you know, coming in from military base. Almost like 80% of their games so far, either it's being bridge camped or having to rotate so super late because they're so worried about getting bridge camped that they don't manage to find a good position in zone. And we've seen they're a team that actually has really strong rotations when they are able to, you know, take the chance to make those rotations.
And again, like you were talking about, the trouble is coming from those 2 teams that are really just making their rotations all that more impossible. I mean, over to the west, we have GeekFam. Over towards the east, like that zone, we have IHC. And IHC actually rolling on up with a substitute right at the beginning of the day. Alex will be sitting out in place. We have Demo. So that means we have Godless, Zayol, Icy, and Demo. Icy and Demo, we know they've been the duo of danger. I'm going to say it. So an opportunity now for them to really pop off. And IHC, they could start this off on a great footing if they can pick up, 4 angry men making that rotation.
Yeah, definitely so. We'll see how this plays out. Circle is towards the north, and Circle, it's just close enough down to the south that Geek Fam might, you know, be comfortable bridge camping a little bit. We saw yesterday when the Circle was further north, 4AM was still very paranoid about getting bridge camp, but Geek Fam had already left. They actually already rotated way to the north for that very northern circle, and so 4AM essentially was just caught sitting in the blue zone for no real particular reason. Now with this circle being a bit closer down to the south, it could mean Geek Fam, you know, feel comfortable. Hey, circle's right next to us. Let's sit in the blue zone for like 1 or 2 zones. Just wait for 4AM. And VOD review too is so important. They could watch the VOD review back yesterday and saw IHC camped out 4AM, forcing 4AM back to the left side. And then it's almost a mind game, because if 4AM watched the VOD review, they could think of it as like, oh, Geek Fam didn't camp us yesterday. Maybe we can take that left bridge. And Geek Fam will see it and be like, well, that's what they might think now. Now with this new zone, we're going to, you know, psych them out and do camp them. And it's just like, at least me as a competitor, that's what would be going through my mind. You know, it's just like, man, landing military base and just being bridge capped even just once throws in so much, like, you know, it gives you so much, like, question marks in your head, and it gives you so much paranoia that I'd rather see 4AM, you know, drop to the west of Yasnaya and then drive over through George Pole. I do not want to be on military base to start off this match.
Reverse psychology on the battlefield, and we saw it a little bit earlier on. For those of you, we've been reminding you so far, Captain Messi is joining the PUBG Mobile battlefield. So if you want to stand out on the battleground with that Messi football icon set, you can go ahead and grab that right now in PUBG Mobile limited edition, limited time offer, as we like to say. But I agree with you. I mean, that reverse psychology that 4 angry men now have to deal with. Do we go west? Do we go east? That decision all of a sudden goes from a 50-50 to a lot more complicated. It is not as, black and white as it would normally be, because obviously there's a lot more pressure on the line here. They are in second place. They are still in that top 3, but there's a lot more pressure coming through from the bottom side. We had so many teams stepping up yesterday. 4 angry men had a tough day. So hopefully they should be able to make this rotation.
Yeah, I like this adjustment out of 4 AM. They're just going to rotate extremely quickly. Sub 5 minutes. So, and plus, I guess it works out with them for them like plane path wise. They know they're looting before Geek Fam does, because the plane path literally started over military base. So it's like, if we are able to loot first quickly and then also do an extra early rotation, we should be able to get by without Geek Fam fully set up as a 4-man team to bridge camp us. So, very good adjustment out of that. 4 AM, they make it past the bridge, which I feel like if they took any longer, we would have seen Geek Fam, hover 2 players over to the bridge just to see if they could do some sort of bridge camp. But that is completely negated now. 4 AM, they're able to do the 4 AM rotation. We'll see if it works out for them in the coming few minutes, if they'll be able to get a good central circle and work from there. But besides that, 4 AM's really the only team to have made a strong rotation so far. Every other team is more or less looting. Nongshim Red Force made a kind of, split loot around the center of circle, and they've grouped up together. You see them right there on your screen, right next to Genesis, DOGMA, GIDS, also making their rotation. We're heading into the 5-6 minute mark, so this is where we're going to start seeing more teams start moving into the zone.
I do like what Train to Kill are currently running with. They're going to their usual drop side shooting range in Zaverny, which is in the northern part of the zone. Pretty open based on the flight path that we had. A lot of teams chose to drop on early, but then they've got Sandish just doing a little bit of scouting over towards just now, holding that bridge line as well to make sure that they can keep hold of any potential early rotations into the north. It's going to be valuable information for them, also just in terms of potential scouting later on if they want to move closer to center. So Sandish will be locking in that position. Genesis DOGMA, they started off just at the end of yesterday when they were looking so down and out. They completely turned it around and brought in that winner chicken dinner. But now, if there's a potential for an engagement against 4 angry men, it might be a very tough bullet for them to fight, because clearly 4 angry men are back with a vengeance.
Yeah, you see this. 4 AM beat out Genesis DOGMA just by mere seconds for this Sky Hill, Top Hill position. This position very central of circle and also very strong, giving a lot of options to the rest of the map. You can see the sight lines here. They could see multiple power positions that may be clear, or if they want to take it on the next circle shift. So very strong rotation out of 4 AM. Just seconds, difference between Genesis DOGMA having that one and 4 AM taking that one. And Genesis DOGMA, they rotated in from Milta, which is closer to that position than military base, but the plane path started on military base first, and with that fast rotation, it's a domino effect. Now, I'm not saying this is going to impact 4 AM's game, like this is it, like 4 AM's going to win this match now because that just happened, but it will have a rippling effect throughout the course of the game.
And it's good to see 4 angry men, bringing in that adjustment. Like you said, it is the last day. No holds bar. If there was ever a time for you to make a change that you think had an opportunity to make a positive impact on your gameplay, look, I would have wanted it 2 days already, but it's fine. At least bring it in on the last day. At least bring it in for the beginning of these 6 matches. The last potential gauntlet to get you out of a much more difficult survival stage. So great to see those adjustments. Now we can have to wait and see who else is going to be bringing in those adjustments, who else might be bringing in that aggression like we saw from Nongshim Red Force and Genesis DOGMA yesterday. It was a few glimmers of hope. I mean, Nongshim Red Force, I'm still taken back to that engagement with FaZe and just the way in which they took out game loss. They really brought in some great aggression. But if they want to get themselves right now from 16th all the way into 11th and be secured, it is going to be a fight.
Yeah, next circle centers quite beautifully, just smack dab in the middle.
We see a lot of teams making some minute adjustments here. We see 4AM in their vehicles. GK with a huge split on that first circle, which is absolutely fine. Now all of them are in cars to try and probably group up a little bit more. Maybe run a 2-2 rather than a 4-man one-way split. We see VK coming in from the northwest, driving by train to kill. A lot of teams shuffling around. I am imagining we won't see many eliminations for this zone, though, because this zone pretty much, it sets in a way where there's no more question marks to be had. I think the north of that river is pretty much out of play. However, there's still so many territories open for all of these teams to take. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, massive opportunity towards the south as well. The northern side closing down now because of that zone shift. We still have a central band of a lot of the teams trying to get themselves well situated, ready and setting up for a few of those rotations. Potato Hill still open because it's a little bit just towards that southern position. Maybe Geek Fam, we might see them rotating a little bit closer on in. But for now, a little bit of looting needs to happen here. I mean, anything that these teams can get at this moment in time just to help them in the later phases is going to make a massive impact. Falcons, we talked about them off camera. We talked about seeing a little bit more from them. That hesitation that we saw yesterday made a bigger rolling impact on the overall leaderboard. I mean, Geek Fam sitting at the top now off of the back of that 2v4 that was gifted to them into a 4v4. Yeah, yesterday Falcons dropped the ball extremely huge. It led to Geek Fam winning the match. Hopefully Falcons, and not just Falcons, all the other teams just play a bit more aggressive. Not because, we want to see action, but because they literally have to. They have to get these points, especially the teams near the bottom. Teams hovering in the mid-top range also, they don't really have anything to lose. If they're high enough that they're pretty much secured in the survival stage, why not go extra hard for a chance, a shot, right, at making the top 3? So the only teams that, can play a little bit more passive is the teams right around the cutoff for survival, where they don't want to go too aggressive and make a mistake. They just need to do enough to get by and see if the teams below them are playing well or not. I mean, Glissa mentioned it yesterday. We saw that amazing aggression from Geek Fam once again making a statement. But then the worry is that today they might just be playing for keeps, and allowing that might give teams below them that opportunity to catch on up. We were talking about that hesitation. That hesitation of I'm here, I'm in a good position, but what if I make a mistake? What if I don't hit the shot? What if I don't make the right rotation? And that hesitation causes mistakes like we saw with Falcons. It causes, interesting decisions that could later on come back to bite you. Yeah. For the teams near the top of the leaderboard, you can't hesitate, right? The hesitation playing a bit more passive, I would have to say teams near the bottom of the leaderboard hovering in the survival area, I feel like that's more warranted just because the teams below them aren't necessarily heavy hitters, and you don't have to worry as much about okay, we need to maximize every single opportunity we get, right? Next zone does shift out. It goes a little bit further to the southwest here. A lot of teams now rotating. 4AM is going to decide to just hold this compound a little bit off center. Ooh. Still a good position, and yeah, school is smack dab in the center of zone right now. I mean, we are taken back to the hot drops of old school, right in the center of the action. And, well, unsurprisingly, we've already got a few teams that are taking up the classrooms, getting themselves well situated here in the apartments as well. Genesis DOGMA right next to GK Esports. Oh, but BESIKTAS caught lacking, caught out in the open piece. Oh, will they be able to get in? Oh, no. The door. Goodbye. He was stuck on the door for so long. Oh, Geek Fam, 2 of Geek Fam knocked by GK. I don't feel like GK is going to be able to push that, though, because they are sitting very comfortably in the school position, and they are taking shots at everyone right now. A lot of teams forced to go play these shacks, these little small compounds, just to get closer to the center of zone. Geek Fam is in a great spot. So is the Rejects. The Rejects are in the actual, school building, which we've seen in other, PMGC matches, other tournaments from that position in a circle like this. They got so many different options to play with. I mean, if you're talking about those center compounds, again, this is exactly a perfect storm for Rejects. I mean, this is what they love, a compound in center zone, a full 360 view of all of the teams making rotations on in, and now GK and Genesis DOGMA have a similar opportunity. They have a 360 vision. They've got some high ground to work with to catch out a few of those huts and those pockets in the surrounding terrain to really pick up eliminations. So this is a massive, massive opportunity for them to just start chugging those eliminations, start getting those points, start getting themselves closer on the overall leaderboard. BESIKTAS already reduced down to 2 just purely based off that prime positioning.
Oh, FaZe and IHC here. Icy forced to leave. If they can land some shots right there. Good cover fire by Demo in the distance will suppress it just a little bit for Icy to get on out of there. IHC playing from the high ground on the edge side on the south. It looks like FaZe pressuring back a little bit. Oh, Venturas gets a nice mini knock onto Demo. This might not be a full-out push, though, because they'll be having to push out of zone uphill, which is always a little bit risky, even in a 4v3 situation. Plus, the zone's about to shift. Maybe they want priority more on just playing the circle instead. Next circle is about to come out, Proxy. Are we going to get a school ending? Let's see if
Come
it
on,
centers.
please. Give it to us. We need... Well, that's
Nice.
still involved.
Very nice zone for 4 a.m. This is that rotation in the beginning of the match. It's having a rippling effect, and we'll see how it plays out. Rejects with the full send rotation. They might be going for a shack, though. I don't know if they're going to go... Yeah, Rejects once again putting all 4 members into a very central position in a shack. I know I don't like this, obviously, but that has been the Reject style, pretty much. Just go very center into any type of hard compound they can. And in a circle like this, if they can make it in there with like 50 teams surrounding them, essentially that just means no one else could crash them, right? And if anyone does crash them, they're going to have so many other teams shooting at them by the time they open the door. Just one bullet from a 4-man team in the shack will be able to take them out. So it's a very calculated risk. And Rejects, I mean, it could work out for them, honestly, not going to lie.
We'll have to just wait and see if that risk will outweigh the reward or it will be the other way around. Genesis, one of the teams that did send in a few of those shots, didn't quite make a confirmation happen from that, but a translation into a little bit more damage numbers, into a little bit more of an opportunity and information is always going to be good. We can see IHC now still holding that similar position. This time now, unfortunately, forced out of the zone with that next up, that next up shift. So they've got FaZe up ahead of them. We've got Zyol already rotating on back because, yes, the Game Lords have made an appearance, and Godless, goodbye. They moved on in just over Potato Hill.
Yeah. Very good wrapping rotation. Game Lords coming from the west, they're going to wrap down south and then work up north. So it's like a sweeping wrapping rotation. And they just, IHC did not see the one coming at all. IHC was a team on the very edge of zone, so they didn't think they would get flanked. And that flank works out perfectly for the Game Lords team.
FaZe, they are holding just on the outskirts. Yes, a nice little bit of cover that does allow them that spacing in zone, but might even allow them an opportunity to hit a couple of shots here towards the Game Lords. But thankfully, the terrain will block their line of vision. They should be able to wrap in around exactly what IHC have just done, actually. So Game Lords might just end up right behind IHC once again if they don't decide to take on FaZe.
Yeah. 4-man team of FaZe at the compounds would be a tough task for the side of Game Lords to fully engage on. It's going to get a little bit messy on the southern side as, yeah, you have 4-man team of FaZe right next to 4-man team of Game Lords. And, oh, well, okay, they are going to take the fight, and I like this. They're going to take the fight from the ridge right below, which gives them more of an entryway than working from the top straight down. And the fights are starting to go out. Trades back and forth. One down for the sides of Game Lords. One of FaZe already confirmed. But here comes the wrapping flanks around with Akashi. Great use of the vehicle to get more info, to get some distractions going onto the FaZe side. The mollies are good. Game Lord gets re-knocked right there. And IHC, they hear all the commotion. They're coming in and joining in on the party. It's a 3-way fight.
Oh, massive opportunity now for IHC to take out both of the threats that have been following them all the way from Potato Hill. An opportunity to take out FaZe, an opportunity to take out Game Lords. It has to be taken now. We can see that finish coming on through. Game Lords at least allowing themselves to escape with one, but IHC now immediately turning their focus here towards FaZe Clan. A few nades being sent on out, trying to clear those lobbies. Icy going in already, looking for that opportunity. The double spray down is there. They find the one, nearly the second. Where's the follow-up? Here it is. FaZe, goodbye.
Wow, Nongshim actually Notion Red Force from downhill catches the last stray bullet into the FaZe team, and FaZe goes out. IHC, they picked up 2 eliminations though. Very good for them. The circle has shifted once again, pretty much centering right onto 4AM. Geek Fam, you see in the distance, making a play of full send right onto BESIKTAS. I think BESIKTAS only has like 1 player there. BESIKTAS down to 2. There is some crossfire support. Meanwhile, in the school, things are definitely heating up as these school apartments are getting tighter and tighter, filled with more and more players.
Free real estate for who right now? Everyone looking for an apartment here. It is the absolute massive sale of the century. You get an apartment, you get a couple eliminations as well if you can kick it. BESIKTAS down to 1 as Geek Fam have made that rotation on end, picking up great points. But again, in the center is that looming threat. We have 4 angry men. They have the compounds to do this. They have the compounds to now take that 360 vision, and they will just be treated to a slurry of eliminations that they can go ahead and steal.
Yeah, we'll see how much 4AM can actually do though. So far they only have 1 elimination. That position, though very strong, it's difficult because there's a lot of hard cover that they're pretty much essentially shooting at. Not too much open terrain space that teams will be pushing into. Not yet, at least. Notion Red Force getting very aggressive. Look at the positioning out of Notion. They had IHC completely surrounded. This is a night and day difference out of Notion Red Force. And I guess when your back is this far up against the wall, you play a little bit different. They're playing like sharks right now. 4 eliminations for them right now, taking out IHC, the 4th ranked team. Both FaZe and IHC, the top contenders to break into that top 3, already out early.
I love it. Notion Red Force, like you said, like sharks circling their prey. And IHC unfortunately falling to that. Furious Gaming stepping on up, but an immediate trade back will slow things down. Milovan down to a sliver of HP, Trigger down to half, and now a res needs to happen as well. They just need to take some time, they need to regroup, and they need to rethink the strategy because they are out in the open. We can see TEM Entertainment now moving on up. FALCONS also hitting into Furious Gaming. They are caught in a sandwich, reduced to 1. TEM Entertainment now also has an opportunity here towards 4 angry men, at least, just for information.
Things are definitely heating up here. I want to see the TEM Entertainment of that Miramar match we saw yesterday. Now, sweeping down from that north side is probably not the play. Because, yeah, even though they have high ground advantage, they're looking at a full Falcons team looking right up into the open on the ridge side. They're going to have to probably wait another circle to see exactly what they do. But on the next circle shift, there is a chance for them to get very aggressive. Furious Gaming down to 1, Falcons with 4 up. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, there are 3 teams stacked in the school apartment buildings. That full send by the rejects looking good for now because they're staying alive with 4, pretty much dead in the center. Most likely will get the next circle. Next circle does shift through the midst of all this chaos, and it shifts away from TEM Entertainment. It pulls a little bit to the western side.
I was just getting excited because I was going to say Notion Red Force leading with the eliminations, but now that zone is blessing the team that has been putting on the pressure. Falcons going down to an explosion. Powerful now needing to head on in for the recovery. They're down to only 2 members still standing, and this is an opportunity. Surely we go on in, we take Furious Gaming. Let's go ahead and take out Falcons.
Yeah, TEM Entertainment doing TEM Entertainment things, pulling right up onto Falcons. This team, I definitely have to say, one of the most entertaining teams to watch. They have grown so much over the past few days. The first 2 days, they were nowhere to be seen, like hovering near last place. And then, just yesterday, we see a complete switch, a complete 180, and we're still seeing that. TEM Entertainment dominating 5 eliminations. Meanwhile, things at the school apartments just getting messier and messier as everybody loses the zone here. Forced to eject a GK. They lose 2 exiting, and they're probably going to lose more trying to rotate out of this. They're going to stop for a second to get the revives in. Blue zone is them down. They have 2 buggies. They're going to have to drive into the minefield, the firing field of everybody. Geek Fam with the zone, seeing what shots they could take here. Notion from Red Force is trying to stay alive using those covers, and there's TEM Entertainment over the top on the road in the complete open, looking for more. This team looking so good right now.
Oh, the confidence that's coming through from these teams. We haven't had an opportunity to really shout about TEM Entertainment nor Geekay Esports. And unfortunately, we were talking about that hut, that rotation. Now look who's putting up the damage numbers. It is going to be Rejects holding the line, helping out Geek Fam here as they get those confirmations off of the bat of a very heavy hitting rotation that Geekay Esports actually had to make in the crosshairs of Genesis DOGMA, who've been picking up eliminations. Nongshim Red Force, though, out in the blue, out in the open. And for how much longer will they be out in the lobby?
Yeah, just a little bit high on those shots by Reiji there. Reiji Oko. I also like what RC is doing with the Rejects team. They're keeping one smoke to block the sightlines, and they have one player outside on the shack, so they're not just completely sitting there doing nothing. Definitely trying to find whatever opportunities they can. 4AM so far has secured 5 eliminations from that center compound, taking shots at everybody, so good job stealing eliminations probably. Meanwhile, TEM Entertainment continue on their push. They're not just on the road anymore. They're pushing a bit further in to find the finish onto Nongshim Red. Nongshim Red down to 1 or 2 players. Bevy drives right by, gets the info on where the last 2 players are. They need to be a little bit careful because they are extremely close and grouped up. And once those smokes are gone, yeah, 4 AM, everybody, Rejects, they'll have clear sightlines onto TEM Entertainment, so they got to finish that quick. They do get the finish onto Nongshim Red Force, and that is TEM Entertainment up to 7 eliminations and the next circle as well. So they secure their circle and some more eliminations all in one fell swoop. Got to get those smokes down, readjust their vehicles, make sure they have the hard cover set up.
But what's even crazier, as we lost Nongshim Red Force, we also lost Vivo Keyd to Genesis DOGMA GIDS, who are reigning on high with 7 eliminations right behind them. It is, of course, we can see the 4 Angry Men and Geek Fam who've been picking up eliminations, picking up those points. TEM Entertainment now caught on out from the eastern side. They've got a few bits of cover, but look at the snipes just holding on to the pressure line. They're making sure that they are keeping a very good hold on the pulse of TEM Entertainment. They do not want them to continue on, and why would you? Because they have just been on fire.
Yeah, man, look everybody looking at TEM Entertainment right now. Yeah, this spot was it was a great job by TEM Entertainment though to finish that fight by the time they did, so they could have some reprieve to set down smokes, to really readjust themselves behind those trees to stay alive. Circle has shifted in a way where Genesis DOGMA GIDS now the only team to really force to make a move. Train to Kill, meanwhile, has been slowly getting cut down on the north side, just trying to hope for some slight type of circle luck where they don't have to move out into the open, but it does not seem that way. Genesis DOGMA edging into the next zone. Very well played, because there is really nothing much they could do any further. They're just crossing into even deeper firing lines from everybody else. Rejects still with 4. That shack rotation paying off. Very good rotation out of the Rejects team, even as 4. Going to be trying to lay some nades down onto Genesis DOGMA. Rejects with 4. 4AM also with 4. The only 2 4-man teams left on this match. Of course, Geek Fam does have 3 on that southern side. You see the winner chicken dinner predictions. That's mostly based off of how many players are left alive from each team now. Oh, 4AM getting a bit aggressive. Trying to get some points there. And that is TEM Entertainment out. Ching Chen, he finds the nade. He gets the point. Wait, hold on a sec. 4AM maybe trying to find too much ground. One of them go down here to the Rejects team. Next circle shifts, and it pretty much gives everyone the zone. Genesis DOGMA forced to move just a little bit here.
Regis riding high now with 4 players, the best team in the scenario with the most amount of numbers, and now they have an opportunity to pick up the eliminations. Geek, they're holding the line. We had 4 Angry Men trying to split their focus between the Rejects, between TEM Entertainment. They managed to take out TEM Entertainment, but now, like you said, they're out in the open. They've given up some of their cover, and now Genesis DOGMA have given up their position, running on high. 4 Angry Men, only with 2.
Yeah, Rejects got a nice grenade there. Good Shell's going to be forced to try and go for a revive. One player does go down. That might be the full push. That might be the sign for the Rejects to go even more aggressive here. Rejects, is this the time for them to finally go extremely aggressive? We don't see the Rejects team go this hard, but we saw yesterday they were able to pull it off in an isolated fight, and it looks like they're just about to do that. The shots are good. Good Shell desperately trying to get knocked back. He will go down, spraying a little bit too much. Savan was managed to get revived though. Reiji down extremely low. He will get the first aid off. Rejects applying really strong pressure here, but Geek Fam, they're getting into the mix of things in perfect time to give 4AM some support. A good nade, and just like that, the reject push is slowed down. We might actually get just slowed down enough to stalemate, but oh, Geek Fam with another opening. Geek Fam, however, they can't push over the top because that gives 4AM the opening sightlines right onto Geek Fam. You might see a stalemate. One of the rejects players do go down. Justice probably will not be able to get revived. 4AM down to 3. Geek down to 3 as well. A good trade, a good knockback to stop some pressure, but an even better nade out of Yuhai.
Oh, it is just disgusting. Geek Fam jumping in at the matter of second. That 4 angry men needed that support. They needed a little bit of time just to refresh, reset themselves. Now they're back up to 3. We've got Geek Fam up with 3 as well, but the rejects have been reduced to only 1 standing member, and bam, they're out of the count. We are looking at a 3v3 for that first winner-winner chicken dinner of the last day of group stages.
Wait a sec. Isn't this the top 3 teams? This is the top 3 teams going down in a top 3 showdown in 3 ways. Unfortunately, Rejects is the first team to bow out, which it leaves the top 2 teams now in a straight up 3v3. This is first place and second place, and the third place team win out in third place. What better way to start off the finals? It is not going to be easy for any of these top 3 teams to try and take first place position. They are slugging it out back and forth right now. Trades going onto the side of the Geek Fam team, and oh, 4AM just like that on the back foot. It is down to a 2v1. Will he manage to get the first aid off? He does. 1v2 situation for Good Xiao. They get the confirmation on another. A stun grenade coming out. Yuhai and Snipes. Good Xiao backed into a corner. Good Xiao also getting stunned right back there. Readjusting his position. Moving around here. And both Yuhai pop up. Taking some shots. Nice synergy there. Good Xiao with the M249. He's got the bullets to take down too, but can he do it? Oh, then the final push out of the Geek Fam team.
No way.
That is first place securing first place, second place securing second place, third place securing third place. Nothing kind of changes besides the fact, well, I mean, Geek Fam will pull a little bit further ahead, but that's with 4AM getting second, and that's with Rejects getting third. The top 3 juggernauts coming in swinging on the last day. There's no better way to start off this first match of the final day.
Honestly, what are the chances? What are the opportunities that Rejects had to not only stay alive for as long as they did, but to chime on in, to put that pressure on the side of 4 angry men, forcing them into a corner, and then Geek Fam just deciding at that very moment, okay, well, we're a little bit tired of Rejects. Yeah, goodbye. Yeah, you're going out right now. Man, oh man, you want to talk about the opportunities, the chances of that actually happening. Our top 3 taking the top 3 placements in their exact current positions? Come on.
Yeah, oh man. This is great. This is great. And we also got to see some teams towards the bottom stepping up, right? Nongshim Red Force looking like they're going to be an aggressive team today, and it's working for them. TEM Entertainment continue to do what we saw them do yesterday. So it's all across the board, right? The top looking extremely strong. The teams near the bottom or trying to break into that survival stage also switching things up, looking strong as well. But the first game will go to the first place team. Geek Fam pulling out an amazing chicken dinner to start off the day. It's Geek Fam to win the first game today in the last final day for Group Yellow. They got the flag on their back. Just give this squad the watch already. Put it on their wrists because they are dominating here to start. 7.
All the I would say all the 3 teams at the top sending pretty much a message to everybody trying to catch up to them. GeekFan 16 eliminations, 4 Angry Men 10 eliminations, and even though Reject was only able to get 2 eliminations, Glitter, they were able to secure that 3rd place and those extra placement points.
Yeah, and somehow every team that was behind them in the standings didn't do well. And as we take a look to the head-to-head now between Yuhai and Svan, I mean, this is just 10. We talked about this when we were watching the casters kind of wrap up the end of the game 7. 10 elims onto Yuhai, but over almost identical damage, over 1,160 damage for 4 Angry Men. 18 throwables for Yuhai though, over 50% contribution to the squad. And when we saw that individual breakdown, it was 7 knocks and 10 elims, where everybody else on Geek Fam had a 3 for 3. So he was putting some extra work too, Yuhai was.
We're talking about those stolen elims. It's coming into play.
Poof. Yep. It's so crazy. I didn't think we were going to see a lot of them here. I think people would be just so antsy to go and get those finishes. But what could you do? There's nothing you can really do when you see these squads pulling out plays like this. By the way, guys, this is the fan vote leaderboard when you guys go into the game. So far, unchanged. But man, I think...
What do you mean unchanged?
What do you mean unchanged?
Wait, 4 a.m. Oh my gosh. 4 a.m. is now up on the leaderboard in 4th place. Jeez Louise, I don't know what my eyes are doing today, but now I could see. I could see, Glitter. Jeez.
Listen,
Finally.
it was deserved. Okay, it's deserved right now after that performance. I mean, yes, Geek Fam came out on top, but we were talking about this while we were watching the game. Geek Fam and 4am were going elim for elim. They were matching each other all the way up until the end. I mean, it was such an even, well-fought battle. We saw how even the stats were between their top 2 players. Almost identical damage. They came to play, okay? We knew today was going to be hard.
Go!
And they came to play.
Woo-wee! Hey guys, by the way, if you're enjoying the show, if you want to go ahead and just give us a little bit of feedback, go ahead and take the survey right now. It always helps to make the show just a little bit better than it was before. That's what it's all about here, man. And I'll tell you what can you really ask for when you have players playing like the way they have been, teams really just dominating. It's so crazy to see just the 2 of the top squads right off the rip. Geek Fam and 4am saying, we're not messing around here. We do not want to go to the survival stage. Let's get it done, and let's see just how these overall rankings have been switched up after game number 1. Ooh. Geek Fam sitting real pretty here, 7.
236 points for them, being able to create that 35-point gap, a big cushion for them. And for 4 Angry Men as well, they're going to be able to create a gap for Rejects. Rejects was not a team that was able to get a lot of elims in that last one. I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking to change that, because I actually see what was actually surprising, Glitter. Nongshim Red Force, the last place team and the team that I was warning everybody about, ended up eliminating IHG Esports. A lot of the other teams need to keep an eye out for that. And Genesis GIDS, I know this is one of our, we might start to get on this train, because they're starting to make a push there for 11th place.
This is huge. We literally said at the top of the show that there was a possibility that if Genesis GIDS came back with a strong performance, it would skyrocket them up the leaderboards. Now, it wasn't a chicken dinner, but it was very strong. They are now very close to D Xavier, who's still close to Game Lord, who's still close to Vivo Keyd. So now all of those 4 teams are kind of fighting within themselves to try and make sure they stay within that top 11. And heading into Miramar, we have some Miramar specialists. We talked about this yesterday. And after the performances that we saw out of our top teams, who also, some of those top teams happen to be some of our Miramar specialists, this is going to be a scary map.
Oh my goodness. I mean, we got Miramar next. We got Sandhawk right after. I couldn't be more excited. Take a look here at the drops for these squads. I have a feeling, 7, that this is not going to be correct here in this game. What do you think?
I have a feeling that I'm going to be agreeing with you, because I would be shocked if one of the bottom teams decides not to try to push on somebody. Or maybe the other teams that are trying to catch up. I mean, For Rejects, they played that perfectly, right? They ended up in 3rd place. They're currently in 3rd place as well in the overall. If I'm 4th through 8th, I'm going to be looking at, okay, we cannot allow that to happen. We can't allow them to get those easy points. Reject played that perfectly for what they need to do. They got the points that they needed to get. They went into a small shack. You could hear Sute kind of scratching his head saying, I don't like that play, but it might work. And he ended up working out for him. So I'm pretty sure the other teams are going to be looking to shut that down.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to. That's the thing, is like at a certain point, no matter what you do, if you are below the Rejects and you start seeing them get good points, especially right here, all the teams are going to look at each other and be like, they got to go out or it's over 7.
Yeah, and I'm going to be looking at these teams to watch. TEM Entertainment, I was actually really surprised and happy at the third party that they were able to do on Furious Gaming and Team Falcons, but that last rotation didn't end up working out for them. I'm hoping that they can change the rotation to a little bit more of a middle of the circle rotation, what the top 3 teams are currently doing. Genesis, DOGMA, GIDS, I mean, I already said what I had to say about them. They're currently in an upward trend while the other teams are on a downward trend. And Rejects, I was happy with what they did there. Not an aggressive team glitter, but they got the points that they needed to get.
Yeah, they did what they needed to do, and like we had said, they did it in a game where somehow the next 1, 2, 3, 4 teams under them didn't get the points they needed to close the gap. If anything, those gaps were increased. So Genesis, DOGMA, GIDS also on my list, obviously, because now they are seriously in the running for that top 11 bubble. But then I'm looking back at the top. Geek Fam, 4am, coming out of the gate with insane gameplay, aggression that we were hoping for, and creating a bigger gap between themselves and everybody else below them. And I want to see what they do with that on Miramar.
Oh, we're about to find out right now. We're heading on over to Miramar. Get ready for match number 2, everybody. Let's take it on over to our casters.
The games could not have gotten any better until the final day. The top teams hitting it strong to start off the day. The teams, fighting for that survival stage also showing up. It is looking like we're in for a treat today, and we still got 5 matches left as Proxy. Look, we mentioned it, at the beginning of this week. Hotrix was like, listen, I have a feeling it's going to go down to the wire. It's going to go down to that last possible map that these teams are going to have to push. They're going to have to push it to the end, because right now it is just so close and contentious that anyone at any point in time can take you out of your slot. So if you are dropping the ball now, well, I got a surprise for you. There's going to be a very, very quick couple of games where these teams are just going to jump on up and perform better than they ever have this week. Here's the thing that I'm looking at right now. So IHC is in 4th place with 164, right? IHC, a team that we keep talking a lot about. FaZe Clan is in 6th place at 160, tied with GK at 160, right? But here's the kicker. TEM Entertainment is at 155. Ooh. Less than 10 points away from IHC in 4th place. There may be a world where all of a sudden the TEM Entertainment team will be the next team that we're really keeping an eye out for breaking into the top 3. Now, yes, it's a little bit of a stretch of ways, right? Because top 3 did create a little bit of a gap. Rejects sitting at 178 to IHC's 164. So that is, more of a bigger gap for TEM Entertainment to catch up on. But man, TEM Entertainment, just starting from yesterday, towards the later half of yesterday, we were starting to see some great stuff, really hyping them up. And then coming into today, they didn't get the best of circles, but they literally played it the best as possible, in my opinion. That any team, from their position could probably, even the best team in the world could probably only do as much as the way TEM Entertainment played it. So it's I'm rooting for that team. I want that team to be potential for top 3. I mean, we saw it happening yesterday, the second match of a day, which happens to be this one right now, happens to be Miramar. They picked up that winner chicken dinner with what? 11 eliminations. That was a 26 points a game. So yes, there is a current gap. Yes, there is a bit of an opportunity now, but they have what it takes. If they continue on this pacing, then I could be seeing that world that you were just talking about. I could be seeing that TEM Entertainment in top 3, and I could be seeing Game Lords now in an early engagement here with Vivo Keyd.
Yeah, this is a hot drop at a very random compound. The plane path we didn't even touch on was very far eastern, so a lot of teams stretching to the west are finding themselves in an engagement. Vivo Keyd here, already down one player. And, I mean, not much weapons to go around here. I'm not even sure if everyone has weapons. Seems like Vivo Keyd, one of their players, forced to use a shotgun, but close range, that could work out for them. It looks like everyone else on Game Lord, though, has the weapons to close out this fight. One of the Vivo Keyd players also already left in a buggy. I'm pretty sure he's not coming back either, because no weapons. It's looking like a 4v2 situation. An SKS and a shotgun. And, Robs from the side takes down the top player. It all comes down Cielo. Cielo with a shotgun. No armor, no helmet. Nothing much he could work with against the 4 players of Game Lords.
I mean, at the very least, that shotgun can pop on off and give someone a bit of a surprise. And there it is. Now Valor will go down. But, I mean, just with the numbers that they're running, it's a 4v1. I mean, for every trade that you're going to get, there's going to be 3 other players to trade you. So, yeah, look, in that situation, not really a lot that they could have done. Adrian with the buggy, looks like they did try and circle on back. There was a bit of time that they had that indecision saying, oh, maybe I can make it. I got a weapon now. Maybe I can make it back in time. But Game Lords just, this is what we were talking about. The fact is we're not seeing that hesitation. Game Lord is not giving them enough time to recover. It's not giving them enough time to even loot up at the very least. So that is fantastic because that has been the crushing point and crushing aspect for so many teams in the last couple of days. So get rid of it. Let's get some points. Let's get that aggressive energy back.
Now you see Adrian here trying to cause some trouble for Game Lord, and there is a very good reason. These two teams are probably the 2 teams near the bottom of the survival stage that want to engage in each other if they get the chance. Game Lord's at 11th, the cutoff point. Vivo Keyd is in 10th. So these are literally the 2 teams just clinging to dear life for survival. And the fact that they dropped on each other, just pure happenstance right there. And yeah, Adrian, for good reason. If that was any other team besides Game Lord, Adrian might have, just tried to find a place in zone, played solo, but they know they need to hurt this team. They can't let Game Lord pass them up, knock them down to 11th, and then DXavier or even Genesis DOGMA have a decent game, and then they're out of it, right? So, man, this is the 10th and 11th team fighting each other right there off the beginning of the game.
What is with today's probability? We had our top 3 taking the top 3 placements in a wrangle. We've had our teams that are literally right next to each other on the overall leaderboard drop on top of each other. It is just, again, it's happenstance. It's coming through from that flight path in that zone. So yes, there's a few choices that had to be made off the cuff. But what are the chances of this actually happening? It's beautiful, but I agree with you. Just that 200 IQ, just that understanding of your current situation and to make that call, that aggression, that understanding that, like, listen, we have to go for it. We have to go aggressive. We have to see what we can get away with at this point in time, because if we don't, we might not even make it to the survival stage.
Yeah. We're about 6 minutes in now. Teams are starting to rotate. Very western circle given the eastern plane path. But it seems like teams are going to rotate in here quite nicely. Besides that little hot drop, everyone else pretty much lands uncontested. They can loot where they want. You see FaZe Clan near the center, and Picado, they can make their rotation in. GK in a strong position as well. Pretty much right smack dab in the center. Now, this map is still pretty much divided between the North Hemisphere, which is now mostly low ground, and then you get the high ground mountaintops around Power Grid. And then if it goes south, well, a southern circle shift will be trouble for everyone. Then you're heading into the Chumacera region, right, where it's just all mountainous terrain. We'll probably know in the second circle where we're going to go. In the middle, the flat grounds. North, high ground, but not too difficult. And then in the south, a lot of high ground, more difficult to navigate and rotate around.
Being treated once again to a little bit of that western action on Miramar. At least it's not going as south as what we've seen in the past, but still some very, very interesting opportunities here. Montenuevo, a little bit lackluster for the likes of IHC, but again, that flight path didn't allow for it. So they are actually heading on in from Al Azhar. We've got Rejects A little bit closer once again to center. Finding a few points of interesting information. Trying to find out where they can get themselves well situated. Closer and closer to the Chumacera region. And they've been very interesting for me. Again, like you said, the standard for rejects is to take that dash into center. And they've been making it work more times than not in the last couple of days. Yes, there's been a few, points of RNG to talk about, but they're at least bringing in the eliminations. They're bringing in the points, which right now, for them to secure third place, is all they really need to do.
I really love it. Thinking back to the day one of the very first game, they've stuck true to their plan. They've just cleaned it up, adapted, and figured it out. Because on the very first day, they did a similar mad dash, but they ended up losing 2 players, and they go out in last place with 0 points. That's how they started this tournament. 0 placement points, 0 elimination points. The first team to be taken out, and the team that looked like they were doing the messiest, sloppiest rotation. Now, they're still doing those crazy, quote-unquote crazy rotations, but it has been cleaned up so much, and it's been like much more calculated, and they're keeping their players up, and now they find themselves up in the top 3, continuing with their game plan from day number 1, game number 1. They just fixed it all up, so very good evolution out of the Rejects team there.
This is what we have to expect. It's PMGC. You have to step it up here, or well, when are you going to step it up? This is the end point. This is the last opportunity. So, Genesis DOGMA, also another team from Erangel that I was really impressed with. I mean, the aggression they brought on in, they really gave Geekay Esports a run for their money. They took down so many players in that chaos of school that I'm feeling like they've, revitalized something. They've clearly changed up the tactic. They've, identified what has been the crux of their fall down in the last couple of days, and they're here to change it up as well. Will they be able to do it in time?
Yeah, next circle shifts out. This is going to be a fun one. That church position that Nongshim Red Force holds is in the smack center, but that leaves a lot of Chumacera in zone, which teams will probably have to start defaulting to. The north side, probably only like 30% in zone. So teams here, like 4 a.m., chances are they're going to have to move uphill past that church position at some point, which is going to get extremely deadly. All the teams on the north side, they got to pray and hope the circle shifts back north, because anywhere else down south, it's an uphill battle for all the teams involved.
Like you said, defaulting to that region of Chumacera, having yourself set up earlier on rather than later, because it's going to be tough later on. Right now, for Angry Men, they've picked up at least a knock towards the side of Nongshim Red Force, actually, who are closer to center than they are. So it is just going to be a knock. I believe a red should just be around the corner. And, I mean, for Angry Men, they don't have any reason to force that. I mean, look at what kind of a distance they would have to travel to take that on. That's, no, ridiculous. It's just a warm welcome to Nongshim Red Force in the center.
Taking a look at our top 3 teams, right? 4 a.m. out of all the teams, probably in the toughest position. Rejects is definitely in the best position, just east of that church position that Nongshim has. Rejects have like somewhat of a high ground to work with. They have a lot of spacing around them that they can create from that high ground, and they, most importantly, they have vision. So if the circle shifts off them, they'll have a better idea of where to go. GEEK Fam, the first place team, well, they're coming in from the edge way in the north, which is their specialty. It's hard to say how good their positioning is because they're not even in the zone. But we know how Geek Fam does. We know how they play. So they might be able to figure something out here. Falcons on the north pressuring them out, forcing them around the other side. At least that's what Falcons hope they're doing. They might just be drawing the attention of Geek Fam, though, looking for an isolated fight. Geek Fam still coming in onto the zone. IHC, meanwhile, our 4th place team, all the way in the northeast, also coming in from the edge.
There's a lot of opportunities. GK have really stepped it up again. I mean, it's not exactly in what we were expecting from day number 1. The standard that they set for themselves in that day, I feel like it's going to be extremely hard-pressed to try and match that energy with everyone else now stepping up as well. But that consistency has given them a current 5th place finish, and they are pretty close to center right alongside Genesis DOGMA, who we know they would love to get a little bit of revenge on. Genesis DOGMA was nearly single-handedly the reason they couldn't make that rotation, and now we shift up just a little bit more north. So like you said, those teams that were hoping and praying to the zone blessed gods that they have that little bit of a northern approach as well into this next phase, they will be gifted that.
Yeah, that's a really good circle. I actually like this shift just so, because if it shifts down, I feel like we'll just head into so much chaos of teams just
pretty much losing the fact that they have to go uphill, right, into those such difficult positions to breach. Now that it have shifted north, it gives a chance for the teams on the high ground to work their way in with a decent enough advantage, and it gives the teams on the north a chance to just, sit there and not have to suicide their way uphill. So in a way, everything has become 50-50. And we'll probably see that being echoed by the amount of teams, amount of players that's going to remain alive as well with this circle shift. This is going to start gearing up for a very exciting, chaotic end zone. 4 a.m., of course, just getting blessed once again here. But 4 a.m., they really need to take these blessings and fully execute on it if they want to steal away first place from Geek Fam. We saw a little bit of that Rejects action earlier on. They did send Reggie in to scout out what Train to Kill were doing, and that was when Train to Kill was still together. Now, Train to Kill have actually taken a 2-2 split, and the entirety of Rejects have regrouped on that 2 of Train to Kill that Reggie was scoping out earlier on. So maybe they're planning something. They would love to have a little bit of compound action in the center. Lamborghini would have loved to hit that shot, but instead will be not pleasantly surprised, not at all pleasantly surprised with a lot of damage to deal with. But they're holding on. I mean, they're coming on in. Xavier, we know they're fighting for that position in the survival stage. I believe that was Mika that fired back the accuracy. That was a double headshot. That helmet, that was not just one headshot. That was a double headshot with a Scar L that Mika fired back on. Mika, I believe he's still the top elimination leader for the entirety of this tournament. Mika, such a strong force to be reckoned with. And we can see a glimpse right there. Like, why? Why does he have the most eliminations? Well, he just hits the shots. Double headshot from distance. And Yuhai as well, nailing the player of Xavier. Xavier, this team, this is the team closest to the cutoff for survival stage, and they are not really finding any luck. They lose a player, a flush. At this point, when they have control of this west and the zone's about to pop out, that's a big blunder right there. Again, you want to just give the space where necessary. You do not want to give anything away for free at this point in time, and especially getting your team thinned out at this point of the game when you still have to make such a heavy rotation in. They're on the outskirts. They're one of the teams that took that gamble for Chumacera, and now they need to potentially run down a mountain. We'll have to wait and see with that next zone shift. Yep, it does center up, so they do need to rotate down, and at this point in time, giving away your position is just going to bite you. At the very least, Lamborghini's just on the edge of zone, so they have some information to work with. But for Angry Men, the likes of everyone on the outskirts, they're going to be keeping an eye out for the stragglers. Rejects playing the same exact position as they did yesterday in the same exact zone. It worked decently well enough for the Rejects. The position that they had earlier was in the new circle, but I like this. Rejects is very heads up. They're a team that's not scared to make the rotation, even if they get the zone, but it's on the very edge, right? They're going to make that gamble play. They're going to make that rotation. It is similar to the first game, right? They had a strong position in school. It was in the edge of zone, and they take that gamble. They go more center in a position that they pretty much, they were forced. Yeah, they pretty much know is open. There's no teams that would be playing that position in the previous zone. Very small chance. And the Rejects, they don't have clear sightlines of that, but they have a good idea of if anybody's going to be there, it could be us if we go now. And they're now finding themselves in a very similar position as game number 1. They put themselves in a center position that's not very strong, but they'll manage to keep a majority of their players up. It looks like they were actually forced here by Furious Gaming, who moved on in. Duello was knocked on out. The confirmation came through. It wasn't Furious Gaming that picked it up, but it looks like there was another team that was applying that pressure, and that's why Duello was left on behind. So they had to make that decision right off of the cuff, which might be why they're heading into a very, familiar spot. They know the zone. They know that position. This time, at least, IHC isn't behind them. It is Game Lords, however, that might be able to wrap around them. And, you're talking about rotations and a little bit of that chaos. Look at this BESIKTAS. They are split up on the outskirts of zone. All players on their own vehicle making a rotation in. And unfortunately, that 2-2 split has now been reduced to a 2-1 split. Oh, BESIKTAS not managing to find an entryway in. I feel like this late in the game, when you see this many players remaining alive, you got to rotate as a group and just take the fight. Find some sort of position to spearhead your way in. You're not going to be able to sneak into this one. Not this late in the game with this many players alive.
Rejects will keep 3 up at that dip. Xavier just getting desperate now for any sort of position. The Xaviers, they're going to pull a similar move, and oh, yep, a little bit too late on that one. Rejects with a heads-up play. This position's already taken. And Rejects will pick up some eliminations for themselves, too. 2 eliminations. Still firing back. They're going to have to keep their heads down a bit longer here. Game Lords with the interesting split, by the way. That teal-blue color, a 1-1... a 1-2-1 split? Game Lords.
I think it is.
Yeah.
No, it's a 1-1-1.
Oh, they're down to 3.
Players up.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay. Spreading them out, spreading the players out a little bit, maybe maximizing potential circle blessings. Next circle is about to shift as well.
You see that other lovely little bit of a blue color? Yeah, that's BESIKTAS making a rotation right in between, pretty much trained to kill 4 angry men. Game Lords even had an opportunity to chime on in, so yeah, they will be reduced down to 1. Only Zesi now still alive in a very tough rotation they had to make. At least with that zone, they don't have to think about another one just for the time being. However, now all of the teams needing to move on in for angry men will be one of the teams on the pressure block alongside FaZe. Look at the compounds that they hold and look at the angles that they actually have available to themselves, with all of these other teams now having to rotate in closer to center.
Everyone's going to be starting to get crunched in, more so from the western side. Geek Fam losing the zone, Falcons losing the zone, GK, GD, Genesis, DOGMA, GIDS, and Nongshim all on the western side losing the circle. And all of the teams I just mentioned are pretty much 4-man teams, so we're going to see a lot of strong powerhouses as far as numbers are concerned start crushing in on the western side. Nongshim Red Sports. Or Nongshim Red Force, sorry. One of them getting knocked. And Genesis, DOGMA, GIDS. Is that going to be the opening for them to get aggressive? Here comes Geek Fam coming in aggressive on the western half. Victor, last one up, at least for this position, because we mentioned earlier they are playing split. Can Victor find a knock and a finish? Yuhai might be the unlucky player to run into Victor. Or maybe they won't even clear it out. Genesis, DOGMA going really hard straight into the center, almost onto 4 AM. Genesis DOGMA gets a complete different team, playing way more aggressive, no longer scared to make these plays, and they'll push out 4 AM. They'll be able to secure that compound for themselves for now.
Ooh, Rejects just chiming in at the last possible second to find a knock onto 4 angry men. However, no opportunity to actually get that confirmation, but they're just so cheeky in that last little opportunity. They are keeping an eye out for these opportunities. Now, Geek Fam, GK Esports, hello. Down to a few bits of pieces here as those damage numbers are going to be moving on in Geek Fam. They are also helping to take out the likes of Game Lords. So remember, we've got Geek Fam over with Victor. We've got the Game Lords now feeling at the brunt of the action onto one of the other solos. Victor going to be going down. There's no opportunity for the res because of how split they were. And it looks like only Akashi, for now, is left alone.
Victor actually came up huge. He got 2 knocks there. But yeah, being the solo and Geek Fam with 4 instantly eyes right back onto where the second Victor fire and they take down Victor. So Geek Fam will be able to reset up to a 4-man team when they were almost just down to 2.
GK Esports also, they had a little bit of a glimmer of hope here into the next zone, but just the shots that are raining on in. Nongshim Red Force picking up 2, feeling good as well for angry men. Yeah, towards the center, still holding on to the compounds. Genesis DOGMA actually haven't aggressed further than the initial take of that compound. They've just taken up some real estate within zone. They've given themselves a great amount of cover. Ooh, but they need to still be careful. Rejects are in the vicinity. And Rejects have been taking a shot at 4 angry men and Genesis.
Rejects right now looking to just soften this compound up, because more than likely they're going to have to make a push. They have vehicles. And if there's any compound that they would have to push into, I mean, all rotations out of that dip at this point are difficult. They're going to rather want the circle than not. But I'd imagine if they're going to make a gamble play, a gamble push onto anything, it would be onto Genesis DOGMA GIDS. They saw that team roll up. They know there's a chance. And, oh, just as I say that, they're making that push. Yeah, they're going for it. That's the most they could do at this point. They're actually going for the shack across the ways, and getting taken down by Geek Fam. Tough position for the Rejects to really get anything done Game Lords will stay alive with Akashi, that solo player in that shack.
The problem is, I was saying Akashi is left alone for the time being because, you know, they were alone. There was no opportunity really for anyone to get a shot into them. And even a lack of information meant Akashi was safe. But now with that push from Rejects, they saw what happened. They know there's something lurking in that little compound there, that little shelter. So that is going to give out Akashi's position. GeekFam moving on in now from the southwestern portion, just behind Rejects. A lot of danger now as Rejects are reduced down to only one. They've tried their play on out. The rotation has to be here. GeekFam going to have to do the same for Angry Men now. Have an opportunity onto 5 buggies to try and get some eliminations.
Yeah, they take the reject position, but I think they're going to soon figure out, like, hey, this isn't really fully in zone either. They still have 4. They can make a crash somewhere. They could get an opening. Oh, 2 of their players get knocked. That's going to slow everything down. Now, the blue zone's closing in, but it's just slow enough for them to maybe get these revives and then make their next play. It's going to be really sloppy, though, because a lot of time is being wasted. Furious Gaming in the elimination feed, getting some work done in here. Those are mostly long-range knocks. TEM Entertainment, they're not in zone. They're going to have to make a play. I think that might be the next team to really show up huge here. Same with IHC and Falcon. This new zone shift has actually forced the teams on North and South to make some plays. And here is TEM Entertainment coming in. They are being cut down, though. The Fortress of Train to Kill a little bit too strong. And that is TEM Entertainment eliminated.
Loving that they had to make that rotation. We saw them doing that 2-2 split with Rejects earlier on. They secured this compound, and now with that regroup, they are holding strong. Nongshim Red Force, though, here we go. Genesis DOGMA GIDS have not had a chance. First Rejects, now Nongshim Red Force moving on in for that location, for that opportunity. They will be reduced down to 2, holding the line. The spray comes through. It's good. It finds 1. It gives them that opportunity, a little bit of the room to breathe. They need to go for this res. Only 1 HP separating them, and the med kit pops on off just in time to get knocked. Genesis will hold on. Nongshim Red Force have 1 more player, but that player doesn't really want to jump into this just yet.
Yeah, and the GeekFam, in the midst of all that chaos, has pushed right onto 4 AM. A very successful push. They managed to breach on in and not lose a single player. 1 player was knocked, but they get the revive. Now, 4 AM sandwiched between 3 different teams. We have Nongshim Red, which is still alive, Genesis DOGMA, which hasn't been fully finished out with, and the scary 4-man team of GeekFam with 6 eliminations on the north side of things. Train to Kill now getting very aggressive, taking the fight to IHC, taking IHC out. There's still the Falcon team on the north end, and FaZe, well, FaZe get the zone with his new... Or do they get the zone? Maybe just the very edge of zone. But things are getting more and more crunched in. Furious Gaming from the southeast, they're going to have to make a play. They have 4 up. This is the next big team to watch out for.
FaZe didn't get the zone. Very few people actually got that zone. Falcons, they've been holding on strong. They picked up those 4 eliminations. FaZe now needing to move on in. As we said, they have to let go of those compounds. It's no longer a good option for them. And now they're left in the open here right alongside Falcons, who are reigning on high with that engagement against Train to Kill and IHC. This is a good opportunity. Yusuf going to be spotting out at least 1 member. A few bits of damage is going to be sent on through. But Ventores could be the determining factor here. From the back line, getting a good knock, a good flanking opportunity. They can back up their teammates.
Tony K, no nades, unfortunately for him. That could have been the one to open up this fight. He does have smokes, though, so he's smoking out the sightlines of the Falcon players. This is a dance back and forth. Falcon with the defensive advantage, a lot of different ridge lines to work with. That means multiple angles for FaZe to worry about as far as heads peeking out and getting shot at. FaZe trying to find some sort of opening here. Utils are coming out. And here comes a push by Furious Gaming. They're the other 4-man team that needs to make a push, and they push right into 4 AM, getting a run over. This is massive. This could be huge for GeekFam to third party. Actually, 4 AM getting cut down, it looks like. Okay, Furious Gaming gets taken out, but 4 AM have 2 players knocked. That should be GeekFam's cue to third party and push in. Are they doing so? FaZe, on the other hand, on the north side, trying to make a play happen. They push up. 2 of FaZe are knocked, I believe. 2 of Falcon are also down. Actually, it all comes down to Lycan here. Can he get the clutch? 1v2, UMP down to the last few shots, and Falcon will mount a successful defense on the north end and get the full reset. 4 AM, meanwhile, they got a full reset themselves. Geek Fam did not decide to push in the midst of all that chaos.
Geek Fam, they were gifted that potential for a reset yesterday. Now they've done exactly that. They've gifted 4 Angry Men that reset, not jumping into that opportunity. That might be a mistake that's going to cost them later on. We said Ventorius might have been the determining factor here for FaZe, and unfortunately just not finding that connection. FaZe goes out, but Train to Kill, I mean, they are neighbors to all of this chaos. They know exactly what's happening. They've been keeping an eye out on FALCONS, and now they have a present in the form of a couple of grenades that will be sent on through. 2 down. Up here to DOGMA, trying to close that line. Never alone, a little bit more towards the back end line. But Train to Kill moving in for the kill. They're not going to be finding the hit. FALCONS down to only 1 as Sandesh is right around the corner.
Oh, 4AM though.
There to back them up. No way.
No way 4AM sniffs out this third-party opportunity under the pressure of Geek. It might actually bite them in the butt because Snipes gets a knock onto one of the 4AM players. Train to Kill with a really good opening double knock and a play to go aggressive. Hopefully it rewards them, and it does. Rig gets the finish on it. That was a 2v4. 4AM. Yeah, they try to make a play. I think they want to swing north and play from the north down, but that was a costly mistake. Most of the players getting caught out on rotation. 4AM cut down to just a solo. Geek Fam playing this low and slow will be rewarded. Not third-partying 4AM later, leaving 4AM to make the mistake. They get a knock back here, but Svan is the last one up. However, I think 4AM has the edge of zone and Geek doesn't. And there's a chance that Geek Fam, if they have to leave that compound in the next circle, Train to Kill will be able to help out Savan here.
Can't forget about Akashi. There it is. Rig going to be actually spotting them out. Akashi trying to move on just a little bit too soon, exposing their position. Those smokes will be popped. Everyone knows what's happening on that front of things. Rig just applying the pressure, but no! Damn Rude with the nade of a lifetime, finding that connection, and now looking to close out this gap between themselves and Savan. Mika going to be pushing on up. Mika, absolutely emphatic player to try and take a 1v1 up against, and they do have the backup of their team. Will Savan be able to get the spray down? They get a Rig around, and Rig will move on in for the third party.
Yeah, there we go. There's that help that 4AM wanted. Unfortunately, the help was onto the backside of bullets that he soaked in from Train to Kill. Now Train to Kill in a 2v3 situation. They have the advantage of the high ground. They need to get Snipes down. That's an opening that they need to take, and they do. Now they bring it back down to 2v2. Circle's going to close up on Train to Kill as well. Geek Fam's going to have to push out. Yuhai or Darude, or Damn Rude, needs to get a sick knock while running in the open. It is very easily doable. They just need to pre-aim on the right correct peak. Oh, nades coming in from Train to Kill, also softening Geek Fam up just a little bit. The blue zone is slowly closing in, and if any team could pull this off, it would be Geek Fam. Here comes the shimmies left and right, pre-fires back and forth. Train to Kill, massive damage onto them, but they get a knock. Sandesh with the double peek from his teammate, and that's Train to Kill with a great celebratory victory. Train to Kill, they were a team that was, I would say, relatively safe in the survival stage bubble, but with that win at this point in the game, with 4 more games left to go, they could be looking at a top 3 finish still if they start cleaning things up even tighter.
Coming into this game, they were sitting in 8th position with 154 points. But man, what an opportunity. Rig was just so quick with those third-party opportunities. And what's even greater for Rig and the side of Train to Kill in that final engagement, not only did they have a better zone, they had a better angle on towards, Geek Fam making that rotation line in. But Geek Fam, lack of utilities, man. They were taking that engagement before Angry Men. They were trying to smoke them on up. They were trying to take on the likes of Game Lords. They were taking on so many engagements back to back to back that they did not have the utilities to give themselves an edge into that final moment. No opportunity for smokes, no opportunity for nades. They had nothing.
Yeah, nothing indeed. Train to Kill. What a beautiful victory for them. This is what I want to see. Teams need to play more aggressive. It was a 2v4. They capitalized off the double knock, and that secured them the north side, which ultimately secured them a massive chicken dinner. Trained to kill. Get the chicken dinner in the first Miramar match today. 28 total points there. Not to mention, I mean, the two squads at the top still fighting it out towards the end. They're going to pull in second and third place. Oh, man, the plot is starting to really thicken here, Seven.
Those 13 eliminations are going to be massive because Reject only got 3 points. And then on top of that, I mean, Glitter, Geek Fam, and 4 Angry Man, these teams want to keep their placement here. First place and second place, if they're going to continue like this, those placements are going to be pretty much secure in the next couple games.
And this is literally what we said was going to happen because of how close the points were for our entire middle of the pack. Now, the top performers here, we get a little bit of everything. Okay, we've got Rig up here with the 9 elims at almost 1k damage. Some really, really solid efficiency and conversion there with that for almost 50% of the team's contribution. And then moving down the list, though, we've got a little bit more of the people that we recognize. Once again, Genesis DOGMA up here, and then 2 from Geek Fam. Now, Geek Fam has not turned off their aggression yet, and they're continuing to create a cushion for themselves. But if anybody in the middle does well, like T2K just did, they are shooting up the leaderboard. Someone should be worried.
So many teams are worried, and one team that is especially worried, it's got to be GK. They busted out a donut in that last match, so they got to be feeling devastated right now. But we got a lot to talk about, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break. And we're back, everybody. Oh, goodness. The plot is really starting to thicken out here. Things are getting intense. There's only 4 more matches left to go for these teams to be able to let their dreams come true. Of course, none of this would be possible without the official smartphone here for PMGC. Sony, with their Xperia 1.4 and Xperia Stream, created in collaboration with professional esports players. You guys can play PUBG Mobile in 90 Hz with Xperia Stream's multiple ports and total cooling system for intensive gaming and streaming. Also gotta go show some love to the official platinum sponsor here for this. This is gonna be Prime Gaming. That's right, guys. They got some exclusive benefits you guys can check out. Also, you guys can get some exclusive in-game PUBG Mobile content, so go check out Prime Gaming today. Alrighty, now it's about that time. Okay, where did these teams shake up on the leaderboards as we take a look at the first page? I know you guys have goosebumps here. It's gonna be Trained to Kill, passing up Rejects by just 1 point.
We talked about it, Glitter. It can come down to 1 point, and T2K is currently showing it, being able to have 182 points in Reject. I'll talk about them a little bit later, but I'm just not happy with the way they were able to play on that Miramar map. They are currently in 4th place. You do see IHC going down there. Luckily for T2K and Reject, Glitter, they're starting to create a bit of a cushion there between 5th and 8th. They gotta wake up.
I mean, you say that, and then for all we know, someone's going to show up at Sandhawk and then completely knock that out. But this is another big jump. I'm not even looking at 9, 10, and 11 right now. Yes, Game Lord jumps up a little bit. I'm looking at 12 and 13 because Genesis DOGMA GIDS has now jumped above D Xavier, who's been non-existent right now. This puts them 4 points behind Genesis, DOGMA, GIDS, and Vivo Keyd, also wildly quiet, and now only 6 points ahead. That is zero cushion. They could do that in elims, especially with Sandhawk. Jukes, this is just chaos.
Oh, it's absolute chaos. Not to mention, DXavier busting out another donut here in this last match here. So that silence is going to have to change up big time, because we're heading on over to the jungle, baby, where it is hot, it is thick, and it is intense. So, Seven, as we go into the jungle here, who are your teams to watch?
Geek Fam. First of all, they've been absolutely dominating.
Okay.
Genesis GIDS, because they've been averaging a 4th place finish in Sandhawk. So they might not be able to get it in elims, but they might be able to get it in placements. And then, Reject. You know what? Glitter, take it. I don't want to burn them just yet. I want to see how they do in Sandhawk.
We agree on a lot of these things right now. For me, Genesis, DOGMA, GIDS as well, but also DXavier, because now these two have their own battle going on right outside of that 11th place bubble. I want to see which one of them does better on Sandhawk. And then, like you said, Reject, you don't want to say it. They're not. That was not great, that last performance, okay? That's not what they need to do if they want to stay top 3. They got to be at the top, and Sandhawk is now their next opportunity to prove it.
They're not playing too well.
I'm going to keep a close eye on GK, FaZe Clan. They already have a heck of a point gap. They got to close it right here, right now, if they want a chance at the top 3. It's Sandhawk, everybody. Get hype. It's time to go ahead and bring it on over to our casters.
Oh man, eat my words. I was saying Train to Kill, they're safe in the survival group. Maybe with that win they could, with 4 games left, make it into the top 3, but they are already in the top 3. They knock out the Rejects by 1 singular point, and we're only going to heat things up more now, starting with this Sandhawk game that we're going to jump into.
Man, it is heating up. Here it is. We are jumping from chaos to chaos. We said it's going to come down to the wire. Already, we're talking about a different top 3. We're talking about 3 teams that might have just secured themselves an opportunity to miss out on a very scary survival stage. A very, very threatening group of teams that are looking to take them out of this competition completely. Train to Kill, that was gorgeous. Now they are, we have to keep in mind, only 1 point up ahead of the Rejects. So there's a very close and contentious battle that they can bring forward in a map like Sandhawk, a map that, we've been talking about the chances of so many teams that are right alongside each other, finding each other on a map like Miramar. Now with Sandhawk, now with half of the space available, those chances are just looking even better.
Yeah, I don't know if the analyst desk is able to pull up this the stats or maybe make a graphic for this, and it might not even matter after this game, but between Train to Kill and Rejects, which team is more consistent? Now obviously point average wise they're basically right next to each other, but point variance, right? Do Rejects get bigger upswings and bigger downswings, or is Train to Kill more in the middle, like averaging overall a little bit better, like less variance? Because that might play into effect, like who crunches out the next 4 consistent enough games to stay ahead of one another. Now, that's within the confines of those 2 teams. There are still teams below Rejects, IHC, FaZe, GK, TEM Entertainment that could do what Train to Kill just did and be another team that breaks into the top 3. But, oh man, there's so much going on right now. And then, of course, Geek Fam just keeps pulling ahead of the 2nd place team of 4 Angry Men.
Starting off, the first day, they brought in that aggression. Coming back on the last day, they are back to the form of old, bringing in so much aggression. So, and the fact is, we talked about it off camera, that they're not getting punished significantly enough to the fact that they're going to change the strategy. They are not getting forced into a different scenario. They are not getting forced into making these off-the-cuff decisions, which we saw Rejects having to do on Miramar. They had to suddenly take a much less covered position on Miramar because they were being forced out by 1 to 2 teams.
Yeah.
So Geek Fam not feeling that pressure. They get to just play their game. They're not forced into someone else's game and forced to make some very tough decisions.
Yeah, well, they play their game. They fight their way in. We saw Geek Fam, right? They ended up in the position that Rejects were in. Rejects were in that dip. Rejects were forced to vacate that dip. Geek Fam went into the same exact dip, but Geek Fam made it work. There's the difference there, right? Sure, the circle shifted, you know, a little bit different in ways where Geek Fam can be on the outside of the dip, on the high ground, and then going into the dip and everything. So that does make a huge difference in overall how the game played out. But still, it doesn't change the fact that Geek Fam went aggressive and slammed the compound, whereas the Rejects, they did get knocked down to 3, which did have an impact in how they wanted to approach, you know, their next rotation. But there's a clear difference. Geek Fam, a way more aggressive team. They're not the team with 4 or with 3 players even to, you know, try and just make it to a shack. They'll take the gamble, they'll take the risk, and crash a compound. And it worked out for Geek Fam in that particular situation. This circle is a very northwestern circle, by the way, as proxy. We are going to see more than likely a northwestern island finish for this Sandhawk game, which is going to change things up a lot. It works out for the Rejects, so they will get center position at the trifecta compound, or even taking center position on the northwestern island to start off this match.
It's actually interesting that you brought up the way in which, you know, Geek Fam and Rejects would approach that same crash site, approach that same, you know, compound. We saw Rejects heading into Genesis Dogma. They only sent in, I believe it was 2 out of the 3 players they had available in that last finish. They left 1 behind, and because of that, maybe there's something to go for a statement that because they left that 1 player, because they were focusing on that safety net into the next placement, it might have hindered them from winning out that compound into Genesis Dogma. If they won that compound out from Genesis Dogma, then we could have been talking about, you know, Rejects. We could have been talking about them moving it in. Whereas Geek Fam, they head up against 4 angry men with all of their players that they had available. Like a much, if you were talking about the overall rankings, a much more difficult opponent to take on, and that's why they brought more of their numbers. But also they do that with nearly every single engagement. They do not have a safety net. They go full in with full confidence, hoping and winning, and just that's why they haven't been punished.
Definitely so. Very two distinct play styles between these top teams, Geek Fam and Rejects. Now, you mentioned this a lot. Geek Fam simply has not been punished. There's a good, you know, chance that in a tougher lobby with even stronger teams, Geek Fam's playstyle would drop them below the Rejects, right? Because they get into more engagements, but they get, you know, they run into bigger fish, which, you know, not saying Geek Fam will lose, but Geek Fam might, you know, be losing players instead of being able to keep all 4 up the whole entire time. And then a team that's a bit more calculated and safe, you know, over a course of 18 games like Rejects might actually end up in higher points. So this does not mean, you know, Geek Fam is outright better than the Rejects. There's a lot of different variants and factors that goes in, but the main thing I'm highlighting is the 2 different play styles and how it might be impacted depending on, you know, the level of the lobby. Now, we see Game Lord here making a huge wrapping rotation from the north with a botation. Yeah, definitely a good idea, because a lot of the bridges right now being camped or occupied, or you don't even want to risk, you know, trying to take the bridge. 4 AM though, they are going to take that bridge and shoot right across. Xavier was there doing some sort of, I don't know.
Camp?
Yeah, like we have 3 players of Xavier at the bridge, but I
didn't see damage. I didn't see any shots being taken. I didn't see any aggression towards 4 angry men. So yes, they're there, but maybe they're just laying low for the time being. Vivo Keyd, they were trying to do something similar, and now they might be awarded with a bit of damage, or maybe even an elimination onto FALCONS. So maybe information was the play for Xavier. Oh, goodbye.
Yep. Yeah, look at Xavier's positioning. That is a bridge camp if I've ever seen one, but they didn't really take any shots. Geek Fam, whoa, rotating in hard from Ruins, sweeping up the northwestern edge, runs into Game Lord, the team that took the botation. Pretty sure Geek Fam was not expecting a team up here, nor did anyone expect Game Lord to rotate from Cow with a boat up to here and take this position. No amount of VOD review would have prepped Geek Fam for running into a team over there. So I would say unfortunate for Geek Fam losing a player there. 4 AM also lost a player, but they did one of those calculated risk rotations, which did end up costing them 1 player. But they find themselves in a very central position. Let's hope for them. Well, I mean, they're definitely hoping that the circle shifts a little bit to the east and not uphill to the likes of Vivo Keyd and the Rejects.
That could be a very, very interesting situation these teams would have to deal with. But we'll see. Maybe it might pay off with the likes of Vivo Keyd. It all depends on who you're rooting for into this final day of the group stages. Ultimately, though, most of the teams will obviously be heading over into this part of the island. This Camp Alpha region is going to get stacked quite soon because, well, there's a very good chance that we're going to be seeing that zone heading to this direction. Although, maybe an opportunity for a little bit of a swing, maybe a little bit of opportunity for Sandhawk to finally be the ridiculous zone game. We've been talking about it. Sandhawk has been one of our more normal maps.
Yeah.
If we want to talk about the zones and the ways that they've been shifting.
Yeah, surprisingly,
Ridiculous.
Sandhawk has been more regular in terms of the way the fights have been breaking out compared to our crazy zone shifts. 4AM once again doing a really wild, crazy rotation. We didn't get a chance to see where the circle shifted, but man, I'm guessing it shifted off of them, that's for sure. Is my map feed delayed? Okay, yeah, the circle.
It heads to Camp Alpha.
Okay,
Ruins,
the
boot camp.
Okay,
it's
I see.
up.
Yeah, the circle didn't even shift that hard off of 4AM, but 4AM they're gonna continue taking these risky rotations, and it is definitely punishing them now.
Ooh.
Yeah, running into way too many teams. 4AM starting getting cut apart. Only one player made the mad dash to a center compound. Let's see if it works out for them, because they have rotated past the mountaintop, past 3 different teams, and only managed to keep one alive. That in the form of Savan right there. Right in the middle. IHC pushing on up onto the Rejects. Rejects mounting a strong defense. Will cut down 2 of the IHC players instantly. I'm loving the way Rejects are playing the split, by the way. They're doing a 3-1 split. They're not putting all 4 up here. They have one linchpin on the low ground that is now coming up to help after he secured himself a solo knock as well. Rejects pumping up the elimination points here and playing a bit more riskier, quote-unquote, with that 3-1 split in the initial beginning.
I like it though, just the change up, and it's really working for them in a group like this. You know, we talk about the different play styles and the stage at which you find yourself. That's why we see the substitutions from these teams. That's why they've had to change their game plan, because so much adaptation has come through from the rest of the teams that they've pretty much had to change their tactics. Now, FaZe, hello, finding out that Vivo Keyd made such a big rotation up onto the high ground. Tony K just a matter of moments away from being taken on out. Don't think they will be able to get on around. Yep, there it is. And FaZe now reduced officially down to only 3. But look at this. There is at least one player from FaZe making that rotation in, trying to get that close-up angle. Like maybe an opportunity here to take out one, but they have to choose their timing perfectly.
Vivo Keyd in a good position here to rack up a lot of points, and they need it right now. They're in 11th place, pretty much right on the edge of being kicked out of the survival stage. They have the high ground. Will it shift back onto them, though? Because if it drops off this high ground, they're going to have to push downhill, which gets very difficult to do so. Meanwhile, on the everywhere else, teams are, making their botations in. They're trying to swim in. We saw a team go out completely, which was BESIKTAS out in the water, getting spotted out with their botation by Train to Kill. Genesis, DOGMA, GIDS all the way in the blue zone on the far southwest doing a botation. The only teams not yet on this island are Train to Kill, Furious Gaming, and TEM Entertainment. So they still got to make their way in. None of the bridges are being camped, though, so they do have a open crossing if they do elect to do so.
We saw DX Xavier just up ahead of Nongshim Red Force. They've been reduced down to only 2. So it's not looking too great for them. Also wanted to see a little bit more from BESIKTAS, so it is a shame. But look at this. Vivo Keyd will be blessed. They still have that high ground. They're not really that close to one another in terms of like a duo fight, but they have FaZe locked down. FaZe really can't make a move in the meantime. Game Lords, we talked about that rotation earlier on. I am loving this. They're bringing in that 2-2 split. They're picking up some great eliminations, and they're asserting dominance coming through from that northwestern side. If they can continue, this is really going to be a difficult situation for Train to Kill to hold on.
Oh, man. 4AM. If they just stayed put as a 3 way earlier, they'd still have this zone. And now the zone is kind of like shifting back towards where they were. See if it works out. Meanwhile, Rejects. Beautiful first initial rotation. picking a strong position on the map, gets them 4 eliminations, and they keep 4 up. Rejects back into the top 3 with a very strong position. They might be knocking 4AM down to the 3rd place by the end of this game.
And Train to Kill, like we were talking about, the team that Rejects were chasing after, all of a sudden on the back line, Rick trying to keep it up, trying to stay alive up against the likes of Game Lords, but the numbers just aren't there to back it up. Now they've been reduced down to 2, so this is a massive opportunity, not only for Rejects to obviously close that gap, which they've already basically done, but then to give them that safety net as we move into the halfway marker of today. After this map, if they have that opportunity, that lead, and they can just stay somewhat consistent, they are looking at a secured spot into the top 3.
Yeah, all the teams looking to knock Rejects out of the top 3 are all hurt. Train to Kill down to 2, IHC down to 1, FaZe down to 3, and dropping even further below GK. I mean, GK has 4, but GK sitting at 160 to the 181 of Rejects. So this is a really good game for the Rejects, not for their own performance, but for the ill performance of all the teams below them.
Again, the timing. What is the chances that as soon as Rejects just step it on up, it is just going absolutely swimmingly for them? Game Lords, been impressed with their rotation, not too great in terms of the split that they're currently working with because, well, we did see one get caught up. But that's why. That is why they focus is split here, Zute. Geek Fam have moved on in for the kill.
Geek Fam 3v3 on top of the hill. Game Lord took one of Geek Fam down way earlier unexpectedly for the side of Geek Fam, but now they're back at it again. Nongshim Red Force, though, coming into things. They have 4 players. This could be a deadly third party for either team here. Nongshim Red. Are they going to keep... I mean, the zone's right there. That's where they need to go. And they do spot out one. One of Geek Fam does get taken down, and they're firing shots onto both teams. They're firing shots onto Game Lord and Geek Fam. Some very strong, accurate shots, actually. This is what Nongshim Red Force needs to do. They need to pick up all the eliminations they can. They're up to 4 already. They lose the zone. It's going to be a tough task for them to make it down this hill. And Geek Fam, we don't usually see them turn away from fights, but even then, they're smart enough to know when to leave. And Geek Fam is out of there, leaving Game Lords to deal with Nongshim Red Force. And it is not looking good. Nongshim Red Force comes in. 7 elimination points. They're going to need a chicken dinner and way more, though, if they want to break into the survival stage.
You know, this is the beauty of a team like Nongshim Red Force. We were talking about those teams that literally have nothing to lose. At this point in time, Nongshim Red Force, they're so far behind, but at the very least, they are crippling the likes of our top teams. They are crippling the likes of Geek Fam. They are hurting the Game Lords completely as they set back into the lobby. Genesis DOGMA now, a team that has finally closed that gap, also feeling the brunt of the action. So this is a massive opportunity for them. I want to see more of it. Bring it in. Again, look, it's a lot of points that they have to catch up. They really have a tall order in front of them. But hey, it could be just so good in the last day to make that push.
Circle has closed down more on top of the mountain. Vivo Keyd looking nice. All the teams on the edge having to come in. By now, it's a lot of scrap fighting. No real 4-man teams are able to fight their way in. GK comes in with 4, though, onto the last member. That is Savan. Savan is trying to hide in a nook, hide in a cranny, but he's forced to make his moves. He's going to get sideswept from the other side, potentially. Yeah, GK with 4 people, all looking towards Savan's direction. Savan backs off, doesn't want to attract too much attention. He's going to go back into that little nook, that little cranny he's been hiding in. But one well-placed nade, and Gaith, well, he's got 3 of those, should find Savan dead. Savan popping out of the smoke, knowing he's about to get naded, tries to make it across the corner, and that is 4AM out with any... Did they get any points? No. No points whatsoever. Train to Kill. Passing up Rejects. But just for now, Rejects still have 4 players up in a strong, dominant position. 4AM, as I was saying, they took that gamble, did not pay off, but it was a tough zone to navigate. Rejects looking to shoot their way up to 2nd place now, potentially. IC last one up for IHC. Defends a push against Genesis DOGMA. IC needs to come up huge, and the third party from distance will finish off Genesis DOGMA. He will get another point. And the circle brings it a little bit closer to the northern side now.
IC continues to live just for a little while longer. But again, Vivo Keyd, that prime positioning, that early rotation onto the high ground might be the determining factor. We at least have GEEK trying to close that gap, getting closer and closer to that level of elevation, but they still have a long way to go to take that engagement with Vivo Keyd. Furious Gaming, a team just like Nongshim Red Force that have been so hurt these last couple of days, looking to step one up. They found that first elimination, but they will be up against the likes of what I believe will be either Rejects or GK. That is not going to be an easy fight. We can see GK already spotting them out on their rotation, and this 2-2 split really not going to help them in any sort of sense because, well, they've been reduced down to 2 almost immediately, and now reduced down to potentially only 1.
Ooh, good nade by GK. Gets a knock onto the top side of Rejects. They should be able to get that revive unless another miracle nade pops out. Rejects making a nice rotation into zone right there. Loving that adjustment. They'll put themselves onto the high ground. And the high ground is like 60-70% of the zone. They should be fine. It shouldn't shift off, dropping down into the lower areas where GK is. GK losing a player. Satan goes down. Furious Gaming. They've been cut down to 2 players, and they still need to push in. And they have the full team of Rejects, GK, and Vivo Keyd on the top side looking down on top of them. It's not looking good for the Furious Gaming team right now. This team in 15th place. Not able to get much done so far.
Again, we're talking about the possibility here for Rejects. They are one of the very few teams, basically only 3 teams that still have all 4 of their players left. But in terms of the teams in the top 8, even up to the top, 10, they are the only team that have 4 players alive. So please do not lose out on anyone right now with Furious Gaming moving on in. They need this game more than they know. Train to Kill still on the heels with the amount of eliminations. And IC, how, again, we were talking about IC just going down, not making sure that they're getting placements. And again, just the survivor for IHC.
Yeah, they're surviving. But Rejects is still pumping up and up. Next zone pops out. It's a good zone for Rejects. They have a way to fight into this. Well, they don't even need to fight into this. They could just walk their way into zone with 4 players up still also. GK needs to get a revive on 1. GK, they're probably going to elect to just take the low ground here, forcing them into Nongshim Red Force. Nongshim Red Force, by the way, they have 4, and they can wrap around the top and make it to the high ground and come into the late game and potentially be a team to win this match too. So we can't count out Nongshim Red Force even though they're last place. FaZe taken out by Vivo Keyd. FaZe slowly but surely made their way up there, cut down 2 of the Vivo Keyd members that was holding the high ground with all 4. So Vivo Keyd massively hurt, but they will stay alive. And finally, IC gets taken out. And here comes Nongshim Red Force in full force with 4.
Train to Kill Jane. Look at what they have to work with. Only a nade and the weapons in their hands. So they don't even have an opportunity to remed, to get their HP bars up. That zone is going to be coming on in. And if they want to push on forward, if they want to get themselves into safety, they have to expose themselves to Nongshim Red Force. So right now, they're just going to be hunched down and waiting for some options. No real other options. We've got a full team of Nongshim Red Force to the north. We've got the full team of Rejects to the south. As Vivo Keyd now look for an opportunity to alleviate some of this pressure, Diego will be sending out a few of those potential nades, waiting for some confirmation. Sporter will be reduced down to a sliver of HP as Snipes goes down. GEEK, goodbye.
In 7th place, they'll rack up just a couple of placement points with that one. 0 eliminations. This has been a tough game for a lot of the teams in the top of the leaderboards, but not for Rejects. Rejects looking to really cement themselves here in the top 3 position. Maybe just putting them in striking distance of first place, especially with Geek Fam getting 0. This is the first game in a long time that Geek Fam has quote-unquote dropped the ball, picking up 0 eliminations. Rejects, they'll keep on moving up. Pretty much everyone is in zone here. One of Rejects goes down. That should be an easy revive, however. Scraps are being finished up. Train to Kill. Massive chicken dinner for them last game. They'll pick up a couple of points, but that is off of the backs of the Rejects still staying alive with 4.
Nongshan Red Force still feeling the pressure. We had that initial nade, but they've recovered since then. Now Vivo Keyd still applying the pressure. Geekay Esports moving on in. I don't think they're going to have time to get into the zone.
Yeah.
No, that blue zone is so devastating. So we still have Ragnar available. We still have them in this, but they don't have an easy rotation in. This terrain has just been absolutely devastating. Rejects now closing on the gap, getting closer to Nongshan Red Force, but right in front of Vivo Keyd.
This is going to be a four-way fight. Vivo Keyd on the high ground, able to third-party everything. Rejects, they don't want to make the first move because Nongshan Red might come in. It's a standoff. And I don't think the Rejects are expecting another four-man team. I mean, this is Sandhawk ending up on the high ground. The chances of a team keeping all four up into this type of zone this late into the game is very rare. So Rejects might have a surprise in on them once they go against the four-man team of Nongshan Red Force. Now, Nongshan Red Force, yes, they're last place. They're definitely one of the weaker teams in the lobby. But we've seen when it comes to engagements, they can pack a punch too. So can't count them out. Plus, Rejects might get third party by Falcon, the last player up.
Falcon holding on the line, looking for a little bit of an option here. Rejects, they should be spotting out a bit of information now as Nongshan Red Force is going to be forced on up. Vivo Keyd still holding up for the line, looking for an opportunity. Slowly but surely, these nades will be running out. That utility will be gone, and then it has to come down to the shot. Sports are going to be finding the first angle here onto Rejects. Bit more information to work with that has to be communicated to the team. If they let Rejects go, if they give them enough time, it could be their end.
Oh, Nongshan Red's going to take the high ground instead. That'll let Rejects get that revive.
Yes.
Only one player of Nongshan gets knocked, which is really good for them. Now Rejects trying to come in with the third part. Falcon never alone is still alive. He's going to spring up and steal some points. Rejects down to just Duelo just like that. They are cut down. Nongshan Red Force with the chicken dinner.
Let's go.
I mean, they still got a mountain and a half to climb, but they climbed their first mountain in the form of Sandhawk because they quite literally climbed that mountain and took the chicken dinner. Rejects get swept under. They were looking so strong, but hey, Rejects, they picked up a lot of eliminations along the way. That could have been a big win for them, keeping all four up into the late game. It just did not play out well for them, however.
Look, I am always, till the day I go down, I will always be there for a Dark Horse story. I will always be there for that team rising up at the end, at the very least to be a thorn in everyone else's side. Nongshan Red Force taking Sandhawk and saying it was going to be theirs from the beginning. A beautiful showing from them, taking 4 into that final fight and then continuing with that clinical execution. Again, we can't take anything away from Falcons. They were the key factor. If Falcons was not there, if Never Alone was not there with that ridiculous nade, mind you, only 3 nades were thrown, one of which took 2 Rejects players down.
Oh, I missed that. Is that what happened to Rejects?
Yes!
Oh, man. I just thought Rejects got cut down, but okay, Falcons, wow, what a game and what a comeback, a potential comeback story now for Nongshan Red Force. They have a chance to make it into the survival stage now, especially after a massive chicken dinner on Sandhawk. What? What? Like, what is going on here? Okay, all right. The team in last place on the last day saying, hey, we came to play, baby.
28 total points to their score. Okay, enough talking about them. Rejects getting 17 points as well. Falcon getting 17 points as well. I don't know what is happening. Seven, please explain it to me.
By the way, we called this at the beginning of the show. We said Noxium
We
Red
did.
Force. If you rewind, I said it perfectly. They
We
need
did.
to watch out for this. And they're going to be able to steal those extra points for teams that actually need it. That are in that fight for 3rd place. That are in that fight for 11th place as well. I mean, look at QX being able to put up this kind of stats. Glitter, like, what's going on today?
Listen, the bottom teams, Falcon and Noxium Red Force, did a fantastic job of utilizing Sandhawk for what Sandhawk is. This is always the #1 opportunity for anyone to kind of make crazy plays, get some points on the board because of how the gameplay just naturally functions on this map. Now, still though, we also get to talk about Reject, and this is kind of huge because this was a game where Geek Fam didn't do well, where Four Angry Men didn't do well, and Reject was able to stay in the game all the way to the end. They might not have closed it out for the chicken dinner, but not only did they do well when the two people above them did well, they also did better than T2K. So they did a couple things right, and we had asked them to bounce back, Seven.
Vivo Keyd, by the way, Vivo Keyd surprised me a lot with those 14 points. That was a team that struggled in the last Myanmar. We were wondering if they were going to maybe drop off from those top 11 since Genesis DOGMA GIDS was stepping up their gameplay, was looking to hunt them down. So for them to be able to get those 14 points, that was massive.
I mean, the crazy part is that we talked about this multiple times, right? Just how much when the last day, when you've got nothing to lose, those teams all of a sudden just start letting loose, start playing like the way they've been playing, right? And Noxium Red Force proved it right there. I didn't think they was going to get first place, right, at Chicken Dinner, but hey, that just goes to show you just how much that factor comes into play. Hopefully that kind of just gives them a little bit of an uptick, you know, to where they can just say to themselves, hey, you know, we showed up, we got a Chicken Dinner against these squads, you know, regardless if we make it or not, hey, we got something to look forward to next year. So much to still going on right here. Reject getting in those big points. I mean, I can't stress it enough how important that is. We only got three games left to go, but we do have an interview for everybody out there right now. I hope you guys are really excited for Genesis, DOGMA GIDS, and Tash Bunny. I can't wait to see what they're gonna say next. Let's go ahead and take it on over to them.
Now here on the halfway mark of the final day of the PMGC Group Yellow. And this is where things and the pressure cooker moments matter. With me, I have GD, GID, we have Booms over here. How are you feeling right now?
Gimana perasaannya sekarang?
Biasa aja sih.
Well, just so.
Wow, he's just so right now. And I think he's just feeling really good. So, for now, my question is, how do you feel about the game today? Is there a big difference between the results and your expectations from the game just now?
Apa sih yang kamu rasakan dengan pertandingan pada hari ini? Ada nggak perbedaan antara hasil dengan harapan yang kamu punya?
Yang aku rasain sih nggak ada perasaan apa-apa. Fokus the game sama fokus tim itu dah.
There's no specific feeling that I have, so we are just focusing on the game and also we are focusing on the team, that's all.
All right, keeping it very simple and just keeping it very objective. What do you think your team is doing well right now and what do you think needs to be improved for your team?
Apa yang kamu rasakan sudah ada perbaikan ataupun kemajuan yang kalian lakukan di tim?
Untuk gameplay sih nggak ada perbedaan sama sekali. Cuma lebih meningkatkan kepedean dan targetnya biar masuk survival stage.
Actually, for the gameplay, just the same thing, but then we are just getting more confidence, so hopefully we can make it for today.
Excuse me, so my final question for you is, how confident are you feeling right now?
Seberapa percaya diri kamu sekarang?
1000%.
1000%, I understood that. And now, before we go into game number 4, wish your fans at home good luck and everyone grab your popcorn because we want to know who exactly will be crowned the champions for Group Yellow.
All right. Okay. All right. You know, hey, feeling so. Can't say I blame them where they're at so far on the leaderboards, you know. it's going to take a lot for them to really change that feeling, because I think at this point, at this point they have to realize, okay, top 3 is not going to happen. But hey, you know what? Who knows where they can end up on the leaderboards at the end of this? Of course, I hope you guys are excited and ready. We got to give a big shout out to our hotel partner for the PMGC. That's Pullman, Kuala Lumpur, Bangsar. Our world is your playground. Also, got to give a big thank you to our platinum sponsor here for the show, and that is Prime Gaming. All kinds of exclusive benefits, guys. You guys can go check them out. You can also get some nice in-game rewards, PUBG Mobile rewards, so go check them out as soon as you possibly can. All right. Now that we got the business out the way, it's time to get to some more business. That's right. It's coming. The overall leaderboards. Where has everybody sitting after match number 3 that Sandhawk won?
Ooh.
Reject are back. Train to kill. It's going to be a battle. An absolute battle.
We knew that after that performance, Reject was going to bounce back, okay? And I even pointed out, T2K didn't do as hot, so now Reject has a 7-point cushion. That's nothing, like you're saying, Jukes. That's absolutely nothing, okay? T2K can instantly jump right back above that if they want to. And then, like you had mentioned earlier, Seven, that's where the points start to separate just a tad, but a chicken dinner will close it right back down. And now the overall ranking here on the second page, a little bit of a cushion now for Game Lord, I guess?
I would say 13 points. You know what? For that 11th place, I would say, yeah, that is a bit of a cushion. That's a little bit harder for some of these teams to actually get those points. Vivo Keyd being able to jump over Game Lord again. You love to see that. Now, I do have to call out BESIKTAS Esports. This team has not been doing anything, and if they continue with that trend, I'm going to end up seeing Game Lord, I'm going to end up seeing Vivo Keyd, and possibly Genesis, DOGMA gets passing them on the leaderboard. And you don't want to put yourself in that position, Glitter, especially when there's only 3 matches left.
No, and they don't have the chaos of Sandhawk anymore to try to have some sort of a pop-off moment. Now we are back on the tried and true maps. We're checking out the drops here for Erangel. Now, do you have any expectations for this one, Seven?
I'm hoping, I just talked about them, I'm going to talk about them again. BESIKTAS, please, get more than just 1 point. That's what you guys have been able to get today. You got to do better if you continue
want them
on this
to hot
trend.
drop. Just say it. Just say it.
Nah.
That's a 7.
No.
Yeah.
Don't
We
do it,
know
don't
what
do
you
it.
really want. Okay. All right. You know what? And I'll be that, so you say that I got a chance guy. All right. When it comes to teams like, BESIKTAS, those, Vivo Keyd, technically, they could still make it into top 3. And the reason why I'm saying that is there is a chance they have to win 3 games in a row, right? But if I'm in the game, if I'm there with my team, I am going for that strategy. I am going to try to get top 3 because honestly, for me, it's top 3 or nothing. Glitter, what do you think about that as you take your look at your teams to watch?
Okay, obviously Seven and I are just on the same wavelength here today. Reject and T2K. Right now, they are the 2 teams that I think we're going to be watching for that top 3 battle back and forth. And every single time one of those teams does well, the other one has to match it. Otherwise, it's just going to throw them completely off when it comes to the points. And then Genesis, DOGMA, GIDS. I think they're still in the running when it comes to making their way into that top 11. And I want to see them get some serious points on the board of the next match, Seven.
And that's why I picked Vivo Keyd, because Genesis, DOGMA GIDS, it's trying to catch up Vivo Keyd. Vivo Keyd needs to be able to do something. And with Reject, I want to see something completely different than what we saw in the early and Erangel. It kind of worked out for them, but I don't think it's going to cut it if they want to actually maintain that third place.
Well, let's find out right now. 3 more matches left to go. I'm going to ask Zute, what would you do in this situation if you know that you need to win 3 games in a row to get top 3? Do you go for it? You tell us as we send it on over to you.
Winning 3 games in a row to get top 3. I don't know. I mean, this lobby, that's a tough ask. And that's winning 3 games in a row, assuming the other teams in the top 3 don't get like a 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or 5th place finish with eliminations. Like, yeah, go for it. Why not? As long as you're safe in that survival stage bubble, right? If you're not like going all out and then just getting eliminated first, and then going all out again and getting eliminated first, and then you find yourself potentially, dropping out, that would not be good. But, I mean, if you're in the bubble and you're safe, why not? I would have to agree with Hot Trick, so why not, as we see IHC multiple teams making some subs. Once again, we've had 3 teams changing their rosters back to what they had kind of like in day number 1.
Yeah, we were talking about it off camera. For IHC, this is their second substitute today. They made one right at the beginning of this of the day of games, and now they're immediately switching that one on back. So Godless will be going out, Alex coming in for Furious Gaming. We've already got the super sub from yesterday off of the back of their fantastic performance. Now they're bringing Trigger back on in to do what they do best. And I mean, even for the likes of D Xavier, there is a substitute. So the change up, again, we were talking about these massive substitutes. They've been making some beautiful impacts. Now reverting those changes, maybe, you know, they're just not feeling it. Maybe they needed some extra energy for the last 3 maps. I mean, I can't even believe that we're already at the halfway marker. I feel like I've blinked and we've already missed 3 maps worth of action. What is going on? These teams have just been so active and dynamic that the time is flying, man.
Yeah, we're already 3 games down. You're absolutely right. Things are getting ever so dicier for so many of these teams. Vivo Keyd and Game Lord, constant back and forth right now, trying to get past one another. They're both in that survival bubble, but of course, Genesis, DOGMA, GIDS, that's the team under the most amount of pressure at this stage, in my opinion. They're fighting for their tournament lives. If they don't break that top 11, which they are 13 points away from, it is done. They are done for the rest of the year completely. Everyone's staying in the survival stage. They could still continue and play quite a few more games to try and make it into the finals. So it's going to come down to Genesis, DOGMA, GIDS. That's the team under the most amount of pressure, in my opinion. The playing path from south to west, maybe 4 AM can jump into George Pool from here. We saw the adjustment they made the first Erangel game, though, which almost got them the chicken dinner. Second place finish coming out of military base. They just did a faster rotation. But with this flight path, they will indeed go into north or south George Pool. I'm sorry, that's where they usually loot. Another team will be by them in hospital. Nobody, IHC, not even dropping into. Oh, that is a big difference.
I was waiting for it. I mean, just looking at it, not a single drop onto military base. Island teams prioritizing that main land opportunity. So we'll have to wait and see how that zone will impact them. If we will be seeing a similar match, flight pass
is this a targeted drop? Opportunity. Ooh. Is this a targeted drop by IHC? Because I mean, they are going towards like 4 AMs. Or no, we've seen IHC loot crates before. That's right. We've seen them loot crates before. They usually, I mean, through what we've seen, it seems like they prefer Novo, right? They prefer military base. But, I mean, after so many just subpar performances for Erangel coming out of military base, I think they're deciding to change things up. And a lot of teams getting into potential early game scuffles here. You see one player almost getting run over, but that player quickly decides to leave. It's TEM Entertainment picking up his teammate. Yeah, I guess with this playing path on the northeastern side, a lot of teams are having to drop close and on top of each other. 4 AM with a very split up drop. Not sure. We have some of 4 AM in South George Pool. And then we have 2 of 4 AM over there. No vehicles. Yeah, it's very...
It's bizarre. Like at this stage of the game, to see them, you know, running with this split, I'm not sure if they just saw so many teams heading to what they were planning to be Georgia Pool that they're like, listen, it's just not up. Let's just drop down. Let's get some vehicles. Let's get a later rotation in somewhere else a little bit safer than this current position. Which, okay, look, we understand. The zone also came on in. We know that western portion of Wrangle's open, so the opportunities are there. I like what the devs were talking about, you know, train to kill and rejects, you know, as one does well, the other one has to match that or they will fall off. I mean, there is only 3 maps left, but what's curious is also just the way in which these teams have been catching up to one another. They're sitting right now on the exact same placement points, both with 104. And again, the only differentiating factor there is those eliminations, you know, just rejects inching on forward. But I mean, the likes of Geekay Esports as a star comparison, they are only 1 point away from picking up 103 eliminations now. So you can see the difference in terms of just how these teams have managed to open up opportunities for them. Obviously, Train to Kill and Rejects, they've been more aggressive. They've been looking out for those opportunities, and they have to. Placement points, clearly, as we know, are just not enough at this point in the game, especially if you want to get yourself into the top 3.
4am regrouping here. I see what happened now on the minimap. So IHC, maybe not a targeted drop, but they did a 2-2. They had 2 in crates and then 2 in South George Pool, and that was enough to scare 4am off from, you know, committing all of them to South George Pool. And yeah, the parachutes coming out of that plane path, a lot of people all jumped out around the time 4am did, so they got a little bit spooked, but hopefully they can regroup. Their last player is safe in North George Pool, completely alone, looting it up. So 4am just needs to group up as those 3 players in the car we saw earlier and make it across the bridge. No one's really bridge camping, but there is a chance for them to get shot at, and hopefully they don't get taken out of the vehicle.
Yeah. Look, I would make the same call at this stage. You've only got 3 opportunities. You've only got 3 maps. This is the second last iteration of a wrangle you are going to have to put some points on the board. It's the bread and butter of PUBG Mobile. I mean, you know this map like the back of your hand. So if there's a good opportunity for you to bring this on in, then yeah, take it. We can see that rotation from 400 men. They are heading towards North Georgia Pool. They were seemingly spot out by IHC as they are inching closer and closer to that bridge rotation that they just made. We see a couple of shots being exchanged as well, but obviously nothing really translating into an elimination just yet. So for now, I think 4 Angry Men should get away with that, which is great. They've recovered. They're back in the game. As for everyone else making that rotation, that board, that overall rankings, man, 7 points between 3rd and 4th. And then over towards IHC, hopefully South George is going to be working for them because they have quite a mountain to climb if they want to get themselves into top 3.
That point gap between 4th and 5th, 21 points difference, which isn't that big of a gap, but given the amount of games we have left, that is quite the gap to pass up. We saw a similar gap at the start of the day, or second match, right? And we saw one win just absolutely change everything with Train to Kill. But that was when we had a couple of games left. Now with less games, there's less chances to close that gap and less chances to make mistakes as Genesis DOGMA gets getting into a early game engagement against Nongshim Red Force. Nongshim Red Force losing 1 player already to Genesis, so that's a good start for Genesis because they need to get those points to make it into the survival stage.
Absolutely, they do. We can see just coming through in from that interview, a little bit of stress, a little bit of anxiety as every single, like you said, mistake, it hits that much harder. That mistake could lead you out of this wrangle. It could mean that you're taking your maps, your opportunities down to only 2. So clinical executions need to come through. They need to just really deploy every single best possible strategy they have. And one of those will be just to drive over Nongshim Red Force. I mean, it works. It's perfect.
Yeah.
It's exactly what they needed.
That player was spotted out earlier, and they had a faint idea, and they do get another elimination. I want to see Genesis DOGMA gets pushed Nongshim Red Force now. They definitely know the shots being fired were supporting fire, like shot lines. They know Nongshim Red Force is down to 2. Nongshim Red Force, one of the weaker teams too. So you have 4 up. The zone's far away from you. Go finish the fight. Pick up another point, maybe even 2. Like, you know the location of 1 for sure. They just took shots at you. So these are the small, slight risks that I feel like Genesis DOGMA needs to make at this point in the stage. Just take it. Just capitalize off those points. Have some confidence. The only thing is FaZe is rotating in from the east, and that could be a potential problem. But they don't necessarily know that, so I want to see them press the fight just a little bit more as FaZe rolls in. But Genesis DOGMA looks like they're just looting up, and they're going to prioritize the rotation instead and take the 2 points and go with there.
Very interesting. And again, small adjustments. And the first iteration we saw of Genesis on a wrangle earlier today, they were looking good. They were looking aggressive. They were taking those engagements. We had all of that chaos there towards school, and they were picking fights. They were starting some fights. They were picking up great eliminations. It was a really good starting point for them. And now I do not want to see them revert back to their previous strategies. We clearly have seen that These aggressive energies really do work with this group, and the zone is going to mean a lot of water still involved in the next phase.
Oh, a Corey ending. Potential Fairy Pira. This zone changes things a lot. Actually, it's probably better that Genesis Dogma didn't take that fight. If that fight lasted a little bit longer, they would have missed out on a great rotation opportunity in the form of this zone. We'll see where Genesis Dogma ends up going. Two heavy rotational teams, 4AM and Rejects, way far up in the north. I don't know if Rejects is going to be able to do one of those very strong rotation center with a shift like this. Same for 4AM. We see 4AM always tries to, especially on that Sandhawk game, but with such a poor performance on Sandhawk, they might feel a little bit deterred on making that long dash of a rotation. Here comes FaZe on the backside of Genesis Dogma GIDS, and Genesis firing off some shots to push FaZe away. They'll take the bunker position here, which is somewhat off-center. Not a bad position to have, though. Here is 4AM. This is on the very northern edge of the zone. So they still have a long ways to go, a long rotation to be made if they're going to do the classic 4AM central rotation.
I'm getting excited because Rejects have just found Train to Kill up towards the north. They're making that rotation. They've already taken one from Train to Kill. They're hot on their heels. At least they were for a time being, just there by Everest. So good information. They've at least thinned down the numbers here for Train to Kill, which they need to. They're only 7 points away from one another.
That was a huge elimination for the Reject team. I wonder if they did a lot of VOD review and purposely stayed up there for the hopes that Train to Kill in a circle like this would be rotating from north down and wrap into them. Because we very rarely ever see Rejects waiting on the edge of anything, camping anything. They're always on the move. They're always rotating. So might not be pure coincidence that it was onto a Train to Kill member.
Big brain players. I like it. This is what they need. 3 more maps left. They need to do something crazy like that. Changing up that gameplay could also completely throw the likes of Train to Kill, who might have wanted to turn the game on them, into a bit of a situation where they suddenly don't know exactly what Rejects will be doing. What's their next move? How are they going to take this next engagement? And now, Rejects with that rotation. We did see Train to Kill heading all the way to the west. We've got Rejects moving on in, but TEM Entertainment might be lurking within the vicinity. They took a very similar path down all the way from school into this location. So hopefully Rejects can avoid them, because right now it is looking so good. I just want to see them finding a better position in zone, and then massive opportunity.
Rejects right here. Fighting in from the edge, very rare do we get to see this. They might actually go for a full send. Well, I mean, that's going to be a tough one. That's going to be a very tough full send rotation. Zone pulls even further down to the southwest. This game does not get any easier for these competitors.
We got Promosk, who is still involved in a potential loss zone. You can see the chaos of rotations that are now going to be forced in. 4 angry men just went through GK Esports and have lost a member in return, reduced down to 3. 4 angry men not showing us that style, that mechanic that they have been so sufficient in, and so proficient rather, in the last couple of days. They just keep getting hit after hit.
Yeah, that was a massive loss. The player Ching Chen driving into one of the other, it was, what team was that? It was
GK.
GK, yeah.
GK.
They collided, which caused the GK member to jump out. Yeah, 4AM losing a player is just very bad, especially in a zone like this. In a zone like this, you want as much manpower as you can. GEEK fam coming in here on the northeastern edge, taking a strong fight against DXavier. DXavier, they've been doing worse and worse on the very last day. They've done better in other days.
And they just took a sub.
Yeah, but today has been probably DXavier's worst day yet. I don't know. I think in 4 games, they might have only picked up 2 points or something like that. It just does not seem like they've been anywhere to be found. FaZe coming in very close next to the likes of 4AM, and this is why they need the manpower. FaZe has 4. 4AM only has 3. This could mean the loss of this fight. Nice shots from long range, though. Nice nade. If 4AM had 4, they might feel like they could get a little bit more aggressive here, but they're going to need a few more nade connects before they do anything. That distance for that nade throw might just be slightly too far. Nice good jump tosses, but yeah, FaZe are just out of distance for those continual nades.
FaZe was having their focus there towards Falcons, and my question in the back of my mind was like, do they know that 4 Angry Men is right alongside of them? That nade obviously gives that position away. They know exactly what's happening. In the meantime, Falcons were reduced down to 1, hopefully trying to get the reses popped on off, but FaZe still with 4. They get that recovery. 4 Angry Men, like you said, they can't really push on this. They get that opening, they get that opportunity, but as soon as they try and make that dash, they expose themselves to Genesis, they expose themselves to a little bit of Nongshan Red Force, they expose themselves to BESIKTAS. I mean, take your picks. They're really, really pinned down into one of the worst positions they can hold on to.
They're definitely pinned. They're going to just hope for the circles at this point. Rejects, meanwhile, swinging into the western side of things from the high ground. Very smart rotation by them. IHC is sitting right in front of the Rejects team, however, so if the zone shifts anywhere more east, and it does, seeming like on the top of the mini-map right there, Rejects is going to have to fight their way in or make some type of YOLO rotation. You see all 4 vehicles of the Rejects. They're rotating. They're trying to find something. It's not going to be easy. 4 AM will get that zone. Rejects are forced to do a little bit of a pit stop out of zone. Will they take this fight with IHC, or are they just grouping up here to think of where else they could rotate into? From what we can see as viewers, there is nothing that's left open for them to really play in.
Oh, what are the chances of a double nade moving on in? 4 Angry Men still applying that utility.
Oh,
looking
the push.
for any opportunity
They
to
will.
get themselves some space. Here it is. They got 2. Yes, let's move it on in. Oh no, WWX goes down. It's a 2v2 now as 4 Angry Men try and make that last dash. They do find another. Then it's down to a 2v1. Where's the turnaround for FaZe? As in terms of the spacing they had available, MR5, nowhere. Nowhere in an opportunity do they have to try and say anything against 4 Angry Men.
That was such a good push. I love that. Out of a 3-man of 4 AM, with Genesis DOGMA potentially looking at them, they still have the confidence to try and make plays happen. They weren't going to let them get the 2 free revives. FaZe down to 1 on the northern side of things. Train to kill. This is the team that has been on the heels of the Rejects, and they are just getting cut down. The Rejects starting it off with that very first elimination might have threw everything into disarray for Train to Kill, and it is a domino effect that is just getting worse and worse for Train to Kill, landing wide into the open. Where is the last player going to play? I don't think he's going to manage to stay alive there either. He's got that UAS to blow up for cover, but it's going to be tough. And Rejects, here's that rotation that they've decided upon, and they're going to slam into the power plant compound on the outside walls. They can stay safe for now. We've seen a lot of teams end up sharing this area towards the late game. And very smart rotation by the Rejects. Calculated but risky, but it pays off once again. The Rejects will make it into zone and keep 4 up.
They were staring down the barrel of a potential engagement with IHC, and you know who was behind them just shortly before this rotation? It was actually Train to Kill. Train to Kill went all the way from behind Rejects to that flank that has now led them, well, back into the lobby, waiting for Miramar. Rejects holding on to that rotation, and now they need to make sure they do not go down here. Train to Kill are out. They have an opportunity, like we said, to build up that gap, to give themselves that buffer zone. They just need to take out the likes of Game Lord, who are currently in 11th.
Train to Kill is out. Game Lord versus the Rejects for that compound. Probably won't be a full engagement unless if a team gets a double knock somehow. And, well, just as I say that, that grenade, ooh, bounces right in the middle of everyone there. Gets some good damage in, but no knocks. You see Rejects trying to make more ground. It all depends on the next circle shift. The Rejects are on the pretty edge side of the north side, so this next circle, if it pulls hard to the south, it could mean a fight is having to be forced out of the Rejects and Game Lord. We'll see it right now, and the circle will go. And it pulls down just south enough that Rejects are not in zone. Rejects are going to have to make this push, make this play against the Game Lords. But look at this, so many teams on the northern side. GK, Vivo Keyd, Furious Gaming, and TEM Entertainment all lose a circle as well. They might all be looking at this power plant compound to take.
Also, just the spacing that is in that zone. I mean, so much open ground to work with. There are some ridge lines. The trees are obviously there, but it is going to be a tough decision now to make that move on in. FALCONS holding on for Angry Men. They have been looking for opportunities. They are proving me wrong, and I am loving it. Let's bring that energy back. Already with 3 from FaZe. Maybe add a little bit of FALCONS in, and they could be riding on high, never alone. Well, you can guess, not really keeping to the namesake. They are very much alone, and they still have to make a rotation on in. Right up ahead of them, we've got BESIKTAS. Here is that engagement here towards Quarry. Vivo Keyd losing 1. GEEK Esports, they are picking up numbers.
Yeah, GK, they're going to just play this as late as possible, take some shots at teams that are forced to rotate a little bit earlier than them. But GK's also got to make the move very soon here. TEM Entertainment getting a grenade elimination. TEM Entertainment on the west side of Quarry getting into fight with IHC. I think TEM Entertainment's thinking about taking the high ground south of Quarry rather than going into the power plant. They do have the opening to do so, and they do have the position to scout out that area. GEEK fam just continuously playing very split up on the northeastern side, looking for any opportunity for fights. And yeah, here comes that fight. TEM Entertainment is going to go down south with that opening onto IHC and follows up with that grenade. Alex doing what he can, moves up forward, gets taken down, and TEM Entertainment coming back swinging, doing TEM Entertainment things. 1v3 for Zayol. He gets 1 knock, down to 1 shot, not able to do much more. And TEM Entertainment with 4 eliminations, 4 players up on the high ground that pretty much overlooks the entire rest of the zone. We might see another one of those TEM Entertainment games.
You know, we had 3 teams that made those substitutions moving on into this one. 2 out of the 3, they're gone. They're out. Now, Furious Gaming moving on in. One of the only other teams that made that substitute. And look at this. It seems like the substitute was the bad luck charm. Furious Gaming, all 3 of the teams that made substitutes. Goodbye. Rejects reduced down to 2 as Geekay Esports pick up some pacing. Game Lords now being distracted by these rotations. Geek Fam, the likes of a few others, trying to force them out of their position could mean the spacing for Rejects to now rotate on out if it was not for GK Esports. They only have Ragnar left. Dulo looking up for that opportunity. Will TEM Entertainment actually help out with the third party? Yes, they will. Ragnar on a sliver of HP. It's done. Rejects have space.
Oh my gosh, Rejects are such a resilient team. I'm pretty sure we've seen everything out of the Rejects at this point. Just all the different strats that they could use and how they managed to just survive the most difficult of situations. They've made their comeback into this tournament off of huge circle blessings with huge amount of eliminations, but they are sticking into the top 3 through skill, determination, and grit alone. They've definitely been on the bad side of circle shifts multiple times, but they are toughing it out, and they are also utilizing their numbers to pick up eliminations when they can, up to 6 eliminations. Right now, out of all the teams alive and dead, they have the most amount of eliminations. This Rejects team has really come into this tournament fit and ready to come swinging for that top 3 position.
Geek Fam still up with 4, and they're going to need it. 4 Angry Men have been on a teardown. They're still behind in terms of the eliminations, but Genesis DOGMA now up ahead of them. We know Genesis, they've been struggling for the last couple of days. They picked up a beautiful winner chicken dinner, but are they ready to take on the likes of 4 Angry Men? Well, again, actually. TEM Entertainment now moving on in from that western side. Clear open line of sight. 4 Angry Men, this is going to be a tough battle, but if they can take out Genesis, they get a securing point and anchor into the southern portion of that zone.
This is when a 4th member out of 4 AM would have been so much better than having just 3. Here comes the push. Genesis DOGMA makes a nice readjustment and gives that compound up. They can funnel 4 AM into this compound for a tighter chokehold as that compound's not in the zone. So 4 AM is going to have to continue their push into this 3v4. Meanwhile, TEM Entertainment taking the high ground away from IHC. It's going to have free reign over everyone on the low ground, and hopefully they can pick up some eliminations for themselves.
4 Angry Men, they're moving on in. We've got TEM Entertainment in the meanwhile applying some pressure to Geek Fam. So 4 Angry Men, this is the turning point. BESIKTAS now joining the action. It's going to be a little bit of a while though, before they spot out Genesis DOGMA. Here it is. Peace is going to get shot. There's a nade that's going to be sent on out. Will it make the connection? It does! BESIKTAS reduced down to 1. bit of a pre-nade comes on through, trying to stop Genesis Dogma. In the meanwhile, 4 Angry Men, where's the information? They can hear these explosions. Will they be able to find out what Genesis Dogma are up to?
Good push, good proactivity from Genesis Dogma. I wasn't expecting this. Surrounded by 2 teams, and they go on the aggressive. That's exactly what Genesis Dogma needs to do. Make sure, though, you don't take a knock from a team you do not need to engage with. 4 AM. They're looking to get that third party, but none of Genesis Dogma was knocked down. They'll take the time, though, to rotate up more into zone. They clear out the shack. And they might actually just spot out another place that they can play in. They might just leave Genesis Dogma here alone. And reject, was that the rejects that just went out? I believe so.
Yeah, it was. Rejects are out. They don't have an opportunity to further that buffer. And I mean, I don't really blame them. They had Geek Fam, they had the likes of Game Lords, they had the likes of Geekay Esports pushing on in, applying that pressure. They didn't have space. And then, of course, TEM Entertainment came on in. They had the perfect line of sight. Rejects did not have an opportunity. It took a little bit too much time to get out of that compound. And now a few teams will thrive. We got that zone up in 5 seconds. Genesis Dogma also have a couple of seconds to decide what they want to do here against 4 Angry Men. Do they have the information, though, that it's only 3 Angry Men?
It'd be hard for them to figure that out. They can hear the footsteps now. They might be able to assume it's a 3-man, because usually 4-mans would be a little bit more aggressive in terms of, you know, taking trades. The fact that, you know, everyone's stuck at a shack might give them a decent idea that it is not a full team. And yeah, these nades are going to be deadly. 4 AM. We saw on Miramar, they did not want to take a 4v4 with Geek Fam, and now that they're down to 3, they definitely aren't feeling too comfortable here. At a disadvantage, they really need a nade knock opening, and they do! Good Shell gets, wait, a double! Good Shell gets 2! That's going to be the difference maker right here. 4 AM pushing aggressive now. One of the 4 AM members have rotated away, though, I think? No, yeah, he's knocked out in the open, and Good Shell gets the 3rd! Can he get the 1v4? It is down to a 1v1. Good Shell has found all 3 openings, down to 1 HP with the DBS. He is not able to make it work. Oh, 4 AM. That could have been 4 more points and a 4th place finish instead of 5th place. 4 AM losing out on so many much needed points right there. It was a valiant fight, but at the end of the day, we're down to 3 teams now. It is going to be TEM Entertainment, a Geek Fam, and the likes of Game Lord.
Love that. At the very least, both sides picking up much needed points. For Genesis, it means a lot more because they're not currently in that top 3. But it is going to be a massive momentum boost to know that they took out the likes of 4 Angry Men, currently sitting in 2nd. Geek Fam, our top place finishing team, currently moving on in with 4 members. We've got 4, I believe that's 4 from TEM Entertainment. Yes, it is. Game Lord, one of the only other squads to hold the line. Oh, just narrowly missing out on that elimination, at least that knock. But Geek Fam, that 1-3 split, it's going to be tough. Yuhai has to take on the entirety of TEM Entertainment, or at the very least delay them.
Did he go down? Oh, he did not go. He went down to literally 0.01 HP. And he gets the heal off. Honestly, TEM Entertainment is probably the scariest team in here. TEM Entertainment is the most clutch team, I feel like. When they're in a position where it's like, oh my god, they could do this, they almost always do this. Like, sure, they're not the 1st place team, nor the 2nd place team. They're not a 4 AM, but in positions like this, I don't know, man. TEM Entertainment just becomes a different breed. They get the circle shifted down south. They're and the firing cross lines of both teams of Game Lord and Geek Fam, though. So they need to survive a little bit longer, and they just find these shots. Doing so well for themselves. And a quick aside, 4 AM did manage to pick up those elimination points, though, because as soon as the last member went down, the 3 initial knocks did go their way. So those are some crucial points that 4 AM did gather.
We have to remind ourselves, TEM Entertainment have taken on the likes of Geek Fam before in an opportunity where Geek Fam had the advantage. TEM Entertainment won it out, and this time around the tables have turned and Geek Fam just are not being able to have an opportunity to reset themselves. Micah down to sliver HP. Here's the push from Game Lord now. Can they put a thorn in the side of TEM Entertainment? Can they make the difference, or will they just go down to a rotation? It's almost instantaneous. TEM Entertainment, Geek Fam up for the winner chicken dinner.
And TEM Entertainment, they are getting it done. I'm not going to count out Geek Fam just yet. If Yuhai can get some insane double knock and then The duo of Yuhai and Damn Rude runs in the opening, gets another one. It could be possible, but TEM Entertainment finds Yuhai. It is all down to Damn Rude 1v4 situation. TEM Entertainment. We still got 2 games left, right? If there's a chance. I mean, TEM Entertainment, they could do it. Very smart for Damn Rude to deny this point. And yeah, TEM Entertainment, that's a scary team. You don't want to give them any more momentum than they're already getting. Here it comes at. Oh my gosh, look. He just went Super Saiyan mode right there. Are those brothers or twins? I mean, they look like they could be brothers. And they seem like they have a very brotherly camaraderie. We saw one game where they both won and they were giving high fives back and forth like no other. And it's usually those two celebrating with one another each time. So I don't know. Maybe really close friends, maybe related, but either way, TEM Entertainment getting a huge win. I want to see the leaderboards. Where does this put TEM Entertainment?
Look, the main differentiating factor here for me and TEM Entertainment, we were talking about what is the secret to their rise in power in the last couple of days. Why have they been so dominating? Why have they just looked like no matter what situation you put them in, they just turn into a different beast? I think it's a very big factor that they have such a good mentality. They are hyping each other up. They are keeping each other on the good vibes, man. And they're bringing that into their performance.
TEM Entertainment definitely sticking true to their name, giving us the entertainment. Probably the most fun people to watch on camera too. Let's see where they take it for the next 2 games.
Let's go! TEM Entertainment busts out the chicken dinner here in match number 4. I love to see that excitement, that hype, dude. Going full Super Saiyan. Hey, couldn't be. But so what I say, you know what? Better later than never for them. Geek fam, oh, just on a tear here. Absolutely dominating. Putting up 21 points here. 7. What else do you see?
TEM Entertainment, I mean, doing exactly what they needed to do before the last 2 matches, putting themselves in a spot. I'm pretty sure once we go to that overall, they're going to be a lot closer now to that 3rd place. But Reject, for them to be able to put up 8 points, being a little bit more aggressive, I do appreciate that aggressiveness out of Reject, Litter.
Yeah, and honestly, it looked good on them, okay? They were the squad that got the 20 Elim chicken dinner, lest we forget. So they have this capability to be more aggressive as we look at the top performers here from that last matchup. 4 AM up on top with Good Xiao. 4 Elims, over 700 damage. And then, to be fair though, TEM up here as well. 2 players from TEM. And then Geek Fam with Yuhai. Yuhai, can we just talk about Yuhai for a second? Because he's been disgusting all day today.
Yeah.
Dude's
I mean,
it
used to be Mika. It used to be Mika for the longest time for Geek Fam, and I feel like Yuhai, especially the last 2 days, in a way has just overpassed him in just being able to clutch up and put out great amount of numbers for his team.
Some people that just got that ice water in their veins, and I think Yuhai has proven to be that. And honestly, he's proven this, I think, a lot earlier. We've seen him in past tournaments, and I remember calling out his name back when I casted the games. I mean, this dude is a beast. Let's go ahead and take it to a quick break, and we'll be right back in just a few minutes. everybody? I'm your host, Hot Juice. Here on the desk, I got 7WG and Glitter Explosion. Oh man, only 2 more matches left to go. I hope you guys are excited as I am. Of course, we got to give a big thank you to the official smartphone here for PMGC. That's Sony. Their Xperia 1.4 and Xperia Stream were created in collaboration with professional esports players. You guys can play PUBG Mobile in 90 Hz with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. Alrighty then. TEM Entertainment pulled out a massive chicken dinner. You guys know what's coming up next. It's the overall rankings, baby. It's the overall rankings. Where does everybody line up with only 2 matches left to go? Ooh.
TEM
Okay.
being able to
Reject?
jump up from 8th place. Yeah, Reject maintaining. This is what I was saying. Like with the 8 points that they were able to gather in the last match and the aggressiveness, they were able to at least continue on with the gap. TEM making up some big spots though, going from 8th to 5th, Glitter.
Yeah, and it might look like there's still a big gap, but if they can continue to somehow keep the momentum up, then that won't be so big of a gap. There's still just barely enough time for them to overcome T2K and Reject if both those teams somehow flounder. And now, as we look at the 11th place bubble, we have Vivo Keyd and BESIKTAS dropping down. Game Lord giving themselves a little bit of safety here now above Genesis DOGMA GIDS, who is literally 6 points behind Vivo Keyd. Xavier's been silent all day. Now our focus is on Genesis DOGMA GIDS. And, I mean, 6 points? Come on.
None of those teams are safe, okay? I'm just going to put that out there. Nobody's safe. I've been talking about BESIKTAS. I've been saying how that team needed to do something or the other teams were going to start catching up. Well, guess what? They definitely catch up. Game Lord passed them, as you mentioned. Vivo Keyd only 4 points away. And Genesis DOGMA GIDS, I mean, 145 points. They can definitely make that push. They're only 10 points away from being able to take on them. It's going to come down to the last game as we do look at the top mirror performance. Geek fam, I'm not surprised there. 4 AM, I'm not surprised. Now this, if there was ever a time, Glitter, for a team to wake up and use being a top performer for a certain map, it would be the Xavier. This team has only put up 2 points today. I mean, they can still, with the win, they can still possibly do it. You're the one that's been pushing the underdog story, saying, what's the percentage?
Look, I'm the, you know, so you're still, so you say there's a chance, guy. Okay, 7? There ain't no chance, bro. There ain't no chance. I love Xavier so much. I love to see how they performed here. But now they're at the point where they need to win 2 dinners back-to-back. I called it earlier, right? TEM was one of those squads. They needed to win 3 in a row if they want to make top 3. They've already done 1 and got 2 more. But Xavier, especially with all the shenanigans coming up, 7, as we look at your teams to watch, I think that's a little bit too big to swallow.
They don't necessarily need to win 2 games. 1 game will do for them and then hope for the best. But anyways, with Reject, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing. I'm enjoying the extra aggression that we're seeing out of them. They kind of appreciated the call out, I guess, that we were doing earlier, Glitter, that we just didn't enjoy seeing them be a little bit too passive, go for those placement points. With GK, this team has performed significantly well in Miramar. If there was ever a time for another team to wake up and maybe do exactly what TEM Entertainment just did, this would be the map for that. And Genesis DOGMA GIDS, I mean, you're currently, what, 6 points away from 11th. You are within grasp. Do everything within your power to be able to get that 11th spot.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly how I feel about Genesis DOGMA as well. Obviously, we picked both them and Reject. Those points are identical, in my opinion. But I'm also still looking at Game Lord. They might have jumped up, but it's not by much. It's a couple points here and there, so they need to do a little bit more if they want to ensure themselves some safety.
Well, let's see it right now. Guys, let's take a look at some of the player shots as we are about to get ready for the final 2 matches of the day. Man, these players are locked and loaded. You can see Geek fam really stressed out right now, 7. So just nervous about where they're going to land up on the leaderboards, as you can see.
Yeah, you know what Geek fam is doing right now? We might have made the best loan trade in the history of PUBG Mobile for the region. Because Yuhai is actually on a loan from Bigatron from Indonesia.
That's
and
right.
you know, Bigatron right now is watching this like, Maybe we should have kept them, guys. Maybe we should have kept them.
That's crazy to see. I mean, Bigatron are in the survival stage. They're going to have
Yep.
to hunt down and get that top 4 if they want to make it and see you high there. I mean, this is just insane. Geek Fam, I've been doing so well. 4 Angry Men have been, but there are just so many teams where the pressure is on so high. Glitter, what's up?
I gotta ask too, because while you guys were talking, we were watching a couple subs pop up there. Geek Fam with a sub and IHC with a sub. Good idea, bad idea. Last 2 matches of the day.
Go for it.
Well, let's find out. Let's take a look at casters. What do you guys think? The last 2 matches of the day. Let's send it on over to them.
I like.
Thank you, Hot Jukes. Well, Geek Fam substitute, I'd have to say, well, they could do whatever they want at this point. They're so far in the lead. They're probably have some fun. They're probably putting Sonics in, and it's like, all right, you know,
Get
you've
some
been
game
watching,
time, bro.
Yeah, get some clips in, right? Unfortunate for Snipes. Snipes who got subbed out. Snipes like, man, I want to have a bit more fun. But IHC, all right, they subbed out Demo for Godless. The only reason, in my opinion, that IHC would still be, you know, try and make adjustments is because they want to make top 3. They're very safe in the survival group. Like, they'll make it in. So the only reason they're doing anything is because they want to shoot for top 3. And I was telling you as Proxy, if they're really going to be trying to make top 3 still, I want to see them hot drop on the rejects. For all the teams that are a little bit further out, like that want to try and make top 3, your best way about going with it is to hot drop on rejects and then close the game strong.
What's interesting for me is IHC, this is the 3rd substitute. They literally just got rid of Godless, like I think about 2 maps in for Alex. They've moved on in now. Godless is back. So they're trying anything and everything they possibly can at this point in time to fight for that 3rd position. We mentioned it as well. I do not think there's an opportunity to take 1st and 2nd place right now. I think 3rd place is a much better opportunity for Angry Men and Geek Fam. They have been putting in the work, you know. Might not be as standard as what Geek Fam have been putting up, but for Angry Men have been getting points. They got that buffer zone. So 3rd place, the fight for 3rd place is going to lead us to the northwestern point of Miramar. So Oasis is in there. Imagine if we go there. Just imagine it. But this is going to be a tough battle. I mean, that flight path to that zone combination teams, once again, interesting rotations.
The flight path is pretty nice though for everyone. I don't think we'll see too many hot drops or altercations in general whatsoever. But yeah, this northwestern circle centered on Crater Fields might see some rotational fighting early on. We do have Fernand. He's got a Winchester. Is he gonna try and get a shot in? He is. He's gonna go for it. And 1 and loses sightlines. You got 1 more chance. 2. Maybe a 3rd one, a 4th one, a 5th one, 6th.
He's teaching us to count, but he's not finding a good combination.
He's teaching us to count. I mean, why not go for it, right? 4 a.m. making it out of there. That could have been a very scary start for the beginning of the match for 4 a.m. But where are they going to loot? They wanted to take Impala, it seems. But they don't want to go for an early game contestation, and I don't blame them, right? 1 bad game and 1 decent game out of rejects, all of a sudden they're looking at losing 2nd place. And more importantly, if you lose 2nd place and go down to 3rd place, that 4th and 5th place team all of a sudden looks a lot scarier. So 4 a.m. playing as safe as possible for good reason, but they can loot Junkyard. That's pretty much it. They could scrap loot around Junkyard. That's the only option they have left for loot.
You know what, we talk about, you know, rejects, they're no stranger to having a few teams drop in with them towards Los Leones. However, what's impactful about this drop right now, the team that is opposite them is a team that is chasing after their position. It is TEM Entertainment sitting on the opposite end of Los Leones, still a team as well as rejects having to make a rotation. Will they make a rotation together? Will they be an earlier rotation? Will they be able to cut one another off? We talked about it. An opportunity for IHC is to drop on rejects. The same opportunity, even better of an opportunity, is for TEM Entertainment to do the same. If they take out rejects, all of a sudden, we are talking about TEM Entertainment reaching that 3rd place finish. Already with those eliminations, they have closed the gap to 2 points between themselves and Train to Kill, who are in 4th place.
We'll see if the last game proved some crazy hot drops, but for now this game is going to be pretty normal besides the circle. Rejects very far from the zone, but we saw on that Erangel game, right? That was probably one of the few Erangel games we saw where Rejects cannot rotate in early, and they rotated in quite late, and they actually played it superbly well. They probably maximized as many points as they could with the rotations they made and how they just pretty much through sheer determination made it to the late game and picking up at one point the most amount of eliminations in the whole lobby. So this Rejects teams definitely deserve the position they're in. This circle, I'm very curious to see how they play this one out. Game Lord has rotated into the center. We have a couple of teams near center now. It would be Xavier, who really needed to change things up today, but I think it's almost done for them. Too big of a point gap, and just mentally, I'm pretty sure they are shot.
That's been tough. It has really been tough. Also with, the back of that sub in, immediately going out. I think they were like the second or third team that dropped out, actually. So either way, it's too soon for them to actually have an opportunity to do anything at that previous map. Now, reduced down to only 2 opportunities coming on into the zone. They have an earlier rotation. Maybe they can set themselves up here into El Pozo. Opportunity to loot, an opportunity to hold on. We'll wait and see what the zone will give them, but it will be up to them. Honestly, it will just be down to what they can bring on in, but they've just been so quiet that at this point in time, I don't think they can catch up that gap that's been left.
Yeah, it looks like a big gap, but keep in mind, Xavier, they've gotten 2 points so far today. So if you want to revert it back to the start of the day, they had such a good chance. Such a good chance at making it into the survival stage. And they've only managed to muster up 2 points. The worst day for Xavier so far in the whole entire week. That gives me shades of HVVP.
HVVP?
Yeah.
I'm thinking exactly the same.
Dropping the ball.
Into 6.
Yeah, dropping the ball the hardest on the last day is definitely tough. Game Lord does manage to find 1 elimination onto the side of Vivo Keyd. The team sitting in 11th place. That is big, good news for Genesis Dogma.
Loving it. I mean, an opportunity now. From Game Lords, they had a very, very good finish there over towards the Wrangle. I saw them, bringing in that action, really putting up a fight against the likes of Rejects, no other team to talk about. Hello, we also see you there. What's up? What's up? How's it going? But they need to bring in a little bit more now if they want to make a change up. And at the very least, just setting yourselves up for that gauntlet that is going to be the survival stage. I mean, bringing in some of that strategy, fighting it out, duking it out, trying to see what works, what doesn't work, bringing in some of that action could really help you out moving into survival stage. I'm not saying, completely give up on an opportunity, but at this rate, we can see the points. We can see how much gap there is to close up. And they've picked up that pacing. They've brought in, Nongshan Red Force picking up a winner chicken dinner. Now Furious Gaming, the last team at the bottom. There's at least been some sort of a change, but I don't think it's going to be enough for them to change their fate.
Definitely. We see GK here on top of the high ground, getting a very nice early game position in. One of the few teams that have been able to take up strong positions because the circle was so far to the northwest. Next zone, though, will really tell the tale of how this Miramar game is going to play out. 4 a.m. rotating in, cutting in right through the eastern edge. So not much loot to be had probably on 4 a.m. side, but they will be able to rotate in here rather quickly. Rejects on the south, and Geek Fam coming in from the northwest on the edge as usual. They always play that northeastern side as their drop spot. BESIKTAS wrapping in from the hard north right onto Train to Kill. Train to Kill in a decent position you see here. Just a little bit southeast of La Cabrera on the high ground. Train to Kill really wanting to fight for that 3rd place finish. And the circle goes hard to the south. Great circle shift for the Rejects. 4 a.m. on rotation, like the whole entire time. We'll try to capitalize off this quick circle shift with a continual rotation down somewhere in the center. This could be big news for the side of 4 a.m.
Game Lords, I mean, they're sitting in 9th position right now. They can pick up eliminations. They just help to secure themselves. They just help to build that buffer. They're going to be looking for a little bit of something here, sending a few shots on out, waiting for that vehicle just to do its little dance, but it won't be it. It's way too far off. At the very least, they are trying. They do understand that they want to build that buffer. They do not want to have it come down to the last map. And Geek Fam, I mean, I would be stressed if I didn't know exactly how many points they had. They're going to lose 2 players, but what's massive for IHC is an opportunity for them to close the gap against TEM Entertainment, at least if Yuhai has anything to say about it.
Yeah, Geek Fam will lose 2. IHC pick up 2 points. That's just 2 points out of the many, many points they need to break into the top 3. And IHC on the edge of zone. Not looking too great for IHC, to be honest. I mean, this is as good as a start as they could want. You know, they don't prioritize circle, and they pick up elimination points. So we'll see where this brings them in the coming minutes here. Reject and 4AM pretty much right next to each other as far as positioning goes. 4AM on the low ground at the compounds, which is a strong position, right smack dab in the center. And Reject's just basically like 100 meters, if not even 100 meters down to their south on the high ground.
Geek Fam just taking a drive right now. Looking at this, I mean, 60 plus points that they have as a buffer zone for 2 maps. Yeah, no stress. It's okay. Look, they can come back on a wrangle if they want. Miramar, just have some fun. Let's see what they do. The focus for us is now that difference between 3rd to 4th to 5th. That difference between, you know, 12th to 11th. Getting themselves into the survival stage. It is the teams that are looking to take away points. It is the teams that are trying to break on in. And that opportunity, it's going to be an interesting one. Vivo Keyd, I mean, a team that has been very interesting. They are sitting right on 11. They are the guardians of the survival stage right now. And they only hold on to that with a 6-point gap.
Yeah, very small point gap right there. TEM Entertainment coming in from the hard southern side. This is a team that could potentially break into the top 3. They're going to get into engagement with FaZe. Now, TEM Entertainment, we see them pop off towards the late game. Early game 4v4 engagements, which isn't even really a 4v4 because they just got third party, and Lycan will find the confirmation as well. Furious Gaming firing in some long distance shots. This is not good for TEM Entertainment. Every single time we've seen them clutch up, pull off amazing wins, it's off of the backs of 4 players. I don't know if they could do similar with 3, especially this early on into the match.
And just with the vicinity of teams that they have to work with, they're going to have to head back into the blue zone to make that rotation. Furious Gaming right in last place, taking on the likes of FaZe sitting in 8th. They are, for the time being, safe in that survival stage, but they want a bit more. Just a little bit more safety. Just a little bit more of an opportunity, a breather into the next map. TEM Entertainment, as a team that we were talking about as someone in contention for that 3rd place finish, losing out a player, not what they want. They want everything to go their way as much as absolutely possible. We were talking about the same thing for 4 Angry Men. They wanted as many players alive. Geek Fam, they're going to be reduced down to 1, but I don't know. Do you think there's an opportunity for 4 Angry Men to still close that gap in 2 maps?
Only if they get a chicken here, and it's got to be a big chicken. So honestly, no, I don't think so. 4AM, they move up more central, and Rejects will take their position. TEM Entertainment having to wrap all the way around. This is a really good zone, though, for Vivo Keyd. They could stay up in the north. They're kind of off-centered, though. And at 151, only a couple points away from Genesis Dogma. Genesis Dogma coming in from the hard western side on the edge. This is going to be tough for Genesis Dogma to break in because they have the full entire team of GK on the high ground in front of them. And then right past that is the team of Game Lord with all 4 on even stronger positional high ground near the center. So Genesis Dogma, this might not be the game for them to break into the survival stage. But if they could really pull off something huge, they could pick up a couple more points probably.
Like we said, only 6 points between themselves and Vivo Keyd. It is doable. Just to find that one elimination, that one team wipe that will make the difference. Put the pressure on Vivo Keyd. Give themselves an opportunity into a wrangle. Take a look at this IHC BESIKTAS. They have been doing a little bit of work, but they've been quiet. They have been dropping down into the danger zone. Now currently in 10th position, getting shot at by the likes of IHC, who are just using this as a stepping path. to try and get closer and closer to the top. FaZe making that rotation on in. Again, they're smack bam center. They're on 8th. They're holding on to as much as anything that they can muster.
DXavier looking to get more points than they have the whole entire day so far. If they could just pick up a couple eliminations. But yeah, it's pretty much, I would say DXavier is pretty much done for here. Next zone is about to shift. We're down to 56 players. A couple of teams suffering casualties. And the next shift is going to go...
Ooh, was that TEM? That was TEM.
Oh, did TEM just go? Yeah, I think TEM just ran into FaLCONS and TEM is out. Ooh.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's a team in 5th.
Yep.
Going out to the team in 14th.
TEM is out. And it's all up to Train to Kill now to try and break into the top 3. Train to Kill, with that new circle shift, it puts them in a okay position. Definitely not the best, but at least they will have the zone to work with without having to rotate.
Xavier is still putting that pressure onto FaZe, finding Lycan, looking for MR5. Could award them some eliminations. I don't know. I'm not going to get too excited about it just yet because, again, like we said, it is such a far battle. What could be even more exciting is the likes of Genesis Dogma now. They're spotting out DXavier, they're spotting out FaZe, they're spotting out an opportunity for them to pick up some huge points, but right ahead of Genesis is going to be GK Esports who are closing that gap. You can see Gaith has been knocked. Ragnar trying to hold the line now as Genesis Dogma make that rotation on in. This is huge for them. We know it's only 6 points. It could start really well with the 4 from GK Esports, but will they be able to clutch it out? And will Game Lords be doing anything about this?
Yeah, I like how they're going aggressive. They need to here, and it is not working out, however. It seems like the first knock is going to fall on the side of Genesis Dogma. They're down to 3. 1 player on the top to try and suppress the 2 players of GK. And with less manpower, this is looking like they're going to give up on the fight completely and just try and rotate into zone. It does seem like it, but oh, a great knock, but a quick trade right back. Yeah, Genesis Dogma has to give up on the fight. It was a good attempt. I can't fault them for that, but now they are going to have to just try and play survival with the last 2. Furious Gaming, this is on the southeast against Nongshim Red Force. Furious down to 2, Nongshim much stronger and in a better position with 4.
Nongshim Red Force, they have brought in some crazy energy into today, picking up that Sandhawk, which was just absolutely clutch. Now here towards Murmur, a little bit less jungle than they would potentially like, but we'll see what they can do with it. BESIKTAS. Oh, what a tough situation. And again, BESIKTAS is chasing after Game Lords, right? On the overall standings, BESIKTAS in 10th, Game Lords in the 9th, and BESIKTAS now down to only 1, thanks to Game Lords who are just picking up point after point. IHC moving on in from the back line. A little bit of line of sight for them to work with, but here it is, Nongshim Red Force, Furious Gaming. A little bit of scouting opportunity. There is that information. You can see they are scattering. They are looking to hold off the line.
Yeah, on the northern side, things are getting really dicey for the teams near the bottom of the survival group. Game Lords, BESIKTAS, they're all firing upon each other. In the southeast, though, that's a fight between 15th and 16th place. Seems like everyone on the leaderboards are just next to each other or fighting each other right now. GK are finally moving in from that high ground. They did a great job pressuring Genesis Dogma and hurting them, forcing them to rotate ahead. Now they're running into the Game Lord team, which I was saying has the strongest position. A 1-1-2 split on the tip tops of every mountaintop here. They should be sitting comfortable for the next circle shift as well. And the circle is going to go right back down to the southwest, putting Rejects in a decent position to maintain their 3rd place spot and their lead on everyone else for sure.
Look at Train to Kill as well. That zone going to be going away from them. Suddenly there's a little bit of blessing towards our 3rd place team. An opportunity for them to hold on, and Rejects, perfect storm. We talk about that compound within center, that compound within a position where they can get some eliminations. Nongshim Red Force holding the line, Furious Gaming disengaging, but oh, perfect storm for Rejects as they hold on, and now they've got another team to take a couple of shots at.
Rejects deciding to group up together. They don't even want to do a 2-2 split. All 4 of them in the northwestern quadrant of this compound. That does open up another team to potentially take the eastern little section, which could be Nongshim Red Force. If Nongshim Red Force loses the zone on the next shift, we'll see how it plays out. But for now, they're going to be neighbors with Furious Gaming. On the other side of things, on the northern side, on the high ground, teams are forced to push on in. Yeah, Train to Kill has the most difficult choice to make now. Where are they going to rotate in? How are they going to rotate in? And then, more than likely, will they take that crash fight with 4 AM down to their south in zone? IHC, they're going to slowly work their way in into the edge, playing on the high ground. Game Lords continue to hold their split. They're under much more pressure now that teams are starting to crunch in on them.
Ooh, IHC Train to Kill. This is once again just looking so good for Rejects because Train to Kill now in some contention. Sandish going down to FALCONS, who are just like hunting after every possible team. They've already taken out TEM Entertainment. Maybe they might take out the team right above them in 4th place. Train to Kill. Sandish not looking too great. BESIKTAS holding the line and again still being punished by Game Lords. FALCONS, what are we doing? We have taken out the 5th place team. Are we looking for the 4th place as well?
Yeah, Train to Kill saying this is probably a very difficult rotation for them to make, and it is proving so. If they decided to crash 4 AM, they would have been on heavy fire of the FALCONS team, and then the arms of 4 AM would be returning fire right back. So Train to Kill, I don't even know if they could have made a better choice. I mean, it was just tough no matter how you cut it, and they are cut down to 1 player remaining.
Game Lords. They've been applying that pressure. Geekay Esports coming in from the back line. Not really a rotation they can make, though, right now. Game Lords will be safe, just for the time being, but they do have some threats looming in the background. Got a few seconds, though, before that zone closes on up, and then that's going to be the determining factor for me. Is it going to go north? Is it going to go south? Who is going to have that advantage into the next phase? 4 Angry Men still here towards the eastern line, looking for a few options. FALCONS, oh, they have just been so devastating to such a number of teams.
BESIKTAS, meanwhile, has been soaking in so much damage at that shack. Pretty sure those players have gotten knocked at least 3 times each. IHC coming down the mountaintops will take out Geek Fam. The last player is eliminated. The Geek Fam with such a huge point gap, they should not be worried whatsoever with that performance. GK slowly working their way in. Next circle did close up more central. So now, once again, teams on the edge, forced to crunch in just a little bit more.
See 4 Angry Men here in the valley. That zone moving on through. GK Esports finally getting caught on out. Genesis DOGMA not too far off, however. They need to be careful. Yes, Game Lords will be forced off of this position, but how much damage can they do before they make that move? Vivo Keyd, we talked about it, 6 points for them to hold on as the gatekeepers of that survival stage. They can also not afford to go down here. Icy, beautiful opening onto Peace. But what else can they find?
Yeah, this 2-man team of IHC looking like mountaineers. Just working the lower side of that mountain all the way through, constantly fighting their way in. Getting some strong knocks. Here comes a full send push out of Falcon. Savant with a mini out in hand. It would probably been better to use that UMP. Nades coming in quick. The crossfire, Savant definitely needs the help, but he gets isolated and taken down. Where was the crossfire? The support lines for 4 AM.
Where was this FALCONS? That's what I want to know.
Oh, Notion Red Force also coming in now.
Yes, let's go. Let's just add another third party to the action. 4 Angry Men absolutely pincered. They've got 2 now having to deal with Nongshim Red Force. They've got Savant out for the count. That means only 1 Angry Man can really focus on FALCONS on the back line, but FALCONS still pressuring on. They are looking, they are applying that pressure, and they're not going to stop anytime soon. 4 Angry Men, welcome to the sandwich.
Yeah, oh man. Surprised they still have 3 up. Oh, just as I say that, they're up to 2. Falcon looking like they're going to sweep it. They're going to sweep that western side of 4 AM. Yeah, 4 AM, the last 2 players now completely isolated from one another. Good Xiao's going to evacuate the premises, at least pick up some level 3 gear. I don't know if he's going to try and hold that northern side. And here comes the rest of Nongshim. Oh, wow. So aggressive. Just pushing in. Yeah, they got him completely surrounded, and that is another 4 AM player down. 4 AM just down to 1. Falcons still up. And all the meanwhile, rejects are just sitting quiet and pretty, seeing all this chaos play out.
You just said words that don't make sense to me. You just said that Falcons and Nongshim Red Force worked together to take out 4 angry men. Yeah, no, I don't understand that one just quite yet. If I wasn't seeing it, I wouldn't be believing it. But here we are, another team. We are up to 4 now as the Rejects move on in for a little bit of action, picking up potentially a little bit more eliminations. Nongshim Red Force still holding the line, though, against Falcons, prepping those nades, looking for those opportunities. Falcons have been on an absolute tear, and I still ask the question, where was this version of Falcons earlier?
It's a little bit too late. Same for Nongshim Red Force. They are getting some nice fights in, though. Not gonna lie, this is an exchange back and forth. All the meanwhile, Rejects just firing off whatever third-party shots they could get, definitely putting in some damage. Next zone comes out. Furious Gaming, the 3-man team, is going to be forced to push into the Rejects team now. Rejects, this should be just more points for them to be gained.
We're talking about that storyline. Rejects building that buffer zone, trying to climb further and further up. Train to kill, reduced to 1. They do have that 1 elimination in the meantime. Nongshim, though, they don't have a lot of time left. Those nades are just finding their victims. Falcons moving on in. They still have plenty of utility to work with, but now here's the push. Here's that final nail in the potential coffin of Nongshim Red Force. Your feet, they're going to be shown. We can see you. We can find you. As Falcons move on forward, closing up this eastern line. They will give themselves the spacing as the only team to close it up, but RQX moving on in with the DBS. They do find 1. It's down to a 1v1 scenario, never alone once again. As the last member standing here for Falcons, going to be wrapping around. A little bit of time given for that med up. The DBS, come on in. Let's get that one shot. It's going to come down to that final connection. Just around the corner they go, waiting for that information. This is going to be a stalemate around the... What are we doing?
Ring around the Rosie. Yeah, I mean, that DBS is scary close range in a 1v1. I don't blame Never Alone. He's going to try and force Nongshim Red Force to come into him, and they do win out with the DBS. Furious Gaming, though, 3v4, pushing RC, and they're getting the upper hand here. RC will manage to get the revive. Rejects back up to 2. Furious Gaming still with 3. Furious Gaming not losing a single member. Rejects will get 1, though. Now it brings it back to 2v2. Ray J is also able to secure the point. Fernan running into the crossfire goes down. Now it's a 1v2. A trade happens through. It is Divine and Alien Kid. 1v1 situation. Alien Kid will also get the confirmation. He's got the first aid. He's going to pop it. Doesn't able to get it. Gets some nice damage, and that's going to be crucial for this 1v1. Brings the HP down to even numbers. Back and forth we go. Also, third-party shots from distance. Both teams have to watch out for that. He tries to get the first aid. Alien Kid denies it. And that is the Rejects out with barely any points in eliminations. I don't think they may have gotten 1 or 2. Yeah, 2 eliminations. A 6th place finish. They'll close the gap just a little bit with 4 AM, but it's not as much as they could have hoped for, especially with 4 AM getting taken out way earlier. And the fact that Rejects had 4, I don't know how Furious Gaming swept that out from under them.
Again, it's these teams from the bottom that are just looking to steal away points. Our analyst mentioned it. Nongshim Red Force will be going down early on. They're still 28 points away from the other teams that are desperately looking for them. And now they will do a little bit more. But Furious Gaming picking up points. Falcons,
Train to
what
Kill?
is happening?
Train to Kill is still alive.
Still alive, and they've been left to their own devices. No one has been looking at Jane. No one even knows Jane is in this actual location. So if Train to Kill... If Jane could just keep quiet, there's already a 3rd place finish up, maybe a 2nd. There's only Victorious from FaZe.
Yeah, Train to Kill might be able to. They might be able to pass up Rejects here if he's able to get this chicken dinner. Oh, Icy knows though, and IHC, by the way, they're a bit further down on the leaderboards. But if IHC gets this chicken dinner, they already have 10 eliminations. That does mean on the very last game, it is doable for them as well to make it into the top 3. And this has been a crazy game for IHC. They've been working down from the north side as a duo this entire time, getting so many eliminations. And Jane is definitely on the back foot. This is going to be a tough task for Jane to win. The quick peeks out of Icy, back and forth. Oh, good connections back from Jane. This is a dance-off, one-on-one, but Venturas from the off angle, from the distance, will knock Icy. This makes it into a 3-way 1v1. Venturas might actually be in the biggest advantage all the way downhill. Jane has to be worried about pushing up. And just as I say that, yeah, Venturas could come in and sweep below. And Zayol is going to come out over the top and pick up Jane. Get the revive. That's Train to Kill out in 3rd place. IHC looking to get the 1st place finish. Can he get the revive in time, though? I don't think he can. Venturas very aggressive with the MG3, but the peaks are good out of IHC. They've done almost, I don't want to say almost nothing the entire day. Definitely not the performance we're used to seeing out of IHC, but on the second to last game, they get the chicken dinner. It's possible now for them to break into the top 3.
I think what they've just done, obviously before the points that Rejects were able to pick up, they would have put themselves on, let's say, roughly 201 points. That's 5 points away from what Rejects' position was. Yes, Rejects picked up points in this last game, so I don't know. At the very least, I think they might have just beaten our Train to Kill. So for IHC, we were talking about it. That was 3 substitutes. And finally, we see that semblance of hope for IHC. They pick up a massive game. Now they put in a conversation piece. IHC, top 3? Question mark?
Yeah, potentially. Same with Train to Kill. They keep themselves just right within striking distance, but it requires a huge game out of Train to Kill and IHC to break into the top 3. And, well, IHC, they did it once just now. They need to do it one more time.
You can see it in the players' faces. They are so hyped. 27 points and pulling out an insanely clutch chicken dinner. It's IHC Esports. FaZe Clan putting up some big points as well. Time to Kill putting up some points. This came to the last game. It came down to the last game, 7.
100%, and what's crazy too is that Reject was only able to get those 6 points. The teams that needed to step up, at one point I was like, Nonshim, Team Falcons, I mean, they don't need to step up, but they can definitely steal those points, but it kind of allowed IHC and the other teams like T2K to put themselves ready to strike in the last match, Glitter.
I actually love that somehow the entire top 8 of this is not any of the squads that we've really been talking about all that much. Now we've got IHC up here, Falcon up here, Nokshim up here. I mean, look, the top performers. They have multiple 1K damage performances. I see over that 1K mark. I mean, everybody waited a little bit too long to step up here. But this is what I was so excited for, because that chicken dinner puts IHC 2 points away from T2K, which means they are only 11 points from tying Reject. They need 12 if Reject somehow gets a goose egg. But I mean, that's too close for comfort. Reject doesn't want that to happen.
They don't. And what's crazy too, I mean, Geek Fam guaranteed first place, right? 4 a.m. guaranteed as well. The other teams that were in like 5th, 6th, actually 7 even, could actually have a chance depending on what Reject does in this next match. And right here, I mean, Vivo Keyd, 151 points, BESIKTAS, Genesis could catch up to them and pass them. So BESIKTAS needs to wake up, make something happen, at least get some points, whether it's placement points, whether it's healing points, anything can go your way. Xavier was able to collect at least 8 points in some crazy alternative world. Hot Juice.
No.
Somehow, all right?
Oh my
Somehow, Xavier could possibly make it in. But I'm doubtful
I can't
as
believe
well.
it.
I'm doubtful as well.
This is intense. I know everybody's got their notepads out. I know they're all going to be doing some crazy math because this is coming down to the absolute wire here, Glitter. One final match to decide who is going to get that golden ticket and who's going home today.
This is interesting because our top Erangel performers are obviously our current top 3, but then a team that is also technically within striking distance if they have a really, really solid performance. But then we got to talk about the teams above them because those are the ones that need to close it out. And honestly, Game Lord? No, not Game Lord. Sorry, Genesis, DOGMA, and Vivo Keyd. They were separated by 5 points before this match, and then it only got chipped down by 1. That was a missed opportunity massively by Genesis there. So this is their last shot to make it into the top 11. They need to do something too.
Oh, not to mention you got so many squads that are trying to hunt down that 3rd place finish. I mean, mainly you got, Time to Kill, you got TEM Entertainment. You know what, guys? You guys break it down for us. 7, why don't we start with your teams to watch here?
Reject, I have to start with that team. I mean, the strategies that I was very much against at halfway through the day, I'm hoping that they actually do that strategy, which is just play it super safe, try to collect some extra points, because then it would make it really hard for the other teams to catch up to them. Genesis, if I'm Genesis, I'm going actually a little bit more aggressive. I'm taking reins of their destiny, and I'm hoping that they actually try to lure out or try to spot some of the other teams that they need to take off to be able to make that move to 11th place. And T2K, same thing. You gotta hunt down Reject. You gotta be able to make sure IHC doesn't hunt you down. These teams are gonna have to be on the lookout because I feel like it might not be a hot drop, but they will be looking for each other.
See, you say T2K and I said IHC because now they've got a little bit of momentum under their belt. Will they just randomly, in the last 2 matches of the day, have 2 back-to-back pop-off performances that jump them from not within contention to in 3rd place? I mean, if I were Reject, I'd be scared. That's why Reject's up here for me as well. And like you said, Genesis, DOGMA, GIDS, this is it. Make or break. You're either going home or you're at least making it through to survival stage.
Yep. How about some free? How about this? Since
no,
wait.
Before you
How
say
about
something,
some free points? What if those teams at the top, instead of hot dropping, right, the teams that they need to hunt down, what if they hot drop some of the lower end teams that really haven't performed well the whole tournament and try to get those points that
I
way?
think that's too risky.
They're going to start playing scared. See, I knew it, Jukes. They're going to start playing scared. They don't want to do it.
Okay, here's my question. I think this is the big one right here, right? Rejects. Do you land in the spot that you've been landing this whole tournament? Glitter.
Or do you go off and hide in a corner of the map and hope no one finds you?
I mean, literally, that's something you have to think about here. Because you are the golden child right now. I mean, everybody is hunting you down to steal that 3rd place finish, okay? Do you land in your normal spot and risk getting taken out early? Or do you hide somewhere and mix it up? I mean, that's the question.
Mix it up somewhere that you have as a backup drop that no one has been going to, and just pray that it works.
I'm with you on that. I would actually expect them to hopefully do kind of like a 2-2 split, not too far away from each other. Nothing super crazy. They're still gonna be able to back up each other if for some reason they do get into a fight. But yeah, don't go to the exact same spot that you've been going.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I mean, I think it's way too risky right now. You have the most biggest target on your back that you could possibly imagine. I mean, Game Lord, look at them. Obviously, look, he needs to get some energy before the game starts. Like, Donkshin Red Force. You can just see right now they're just thinking, why did we not play like this earlier?
We had this conversation on like day 2, Jukes, okay? We knew that this was going to happen. We had the conversation again on day 3.
Look at Reject. You can just see the stress in their face, just thinking, what do we do? Do we go to our drop location? Do we change it? The entire weight is on them. Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that this is a conversation we've already had. We knew that there was the potential for this to happen. We tried to give whatever forewarnings we could, because it literally happens every event and somehow people don't learn, even though it still happens. And now we have multiple squads put in a position where their entire fate in this tournament is determined by this last match of the day. You want to be the Geek fams and the 4 Angry Men who have solidified your position and can go into this last match a little bit more confidently. Even you want to be one of the teams in 4th and 5th, because if you're not getting your golden ticket, at least you're staying alive till survival stage. The squads that are fighting for the bubble and the squad that is in 3rd, aka reject, the 2 bubbles, those are the scariest spots to be in. And like you said, how many times they're probably sitting there just thinking, what could we have changed on day 1, on day 2, or on day 3 to not have put ourselves in this position?
Vivo Keyd is literally biting their nails. Like, literally. I can't blame them right now. I mean, they have to be frustrated with their performance here overall. I mean, not even being in a position to possibly get top 3. But now they're in the position to risk not even being in this tournament. Still, they're pretty decently safe. But, you know, who knows? It's anybody's game here at this point. You can even see GK just trying to come up with some different strategies here. I mean, I can only imagine what is going through these players' heads. Their minds have to be going a mile a minute right now, Seven.
Yeah, T2K, look at them. They're being a little bit more calm. They're trying to figure out, except for the guy second to the right. He seemed like he was stressing right there a little bit. And then you have Geek Fam. I mean, they're like, hey, what do you want to do? You want to maybe hot drop on somebody?
What are you going to spend the money on?
Just to have fun? Yeah.
I think they're already talking about what they're going to buy at the end of the day. Because, I mean, they got this one in the bag. They got the hand warmers on. They are pumped up. And, oh,
Genesis.
Look at the difference. Oh, my goodness. Stressing.
Remember earlier when they were saying they were feeling so-so? Well, that so-so has become very stressful. And on top of that, they were saying they were feeling really confident. The confidence has diminished a little bit, if I would say so myself, because 5 points away from 11th spot comes down to the last game. This is not the place where you want to be. T2K, I was saying maybe they were a little bit relaxed. The closer they actually get into the game, that relaxation is going to go away, and it's just going to become super stressful. Vivo Keyd, I mean, this was a team that I believe I called out, what was it, yesterday or the day before yesterday, saying how they've been at least within that top 11. They should have been able to do something to maintain some kind of consistency to keep themselves above that. They haven't. And then you have some players. Game Lord. This team, we got to give this team some props. They didn't start off so well. They were super passive. Glitter, they have shown a completely different mode of them playing here. They have shown that they can adjust. And I really love what that team has been able to showcase today.
Not only did they adjust well, but I felt like they just looked more comfortable. They looked more confident in their game when they were playing, and that was something that we were kind of missing from them up until maybe the second half of this weekend. I mean, first half wasn't so great for them, and that's something we talk about because obviously day to day, these teams, these individual players have to make adjustments. They have to be able to go back and review those VODs, look at the individual mistakes that they're making, the team mistakes they're making, and make those changes, and then implement them with very little time to really go through a lot of it. But at least we're seeing some of these people having a really good time. We've watched a lot of focus, a lot of kind of trying to zen themselves out or looking stressed and completely not looking forward to this last match. But this is fun. This is fun.
Like the guy in the background.
Man, I'll tell you what.
The Jukes, the one in the front are all having fun. The guy in the background is like, okay, you guys need to quit.
It's like, come on, guys. Oh, man, I'll tell you what, man. So-so has become uh-oh right now for these players. I mean, this is what it all comes down to here. I mean, I love just seeing the players' faces and the thoughts that are going through their head right now. Like, honestly, if I was in Reject's shoes, I would probably drop Nongshon Red Force's location because I would bet my money that they're going to go and hot drop somebody. So I think that if they go to their location, it could potentially be open. And I think that would probably be a safer bet for them because worst case, they have to fight them and I think they could. I think that's a team that they can definitely take. But man, it's a 50-50 coin flip, and I'll tell you right now, this is why IGL is one of the toughest positions in PUBG Mobile, because you have to make that coin flip decision on, hey, what are we gonna do? Do we do this? Do we do that? And if you're wrong, your whole team's looking at you right now.
Yeah, you can try to predict so much stuff, right? You can try to predict, okay, we're going to try to land here. But if we get one of the crazier playing paths that we have been getting, some teams are going to have to adjust on the fly. It might end up backfiring. We see it over and over again, not just this week. We have seen it last week and the week before that too. Plan B, Plan C, Plan D are going to come into play. And hopefully some of the other teams don't have the exact same plan as you, Glitter.
You know, we're talking about the potential strategy that Reject is going to have because they're going to have one of the largest targets on their back. Whether that is someone directly under them deciding that it's going to be worth the risk to try and take them out early, or that's just going to be one of the bottom teams randomly just deciding to YOLO onto them because they know that there's no chance for them to qualify. But we probably can also talk about the teams directly below Reject, because they have a decision to make too. Do they try to go big in the last match and take out their competition? Because even if they have a great game, if somehow Reject matches their performance, then their game won't matter. So there's a two-part consideration to their strategy. They have to take Reject out, and they also have to get points. So what do they do in that situation?
That's the big question. By the way, thank you everybody for being so patient. It looked like one of the players did have a little bit of a tech issue. So it looks like we got about 5 minutes until the next game. So grab a water, grab some popcorn and get ready, because this last one's going to be one heck of a show. So let's just kind of reiterate some of the numbers for everybody that could just happen to be tuning in here for the first time, because I know everybody out there is telling, hey, you got some time, get in the game, watch this right now. So Reject's in third place, 212 points.
Yep.
Train to Kill is in fourth place with 203 points. So they're 9 points behind them. That's going to be at least a third place finish if Reject gets 0 points. So if you're Train to Kill, you're going to try to get some eliminations early on for sure. IHC is 11 points behind in fifth place. And then you got TEM Entertainment. TEM Entertainment's got one heck of a stretch here, because they are exactly, what is that? 212, 186. They are exactly 18
for TEM Entertainment?
Oh, I'm sorry, my math.
For TEM Entertainment,
hold on, let me
26 points behind.
26 points behind. That's right. Math getting tough here.
You're doing great.
So if you're 26 points behind, FaZe Clan is 27. It's possible, right? Yeah. But Reject would have to go out immediately. Like literally immediately. So if you're TEM or FaZe Clan, I think you have to hunt down Reject. Like, I think you have no choice at this point, because getting 26 points, I mean, well, you have to get at least 27, and if Reject gets another point, that's 28. You're gonna be, that's way too risky. Way too risky at this point. So I think you have to hunt down Reject and get them out as early as possible, and then just farm eliminations and try to get that chicken dinner. Glitter, do you think that's something that they would do right now, is hunt them down?
I mean, for my own selfish entertainment-based purposes, I would love to say yes. I think that it would have depended on the team. I think if we were asking this question and it was Geek Fam who needed to get into top 3 or even 4 Angry Men, and we were like, well, do you think we'll be aggressive? It'd be so easy for me to be like, yeah, they're going to do it. They've been doing it the whole time. Why wouldn't they do it now? But not everybody has been playing that way. I truly think that a lot of these middle ground teams are going to end up playing it safe, thinking that that's the better choice, and that last conservative decision, I'm telling you.
That's the wrong answer. 1,000% that's the
well,
wrong
I
answer.
think it's the wrong answer, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, because, I mean, the thing is, especially with a break like this, not to mention you got some teams that are super bummed out at the bottom. They realize they're going home after this, and they ain't trying to really delay the inevitable at this point. So we've seen this multiple times, right, Seven Glitter? Right at the end, the last game, like half the eliminations are gone within the first few minutes. So for those teams that desperately need them, they're going to be just trying to hunt down teams to be like, where the heck is everybody going? So if they even try to play this slightly conservative, that's it. It's over. They're not going to get top 3. Like, I think they have to land and literally full push every squad and hope for the best if they want something to happen. If they don't do that, it's over.
For TEM and IHC, I feel like if they can find a way to find Reject, right? Maybe not a hot drop, but just try to cut them off, whether it's in an early rotation or whatever the case might be. Just an early engagement between Reject, TEM, and IHC. And if they win that engagement, then I would say start playing towards the final. Yeah, if you do see an opportunity to get into a fight, get into that fight. But I just don't know how confident this teams will be. TEM, I mean, TEM is in good mood, right? They're currently having the time of their lives. But when it comes to the game, when maybe you have one of your players knocked, the pressure is going to kick in because you're going to have to rethink what you want to do. And then being able to get into those engagements early on, you are risking losing some players. And we always know what happens when you lose those players. You're going to put yourself at just such a big disadvantage, Glitter, that it's not going to work out. So, I mean, we can talk here about different strategies.
Yeah.
We can do this over and over again. But at the end of the day, these teams are going to be stressing out, no matter whether they're looking stressed on the screen right now or whether they were looking playful, having fun. Once they're in the game, you best believe everything that's flashbacks even are going to be coming back to, oh man, we should have done this instead of that. And that's going to hunt them.
That's the worst part.
Big time. Big, you can already see, look, Xavier, they know the position that they're in. They know it's over. And that's all I think they're already thinking about is what could we have done differently? What play we could have done? Well, one thing I hope is that these players don't really go and start doing the whole, name blame where they're saying like, hey, well, if you would have done this in game 4, game 5, I think they just need to look as a group together and just say, hey, okay, what do we need to work on here for next year and get it done? Because I think we've seen too many teams leave here and then just start dropping players, swapping them out, thinking that's the problem.
That's
in reality,
it's
yeah. Well,
I feel like it happens a lot more.
We see some swaps.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, well, we see IHC, right, doing some player swaps twice today. I mean, how do you think that has impacted their overall gameplay, Seven?
They're just trying out different stuff. I mean, at this point, we've been saying it, stuff hasn't been going their way. Might as well give it a try, right? And for Xavier, when I was looking at them there, it's just disappointed, man. This is a team that ended up being 5th place in grand finals of PMGC 2021. An awful performance out of them, and that's definitely going to be hunting them down. I mean, their fans are not going to be happy. Their country's not going to be happy about that, and I'm pretty sure the players are going to be kicking themselves about
They're not
their
done
performance.
yet. We got one more game.
Oh, you're saying there's a chance now? Okay.
Well, guys, get ready because the game is locked and loaded. These players are ready. The final game for the PUBG Mobile Global Championships Group Yellow is on its way. Let's take it on over to the casters for the final time.
Thank you, Hot Jukes. This is it, the last match of the day of this tournament of the group stages. It is all coming down to this. And before we head in, before we see the drops, Jukes mentioned something that I really want to touch on, the hot drop. The Reject team, do they drop where they usually do? Because we did see in week number 1, the team of S2G, who was sitting in 3rd place, did get hot dropped and chased down by LGD, the team in 4th place. So it is a threat looming over the heads of the Rejects that they do heavily need to consider.
I mean, that's why we saw their faces looking the way that they did, right? They were contemplating exactly that. They've had the VOD reviews. They know exactly what's at stake. They know what information is available to the other teams. If they know that they need to hunt down Rejects, where they're going to go. Ruins, Rozak, there's a little bit of information available for that. So where we need to see right now, these teams heading towards, if we see any sort of movement towards those locations, Rejects are going to have a bit of a surprise on their hands.
Definitely so. Well, we'll know very shortly. It also depends on the playing path. I do believe Ruins typically is where the rejects like to prefer to drop in on. So we see here, playing path out on your screen. It's a good playing path for everybody involved, which also means it's a good playing path for any potential hot drops. Anybody could get to anywhere that they would like. This is gonna get very interesting. Teams dropping out right here. IHC will go for the Novo side. Geek Fam dropping out very early. We've seen Geek Fam take military base as well, though. But one team we don't see is 4 AM, so 4 AM is going to go towards the North George area.
I mean, similar situation for them. They don't give anyone an opportunity to get the drop. Another question we have to ask ourselves is who will be going home at the end of this match? One more opportunity, a few potential changes we might see at the end for that survival stage. Vivo Keyd, they had 6 points over on Miramar to keep them safe, at least for now, as the gatekeepers in 11th, but now that's been reduced to 5. Genesis Dogma, I mean, if you want to talk about the survival instinct, if you want to talk about fighting right till the end, this has to be it for them. And they're going to be dropping down right on Milton, right alongside FaZe, that zone heading to the north. And look at where rejects are currently finding themselves.
Yep, rejects do drop in Ruins uncontested. There is a team of Vivo Keyd parachuting overhead. I think Vivo Keyd is just trying to go to the South George area, hospital area. That's where they usually loot. So no hot drops. The rejects are safe for now, at least for the beginning of the match. Everybody's just going to play this normally, at least as far as the drops are concerned. We might see some targeted traps, like rotational traps. Teams are very familiar with rejects drop, so also with a zone like this, they could kind of predict potentially how the rejects will path and rotate. So we might see some shenanigans still, but at least off drop, everything looking to be quite normal. The circle, not the most normal of Erangel circles. We do have a little bit of a potential northern shift, which could be involved with the Osnaya Stalber, or a southern shift south of that.
I mean, 7 mentioning that 2-2 split here for rejects, trying to keep themselves in a potential dynamic shift, right? Having that opportunity that if something does happen, they can take that rotation on out, they can take that rotation on in, Pincer, whoever is applying that pressure if they need to, or at the very least, focus on the longevity game. I mean, at this point in time, anything that they can make happen, any potential control they can apply to this wrangle will be making a difference. We're not seeing any of those hot drops, though. They will be relatively uncontested. Falcons, they brought in some extra energy in the previous game. This time, it looks like TEM Entertainment have immediately gone for that revenge play. They went out very early on because of Falcons. Is going to be the turnaround.
Yeah, we've seen these two teams share this drop almost every single match, but finally in the very last game, TEM Entertainment, with somewhat of a far shot off into the top 3, they're gonna be aggressive. Furious Gaming getting one onto BESIKTAS. Ooh, that's very not good for BESIKTAS. Like, they are in 10th place, but if Vivo Keyd and Genesis Dogma GIDS come out strong in this game, BESIKTAS could all of a sudden find themselves knocked out of the survival stage. And TEM Entertainment, they're gunning for it. Never alone. This time is very much alone in this compound by himself. His 2 teammates across the ways does put in some supporting fire to get a knock. But TEM Entertainment, they're like, we've had enough of this. This is the last match on the last day. We're not sharing this with you guys any longer. Falcons find themselves down to 2.
Honestly, the only shared point, the only thing that I know for a fact that is concrete at this point in time is that Never Alone needs to change their name. Every single time, they are the only player left for Falcons. So please, can we talk about an IGN change here? Something is happening. But TEM Entertainment, they are heading through into Napoliano with a vengeance, looking at Falcons, trying to kill. Again, I would love it for them to make it on into top 3 just purely based on the fact that
what
this
an
is one of
aid.
their first PMGCs. Falcons, they are still feeling the pressure.
All the way up to the top. That was a homing missile, if anything. Man, Yusuf definitely wasn't expecting that. Powerful was thinking about running away, and then he realizes the only way we get into the survival stage is if I 1v4 this right here and then pull out a miracle run. So no point in running away. It's the last game. You need points. Why run away? And he's going to get that first state off. And I like this. It's better for TEM Entertainment to get these points because there's a potential there. Potential that they get themselves into a top 3 finish. Teams making mad dash rotations right now. Nongshim, Red Force making a rotation. Oh, Powerful's got 2. Okay, he gets taken down. Powerful manages to knock 2 out of the TEM Entertainment. I was thinking maybe some sort of crazy upset, but that'd be the end of that.
Yeah, TEM Entertainment, again, nothing really to lose for them in this scenario. Whether they do have a massive game here or not, they will be moving on. They will be moving into the survival stage. But if something happens, if they do bring in like an absolute banger of a game, then yes. Then they're in top 3. Then they have saved themselves a little bit of torment. In all honesty, that's all I can talk about as the survival stage. So if you can save yourself that trouble, please do, because that survival stage we keep talking about it, the teams in there waiting for them, it is going to be tough. Furious Gaming and FaZe finding one another, a little bit of a turnaround from FaZe at least as they find Fernan, but this is really, there's no opportunity for Furious Gaming to close this out. At the very least, they can just take this engagement with some pride.
Try and not finish in last place potentially, but it's looking like they might just go down in last place. Unless a FaZe messes us up here. They're trying to finish this last player out, and they do manage to find it. Furious Gaming still have Milos all the way long range, trying to do some supporting fire, but at this point, when teams are playing this aggressive, you just got to get close and personal. Milos, last one up. FaZe getting the reset back up to 3. Milos trying to find some sort of angle possible, but it is too late for him. Furious Gaming might find themselves packing it home in a last place finish.
You know, that's just going to break Seven's heart. He's been shouting at them for the last 3 days.
I think
he's been the biggest Furious Gaming supporter since day number 1.
I think Seven's given up on Furious Gaming. At some point, seeing this perform like this right here, I don't think it's going to break Seven's heart. I think Seven's already moved past it.
He's accepted the fate he knew.
Yeah.
Coming into today, I mean, it was just looking rough, man. Nongshim Red Force already, they picked up the pacing. They made sure that they're not going to be finishing in last place. So, yeah, for Seven, I guess times have passed. You know, maybe there was a glimmer of hope, but Seven will never tell us that. No. But as we take a look at it, that rotation up into the north, IHC having to make that move on in from the military base island. Yep, goodbye, Furious Gaming. It was nice to have you. They will be uncontested. You know, Genesis DOGMA, they actually opted for an earlier rotation, so they left farm/Malta, they left that potential of a bridge camp, and they're focusing on rotations, as I believe they need to.
Oh, Train to Kill, finding an important elimination point right there onto 4 AM.
Ooh.
Very good shots out of Train to Kill, ripping that player right out the vehicle. That's not easy to do, especially with the direction that the 4 AM player was traveling in correspondence to the bullets that were raining down. Tracking that, very good job out of Train to Kill. Now, I'm looking at RC right now, the rejects. They're approaching this last game with a lot of caution. I think they've already breathed a huge sigh of relief by not getting hot dropped on. So now you can see they're playing on the edge. They're 2-2 split. I don't know if that's a 2-2 that they're trying to, pick up some points from inside the blue, like trapping Game Lords on rotation. That shouldn't be the case. If you're going to be trapping players for points, you should be doing it as a 4-man team. I think RC just in coincidence, had Game Lord pass by, but RC is actually trying to remain low and quiet as much as possible. 4 AM continuing to play big. They're playing like they have nothing to lose, honestly, making the big rotation still. And, ooh, they need to get out of there. Oh, that's another player caught off for sure. Oh, good shout. Barely getting down the hill, but still ending up getting caught. 4 AM, all of a sudden, down to 2 players. This is more and more of a chance for rejects, if anything, to get second place over the top of 4 AM.
Hey, I mean, they're running in that 2-2 split. Honestly, I just think because they want to give themselves the best possible chance, right? I mean, yes, if they do get caught out on the one side, at least the other side can take that rotation on in. Like we said, having to just make that disengagement, make that choice. But they will be regrouping after that little bit of a scary engagement with Game Lords. Maybe rethinking their plan, maybe rethinking that approach on into the zone, because they're going to be heading in from the west, and the west pretty open except for GEEK fam. So we'll see where they end on up. GEEK Esports, it's been some good energy from them. I feel like they have really stepped it up just a tad you know, brought in a little bit more of an aggressive style, brought in a little bit more of those eliminations, which is great. But yeah, they're going to have a tough time when it comes to that survival stage, because now, now this is the proving grounds. They're getting ready for that gauntlet that's coming up next.
We see Vivo Keyd, another team trying to make or keep their survival stage spot. Genesis Dogma very close behind. Vivo Keyd coming in from the northwest, just making their way into the northwestern edge of zone. So they're not going to go for a hard rotation center. Rejects on the far southwest coming in just on the edge as well, playing it much safer, but they will find themselves next to the team of Geek Fam. Now, Geek Fam, they're probably going to take every single fight possible they see. I mean, they are first place no matter what. That's already what they did before they were first place no matter what. So a little bit scary for the Rejects team, getting ever so closer to Geek Fam.
We love it. We do love it. An opportunity here. Train to Kill. I mean, honestly, I'm just keeping an eye on Train to Kill and Vivo Keyd. I want to see what these two can do, what Genesis Dogma can do. If we're going to have a difference, you know, coming into this last game, if the 5 players, or the 5 teams rather, that we're going to be saying goodbye to is going to change, it's going to be up to the zone as well. Moving into more to the north, TEM Entertainment still near Sniperiana, holding in a fantastic set of buildings and hardcover to work with. They haven't really had to move at all. So maybe they can bring on in some crazy eliminations as those teams have to make the rotations. This is not the rotation you want to make, Rejects. Leave right now. That is all I can say.
Yeah, a lot of Rejects players taking damage there. And I'm surprised Geek Fam didn't get in their cars and just decide to chase one of those buggies down. I mean, if I was Geek Fam, first place no matter what, I'd be having fun just like that. And luckily for Rejects, that is not the case. But Genesis Dogma, this is a team we need to watch out for. This is the team trying to break into that bubble. One of their players is knocked. FaZe, we saw them playing very aggressive early on. They get an opening knock, but even then, this compound might be too tough for them to crack as a 3-man team. So FaZe is going to leave them alone for now. Genesis Dogma gets the reset back up to 4.
Ooh, we've got some scary prospects here. Rejects. Yeah, that made me very, very nervous. But Genesis Dogma, also a team that is fighting for their opportunity, fighting for their lifeline into this tournament. 5 points away from Vivo Keyd. We can see it on the screens right there. Vivo Keyd already picking up those 3 eliminations, just furthering that gap.
Yep.
Not spelling a good opportunity here for Genesis Dogma, but Game Lords as well. Losing at least a player almost immediately. Train to Kill, however, being the ones to pick that one up. It's so many storylines to follow. I think I'm just going to be staring at numbers the whole day.
Yep, that's 2 more points. That's 2 more points closer for Train to Kill, closing that gap onto the Rejects team. Rejects coming in from the far eastern edge. So Rejects will have to fight their way into many of these circles. Definitely got very close to potentially losing a player or 2, or even the whole team when they drove by Geek Fam. Man, that was scary for the Rejects team. 4AM, meanwhile, has been knocked down to 2 very early on, doing their, kind of calculated risk rotations this time, not getting the better end of things, but they'll find themselves pretty central as a 2-man. Train to Kill with a really strong position, honestly, on the northwestern edge. They have a lot of options to play into the rest of the game with 4 members, and 4AM is probably the biggest roadblock for Train to Kill, and 4AM only has 2 members, so if Train to Kill play it correctly, they'd be able to pick up 2 more points and take over 4AM's strong position.
Again, these storylines that are potentially building off of the fact that we're seeing these crazy rotations. It is going to be a treat. It is, like we said, coming down to the last game. That last zone, that last decision can make the world of difference here. That zone getting closer and closer. Yosnaya, Pauliana, right in center. We've got Nongshan Red Force. We've got TEM Entertainment up towards the north. We've got Train to Kill up towards the northwest, holding that position. I mean, how do you think their odds are going to fare when all of those teams are moving now in from the south? The opportunities for them, the line of sights, Vivo Keyd right behind them.
Yeah, I was looking at Rejects rotation. It looks like they're cutting down the middle, going somewhere. This is going to be a very messy rotation. So many teams will not want to take Yasnaya. They don't want to lock themselves into the city, and there's not much else left to play elsewhere. Xavier losing a couple members, BESIKTAS right there picking up some much needed points for their safety.
Genesis are getting very close to this. They're getting very, very close to this opportunity. Train to Kill just found out for Vivo Keyd. There's points here. There's points available here, Zute.
Yeah, a lot of points. IHC coming in.
Oh my
This is another team that could very well take the top 3 if they get a huge game in, and we're going back and forth. So many important fights. Vivo Keyd, coming onto the backside of Train to Kill, getting backfilled right now. Ooh. And that nade, that low toss. Ooh, Legend will take some damage right there. Rig is knocked. I think Train to Kill is heavily debating. Do we stay here and try and help him out, or do I just leave him? Train to Kill, I feel like they need to come back and take this fight. This might knock them out, but sure, they need a massive game. They're only a couple points away. And Jane is back. Sendesh in the long range, providing some sort of support. They will try and eject Legend out of there. Vivo Keyd will take over this position. They don't have the zone here, so Train to Kill is going to play from further inside the zone. They weren't able to get the revive, unfortunately. But Train to Kill hopefully can make it out with 3. The back of that buggy. They need to cross over, and I think they do manage to make it. IHC, meanwhile, taking over this position. 2 elimination points. I think they picked up 2 onto Genesis DOGMA. Yeah, Genesis DOGMA down to 2 players with 0 elimination points still. It is looking darker and darker for them. TEM Entertainment, meanwhile, on the other hand, 6 elimination points. I know they're a bit behind IHC and Train to Kill, but 6 elimination points, it's a start.
Again, also have to note that Train to Kill, IHC, the teams that are hunting after rejects, have eliminations, whereas rejects have literally nothing. And they're going to be moving on into Jasnai Poliane right alongside TEM Entertainment. Storyline for that a little bit later on. That engagement with Vivo Keyd and Train to Kill was spelling a little bit of opportunity for Genesis DOGMA, but at the same time, they get forced on into a contention by IHC and Train to Kill back on off. So now, again, it's just looking darker and darker. As you've mentioned, Genesis, this is going to be a tough one. Nades moving on in from IHC. There's a little bit more pressure with the likes of FaZe when we consider it. As soon as they make that rotation, they put themselves out in the open. I do not see a pathing that they could take out of this. They have to just stay and fight by the looks of things.
Yeah. 4AM was taken out by TEM Entertainment, by the way, so it gives a chance for the reject. Oh, full send by Geek Fam on the northeast, right onto the side of the Rejects team. Rejects open it up with the initial nade knock, but Geek Fam's such a dangerous team, and Rejects is definitely playing, I wouldn't say scared, but they're definitely nervous here. So many teams potentially looking to take their 3rd place position. Rejects get a confirmation, it seems like, in that elimination feed onto 1. Meanwhile, elsewhere, IHC pull on up, and I think IHC might be done for. 1 player goes down for IHC. There's only 1 up. Alex, this is IHC's run for the top 3, pretty much closed shut. Yep, IHC is out. Geek Fam and the Rejects still very close next to each other on that northeastern side. They're pretty much sharing those apartment complexes now.
What is happening here towards Jasnai Poliane? Genesis actually moved on up into the Wizard Tower, but they're right in front of TEM Entertainment. TEM Entertainment already running with 6 eliminations, make that an instantaneous 8. And I'm sorry for Genesis Dog. They do not have an opportunity to catch up to the lead that Vivo Keyd have put forward. Geek Fam, they have found Rejects. Rejects now the potential next team to feel that action, and if they go down, it is up to Train to Kill to close that gap.
And maybe, just maybe, TEM Entertainment. 8 eliminations. I mean, we've always said it, when TEM has 4 and then they're put into the clutches of clutch situations, they clutch it out. Vivo Keyd getting a lock onto Rejects now. Long range knocks. I think Rejects are 2-2. It depends on where these 2 knocks are. If they're both revivable, Rejects can get a full reset. But if the knocks have happened in a way where it's a 2-2 split and both are on one side, that is bad news for Rejects. Rejects lose 1 confirmed. They still have 1 knocked. I need to see how the Rejects and Geek Fam fight is going out on that northeastern side, but there's just too much action going everywhere else. Train to Kill moving in on the very edge. TEM Entertainment have their sightlines set. That's Geek Fam losing another player back to the side of Rejects. Looks like Rejects are staying strong and putting up a fight.
There's equal footing, yes, but here we go. Ooh, look at this opportunity.
Yeah, okay. Rejects are down to 2.
That's down to 2. There's no way the duello is going to be revived in this scenario. Geek Fam are just applying the pressure. Ragey holding the line, at least in the same building with Divine. So if Geek Fam do ever make this push, or if TEM Entertainment move on in, they do have an ability to run a bit of a bait and switch, to run and work together to just try and hold on to this. But they need to train to kill TEM Entertainment, the looming threats. And again, TEM Entertainment just behind Rejects. So with Vivo Keyd involved, Geek Fam as well, this could turn around in a matter of seconds in any direction. There we go. TEM Entertainment finding Train to Kill.
Yep. Oh, Vivo Keyd picking up to 5. Train to Kill, I think they made a mistake. They're just trying to stay alive, but they need to not just stay alive, but pick up points. They're losing all their vehicles out there. They're not going to get much further into the rest of the game unless if they get circle blessed way down in the southwest. Yeah, Train to Kill, that buggy's definitely blown up. They still have 1 buggy left to play with. It's a tough task for Train to Kill to make a play here. Running back to his teammate, providing some more cover with that buggy. Next zone shifts out. They do get the zone very close to them. All the teams on the northeastern side lose the zone. So Geek Fam, Vivo Keyd, and the Rejects forced to make a move. TEM Entertainment get the zone at that city, and they're looking like they want the chicken dinner. That's a play for the chicken dinner. Sweep around, clear out the side, and control the whole western front. That would be huge if they could execute it properly.
Not only that, but they could take out Train to Kill, one of the teams that they are chasing down for that 3rd place finish already with those 8 eliminations. Could they be adding 3 to the tally? It'll take them up to 11. Quick math, but that is an opportunity for them to get closer and closer. Here it comes. GK Esports actually going to be helping out as well. TEM Entertainment will find that initial knock. Now it is a double bombardment. GK Esports from the backline. TEM Entertainment right up ahead of them. Train to Kill, no opportunity to even breathe as they head into this engagement. They need to hold on, otherwise that is it. That is going to be survival.
Oh, he crawls into the fire. No! Oh, he crawls into the fire, goes down to 1 HP. And a stray nade just within certain distance will get him knocked. And there it is, crawling into the molly. He does end up getting naded. Train to Kill only down to Legend. He finds a knock, however, and Train to Kill down to their very last legs. TEM Entertainment's taking a fight on multiple fronts, so they only sent 2 players here. So it could get dicey for them. I want to see a 3rd player come up to support this frontline push. Can they get the revive? TEM Entertainment need all 4 up because they don't just need massive amount of eliminations. They need all 4 to secure the chicken dinner at the very end. And Bevy is confirmed. TEM Entertainment go down to 3. We've only seen TEM Entertainment make huge clutch plays late game to close out chicken dinners with 4. So now that they're down to 3, it's looking a lot dimmer for them.
Unless they can isolate that final team. We saw them do it against the likes of Geek Fam. Of all teams, they managed to do that on Miramar, but it came down to Nexus hitting some ridiculous openers and then just that zone shift and the pressure they were allowed to add. Now, Geek Fam, in the meantime, they've moved on out from Sniper Liana. They're looking for FaZe Clan, looking to take hold of the southeastern portion of the zone. It will be a pretty easy opening if they can just make this move on now before GK Esports move in. There's only one. It's a 2v1 scenario. With a bit of a backline there from U-High, who's finding Rejects.
Rejects is
Rejects
out.
are out.
Rejects are out, but they should be somewhat okay. Train to Kill with only 1 player up. And TEM Entertainment, I mean, if TEM Entertainment had 4, I'd be a bit more worried. But TEM Entertainment down to 3. FaZe putting up a fight against Geek Fam. GK also coming in with a hard 3rd party. GK has 4 players up. They could do what they want with this lobby. And that is Geek Fam out and FaZe out in a blink of an eye.
Vivo Keyd, Nongshim, Red Force, GK Esports are 3 teams that all have 4 players up into this final map of the group stages. Train to Kill down to a sliver of HP as Nexus from TEM Entertainment are moving in. Ooh, they're going to be spotting out GK Esports. Satan out. Will be healing just a little bit of a damage there. But Vivo Keyd, TEM Entertainment, that is going to be a discussion point because TEM Entertainment, they are hunting for points. Any sort of eliminations, any sort of opportunities, and team wipes that they can take now to further themselves with those placement points could be a massive, massive change still on the overall rankings.
TEM Entertainment, I can't help but to think they should have sent a 3-1 I understand leaving 2 players in the backlines for supporting angles because you get really good angles out into the whole entire field. But the chances of a team full pushing you in Yasnaya when there's another compound open is very unlikely. So they could have just left 1 back here.
Zone.
Yeah, and keep that 3. Yeah, zone has shifted away from everyone except for... Oh, well, I mean, here we go. They're fighting for the only place left in zone, and GK with 4 come in spades, taking a 4v4 with no show red force, just down to 1 just like that. And GK, 12 eliminations. This GK team was the team we saw out of day 1, but nowhere to be seen except for the last game of the day. There is Train to Kill taking out. That is not enough for them to pass up rejects. It's all down to TEM Entertainment. I don't want to do the math, but I want to say they need to eliminate everyone in the lobby and a chicken to maybe take over rejects, and that's a huge maybe.
At the very least, they have put themselves, I believe, in 4th place, but they need all of these eliminations. They need all of these eliminations and as good of a placement to actually make it. But at the very least, it's possible, Zute. There is a storyline here where TEM Entertainment in the last map make it happen.
If
but
they had 4,
only 3.
Yeah, I would maybe believe it if they had 4, because we've seen what they could do with 4 time in and time again. But going down to 3, I feel like that was it. GK, however, have 4, and GK are looking strong. They get a knock onto the side of VK and GK. They're gonna keep putting on the pressure everywhere. This is not just points for GK, but points taken away from TEM Entertainment.
They're on the hunt. I mean, they've been doing so much damage to Vivo Keyd. They've been slowly but surely making them potential here. TEM Entertainment going to be losing out another. That 2-1 split not working in their favor. Down to only 1. This is the storyline now thrown out the window. TEM Entertainment staring down the barrel of a 1v4, v potential even 4 for Vivo Keyd if they can get that res on up. TEK Esports, in the last map, they are the thorn in the side of any team trying to take on rejects.
Yeah, the GK will be putting a stop to everything here. Up to 14 eliminations. I think the record was 15, by the way. Or was it... No, it was 20 out of the rejects. GK looking to maybe... Is there even enough players for them to hit past 20? There's 4 plus 5. No, they'll hit 19. They'll hit 19 at most. Vivo Keyd managing to keep up 4, though, is pretty impressive. They're definitely on the back foot, though. 3 of their players all behind 1 hay bale. Adrian, luckily, has managed to make it somewhat more into the zone. TEM Entertainment, if they sent that 3-1 split, they would clean out that west side. That could have been the opening for the west side to take over GK's spot. And, ooh, yeah. Yep, they're coming in. VK losing 1 member. They did get a trade back. TEM Entertainment doing whatever they can to maybe pull out a couple more points. They spot out 1 player. Oh, maybe the double! It was almost lined up, but GK looking like they were going to win this game down to having 2 players knocked. It is in favor all of a sudden to VK now to close out this last game on the very last day.
Vivo Keyd with those 9 eliminations up against GK with the 15, who have just been looking more solid. They've just been looking more aggressive. They've been moving in, being the guardians for rejects. They potentially have already secured rejects and their current position, but what else can they do on this last day? I don't think it's going to make a difference for them in that top 3, but at the very least, it will set some dominance. It will set a tone in for that survival stage to come on up. It will give them that momentum to take on forward, and they're going to need it. There's a tough journey right up ahead of them.
This is the last circle. It's going to close right down into the middle. Manpower goes over to VK for sure, and Keith gets caught and found. It is a 4v2. Satan needs to put on his eagle eyes and get at least 1 or 2 knocks into these fields, but it's so hard to spot out players when they're prone in this. Satan, he's going to be the difference maker here. He's on the high ground. He can't peek for long because Cielo all the way wrapped around. Cielo's about to knock Satan if he peeks out any longer. Cielo getting closer and closer to getting that angle, and Hope actually catches a molly. He's forced to back up as well. And look at this positioning out of VK. They are pincering in from every side, every angle. Taking control of the center of the zone now too. Satan does have that Groza, which could come into play. Hope from the tower goes prone. Adrian knows where at least 1 player is. Satan crawling ever so closer to Cielo. And he fires off the shots. He finds Cielo. That's a good start for GK to bring this back down. 2v3 situation. He wants to get this confirmation too because he doesn't want Cielo giving out info. But that slight stand-up did catch Satan a couple of bullets. Cielo's backing up now. And mowing the grass. That's another one. 1v2 situation now. Hope goes down, gets traded. Satan with the Groza. 2v1. They both pop up. They both take shots. Diego popping off a lot of shots. Goes down. That smoke obscuring the vision out of the last player. But Vivo Keyd will get the trade in, and Vivo Keyd will celebrate a victory on the very last game, on the very last day. The overall leaderboard, so that's where we really have to take a look to see what has happened. Have things shaken up just enough to cause some upsets?
At the very least, Vivo Keyd, with such a dominating performance, will secure themselves that spot in the survival stage. They have no more worries, of course, because the games are done, but also Geekay Esports. I mean, we started off with that first day. They were a little bit dominant, then they were just a little bit consistent, and then they fell off. Back again with that kind of momentum, with that kind of performance. Can they replicate that in the survival stage? Can they bring us to a whole different storyline? Just look at the amount of utility that they used in that map. 42 smokes, 27 nades. I mean, the damage, the distance traveled, the performances from both Geekay Esports and Vivo Keyd was emphatic.
Also 33 smokes out of TEM Entertainment, 27 nades. Oh, the util used out in that open field south of Yasnaya. Oh man, every util had to be thrown and used, but that was it. That was the very last game of the day. We are moving on to the next stage now, and at the end, it was Vivo or GK with wait, I'm lost right now. Vivo Keyd with the win. So much has happened today. Let's take it to the desk.
And that's the game. Geekay Esports end up with the most points here, 28 total. And you saw right there at the end that player slamming the table, frustrated because they felt they needed just even those little more points. Vivo Keyd taking over that chicken dinner. I got to give a big shout out to TEM Entertainment though. This squad went ham right from the start and was so close. That lineup was so sick, Glitter.
I mean, it was almost the most insane story. They put in such a solid performance and did what we were hoping at least one of the teams in that area would do. They needed to be aggressive, and it was so close. It was so close that one fight going their way could have changed the entire thing. But as we close out the day, our players to watch, I mean, we hyped him up earlier. 49 elims onto Yuhai. Phenomenal performance. We actually get Icy up here for the top damage, and then Snipes with the assists. I mean, Geek Fam crushed it all day, solidified that first place spot. Very deserved to have two players up here as well, Seven.
I'm not surprised to see Yuhai there. 49 eliminations. I mean, we saw him completely pop off, especially today and yesterday. Great stuff out of them. And overall rankings, Geek Fam.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my god!
T2K! Oh, wow!
Is that correct?
Is that there's
it came down to a tie and then rank points. They tied in chicken dinners. So then it goes to placement points, and Train to Kill outguns Reject. How many times have we said it? It comes down to 1 point. It comes down to 1 point, and that's exactly what happened. Reject has got to be devastated.
Wow.
I was not prepared for this.
You know what's even crazier? GK could have... Oh, BESIKTAS. Okay, all right. You know what? Forget them.
Okay, good for them.
GK could have possibly ended up with 214 as well if they would have won that game.
So could have TEM.
Oh.
It was so close.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
I was not expecting
cannot
that.
believe it. Can you imagine the faces on Reject right now? I mean, I'll say it. That passiveness, that 2-2 split there towards the end. I mean, you said it, Glitter. Wow. Let's take a look at the qualified teams here for the grand finals. Give a round of applause, though, to Geek Fam. Absolutely dominating this tournament. 4 Angry Men as well. Second place, Train to Kill. I mean, the name speaks for itself, because that's exactly what they did to the hopes and dreams Reject.
I am so speechless right now, Glitter. I was not expecting that. I actually totally forgot how close they were to Reject. And Reject, I mean, you said it too, Hot Jukes. We've been saying it throughout the whole day. This team was playing just to barely get some placement points here and there. They weren't playing to actually win and maintain themselves within this top 3. It ended up backfiring. And the MVP, Micah, 48 eliminations, 9,450 damage. Can you ask anything more out of Geek Fan, by the way, having 2 of the top players in Micah and Yuhai?
Yeah, I know Yuhai is very close second. That's for sure. I mean, Glitter, what do you think about that?
I mean, technically, they've got the MVP, and then they also had the player with the highest eliminations and the player with the highest assists, all 3 different players from Geek Fam. I mean, we've been hyping them up the whole time. They were giving us a level of aggression that we were really hoping to see out of this group, and that's just kind of the cherry on top, that they also get the MVP.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Group Yellow did not disappoint all the way up until the end. I mean, it's so crazy to see. TEM Entertainment, I love their aggression at the start. And I always say, when you have a team that goes that aggressive and starts getting those early eliminations, other teams that have been sitting and waiting aren't as hot. They aren't as ready. Their movements left to right aren't just as fast. But TEM, just with that zone, could not make it in. But wow. All right, guys, big congratulations to the teams at the top, everybody that made it in. Geek Fam overall was the squad that dominated. So we have a great interview with them and Tash Bunny. Let's take it over to her right now.
We have come to the very end of the 2022 PMGC Group Yellow League stage, and ending the week with a massive landslide is Geek Fam. And as a fellow Malaysian, I can't help but feel so proud of this very moment. Yuhai, how are you feeling?
I rasa bangga dengan tim I. Alhamdulillah kita orang dapat nombor 1 dekat kita punya tanah negara sendiri. And thank you juga semua orang yang support kita orang dari kita orang start journey kita orang dari awal. And yeah, alhamdulillah, bersyukur.
Yuhai says that he's feeling very happy that he's managed to reach this far here in his home country, and he says that he feels so thankful to God as well as their fans who's been following their journey from beginning to end. He cannot be more happier. Okay, so how do you guys manage to, did you guys think that you could make it to the top of Group Yellow this week? Adakah korang rasa yang korang mampu untuk sampai ke bahagian atas sekali Group Yellow untuk minggu ni?
Mula-mula bukan kita orang tak expect, confirm kita orang target top 3. And mungkin rezeki kita orang punya hard work. Sebelum ni kita orang training sama-sama, and kita orang first day itulah turning point kita orang lah yang buat kita orang percaya yang kita boleh dapat nombor 1.
what he says that honestly he was not expecting to make it all the way to the very top, but he was expecting to hit at least top 3. The turning point for him was on day number 1 when they managed to see their performance, and that's when they knew they could get the top spot here in Group Yellow. Okay, so how did you guys manage to make your aggressive playstyle work? Macam mana korang mampu menjadikan korang punya playstyle yang sangat agresif tu berjaya dalam korang punya tournament ni?
Sebab in previous tournament juga kat PMPL MOSG, kita orang gunakan T2 menjadi, and dekat C kita orang more to passive. Kita nak tahu macam mana gameplay C, tapi kita orang tak boleh faham lah. So kita orang try guna kita orang punya meta sendiri, kita orang main agresif. Kita orang lebih pentingkan kill point dari placement point, and kita orang berjaya.
Alright, so what Yuhai said was that over in PMPL MYSG, they actually did use this aggressive playstyle and it worked very well in their favor. However, they changed their playstyle when they went to PMPLC, but they didn't seem to find that sweet spot just yet. So coming into PMGC, they decided to kind of like prioritize kill points, elimination points over placement points, and it worked quite well and it worked very, very beautifully for them. So congratulations, tahniah kerana korang mampu melakukan benda tu. Tapi kalau korang mampu untuk memilih korang punya MVP, siapa yang korang pilih? If you guys could choose the MVP for your team, who could it be?
If I can choose, ni dari perspektif saya. First day MVP dia Snipe.
Okay.
Second day MVP dia Damrut.
Okay.
Third day MVP dia Mika.
Okay.
And last day, I MVP.
Wow. So what he says that every day is a different MVP with all the players over in Geek Fam. Tetapi korang boleh only choose satu. They can only choose one. Siapa? Who?
I think Mika.
Mika. And if you guys didn't know, Mika is actually the MVP for Geek Fam. So congratulations to Mika. He's over the room over there. So my final question to you is, you have so many friends here in Malaysia who are following you guys and your journey. What do you guys have to say to your fans? Apakah yang korang boleh cakap kepada korang punya fans kat rumah?
To our fans, thank you for supporting us. Jangan lupa support kita orang dekat PMGC Grand Final nanti. So kita orang dapat mengharumkan nama Malaysia. Thank you so much. Yang kita orang punya Marshall, kita orang punya coach, semualah. BSPN, you, thank you so much sebab organize event ni untuk kita orang. Sebab kita orang memang dah lama nak tunggu event offline. So, thank you so much.
Oh, he said thank you to me guys. But yeah, apa yang dikatakan oleh Yuhai adalah terima kasih banyak kepada semua fans di rumah, kepada Marshall, Coach, Tasha dan juga semua yang telah mengikuti mereka punya perjalanan dalam mereka punya Allah, kenapa cakap bahasa Melayu? What Yuhai says that thank you so much to all the fans at home, the coach, the Marshall, me, as well as everyone else who has been supporting him throughout their entire journey here at PMGC. And don't forget to support them over when they head over to PMGC Grand Finals in Jakarta. And for now, the end of Group Yellow is here. Congratulations to Geek Fam once again, guys. And we will see them over in Jakarta, the Grand Finals soon. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Oh, baby. This is them realizing that they made it to the finals. Wow. Train to kill. Absolute total excitement. They are so... I mean, man, this is what it is all about, Glitter.
I love that they didn't know just as much as we didn't know until the results were actually shown. Because when was the last time we saw a tie in overall points that had to go to the tiebreaker? That was a tie that had to go to the next tiebreaker. That hasn't happened in so long. This was a great way to close it out.
That's just, by the way, that's so just not a grand final spot. That is also an increase of $58,000.
That's right.
Boy,
oh my goodness. They have to be so stoked right there. I mean, this is what, I mean, how many times, you're right, has it gone to 2 different tiebreakers? But how many times could that tiebreaker been changed by 1 single point? It is so crazy. This is why we stressed it right from the start. Well, guys, now that we go from there, we have to talk about the new schedule and format for what is coming up next. Here is the group stage now. Reject have to be absolutely devastated for not making it, but they are in the survival stage, and as you guys can see, there is a change. There is now 5 teams that can go and get a last chance spot to the finals rather than 4. And I'll tell you what, Reject and the rest of these teams are going to really, really need that next spot.
They're going to be trying their hardest, because if you go back and watch the teams that made it to survival stage from Group Green, from Group Red, I mean, if you thought these group stages were amazing, you do not want to miss survival stage, okay? Mark it down on your calendar, November 30th to December 2nd. It's going to be a massive group of death, and from there, 16 teams are going to be moving on to the last chance. And like you were mentioning, Hajux, 5 teams from last chance are going to move on to the grand finals. And here we go. The teams, Glitter, that are going to be going to the grand finals in Jakarta, Indonesia.
All of these teams have got to be so hyped now that they know exactly who they're going to be going up against from the top of the crop. But to be fair, like you guys have both been saying, the survival stage into that last chance opportunity, I mean, that's going to be really difficult. I know it's been a while, but the teams that didn't make their way through in Group Red and Group Green are really good. And now you're adding in the teams from Group Yellow. I mean, the survival stage is going to be very, very difficult.
100%.
It's going to be insanely difficult. Look at the survival stage teams that are going to be playing here very, very soon. You got Alpha 7. You got Bigatron Esports. You got Vampire, HVVV, Bacon Time. I mean, now you got... I mean, this is just crazy, 7. Who stands out to you?
Box Gaming,
yes.
Enigma Galaxy, LGD Gaming. Are you kidding me? HVVP, a team that pretty much dominated 3 days of Group Green, and they ended up not being able to clutch up the last day. You know they're going to be looking to make it. And then on top of that, you have Reject. This is... You couldn't have a bigger wake-up call, and hopefully you guys are going to be able to change something. A lot of these teams are going to have just such a tough road. I mean, Damn One Gaming, too. You're going to have them, Vampire Esports. The list goes on, and this is what I was saying. Survival stage might be the best thing ever. I can't wait to watch it.
I mean, it's so crazy that Group Yellow was so insane. We just saw it. It was amazing. But the skill cap in survival stage is going to go to another dang level. And then the finals after that, it's going to get even higher. What a show. What a championship round. 7, Glitter, what are your final thoughts?
I'm just appreciative, man. I'm appreciative that we got to do Group Green. I'm appreciative that I got to work with you guys. I'm appreciative for this week. Shout out to PUBG Mobile Esports. Shout out to VSPN, because this has been amazing. And I can't wait to see, Glitter, what's going to be happening in survival stage, last chance, and hopefully we'll be there for grand finals.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's been an absolute blast. I'm so happy that we could all be here and cover a lot of the teams that we get to talk about in the bigger events, but not as frequently as we would like to.
Yes.
So we get to be with all of the regions on the global stage, and we saw some incredible, incredible performances. I'm excited to see how the whole thing plays out, because if I've learned anything from what's happened so far, we have no idea how it's gonna go.
Oh, we sure don't. I gotta give a big thank you to all the players that performed here, that traveled all across the world to entertain us. Everybody here on the desk, 7, Glitter, Esproxy, Zute, Imperium, everybody behind the scenes to make this show, of sponsors that be able to support this. Guys, a big shout out to everybody. I hope you're ready for the survival stage. Mark your calendars, and the championship grand finals are coming up soon. Get hype, and we will see you then.